Now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, April 8th, 5 p.m. Pacific. There was no Supercross race this past weekend. That doesn't matter. We stay on the air. We continue to provide quality entertainment week in and week out. That's what we do here at PulpMX. We strive. Where others may slack, we do not. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it. Got a great show lined up for you. A lot of in-studio guests. This past weekend was the VurbMoto World Mini up in Mesquite. I was there. I'll talk about that. I wasn't there under my own volition either. I was forced there. So lots to get into when it comes to that. But also we have Adam Cianciarulo calling in. You know, the big news in the moto world was Adam announced that after Salt Lake City, he's hanging up the boots. And so AC, one of our favorites, friend of the show, he will be calling in to tell us the ins and outs of that. So yeah, Adam Cianciarulo will be there. Jason Thomas was in Italy for the MXGP race in Sardinia. And we're going to call Get JT on the line as well later on in the show to talk about his observations from the Italian GP. And then a lot of talk about Blue Crew and VurbMoto and the World Mini and amateurs and more tonight on the show. So thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. 702-586-7857. Give us a call if you want to talk about Supercross. Of course, Eli Tomac coming off that win, the last race, and our interview on Monday with Phil last week was all time. So I hope you listened to that. A lot of compliments for Phil Nicoletti and his guest hosting. So, yeah, again, 702-586-7857. Adam Cianciarulo coming on, as well as, like I said, a cornucopia of in-studio guests. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, ORW, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Renegade Racing Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Weisco Piston, LiftTheTrucksForSale.com, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica Troll Training, all there. The codes to save are on PulpMXShow.com. If you want to save with a lot of our partners, you can do that. The codes are all right there, man.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Yeah, lots to get into when it comes to L.A. and Jimmy and amateurs and everything else. Later on in the show, in studio, the legend. He's man has won Supercrosses. This man has won a Canadian National Championship. He's got 18,000 vet championships. Doug Dubach will be in. I'd love to talk to Doug. He did a really cool deal up in Mesquite for the Blue Crew guys where he did a starting technique, starting lesson, starting technique. He analyzed your starting technique. And then if anybody in this world could provide you advice on how to get a better start, it's Doug Dubach. So Dubach will be in later on in the show. Jennifer Davie as well from Blue Crew, the lady from Blue Crew. She will come in and sit in and tell us a little bit about that and everything that's going on with Blue Crew. And I'm really just going to prime her for stories about RV and Bradshaw, the Blue Crew ambassadors. So, yeah, we got a great show lined up. Lots to talk about. The PulpMX Yamaha Ride Day as well. We'll talk to you more about that. Those dates are set. We're going to Lakewood, Colorado. Also, LCQ tickets for the Yamaha LCQ race in Denver Friday before Denver. I want to tell you more about that. But, yeah, we're giving away a 2024 Yamaha YZ450F for that. So, yeah, lots to get into. But in studio here, three people that I know well. First up from VurbMoto, VurbMoto.com. This man has been in studio before. He is back in. Wes Williams, what's up, Doug?
Hello,
How are you?
hello.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Long drive down here in the Uber, dude. It's similar to our Troy story last time. He didn't make it.
Yeah.
Made it. Well, he actually did halfway through the show. Chase and I were almost on that same program, but we're here.
I can't believe you took
we're
an
here live.
Uber from Mesquite to
when
Vegas.
you got no choice, you got no choice, dude. Private jet was a little out of the Pulp budget, so Uber X. It wasn't even Uber XL or Uber Comfort. It's
just
Uber X. Man.
Well, thanks for making it, buddy.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it. Got a lot to talk to you about. Also in here from VurbMoto, I worked with him at Racer X for a long time, and now he's with the Verb guys. Chase Stallo. What's up, Chaser? How are you?
Good to be here, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
First time Well, I've actually never been invited. I'm here because Wes. I was with Wes. So.
Yeah, and
but
Wes,
still good to be here, though,
well,
Steve.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I've only been working with you since, I think, 2011. But, hey, it's
Hey, it's
a long time.
07 or 08 for us.
Right,
so,
right.
you
Well,
know.
it's just like your third time, though. So.
Yeah, true.
Well, count the years extra. So
Yeah, there
all
you
right.
go.
So
So-
it's finally caught up.
Also in studio here from Yamaha, a guy that's been in studio a few times before, and he is working closely with the Yamaha media relations and bike tests and things like that. Mike Ulrich. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hello.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks a lot for having
You
us.
haven't been in the new studios here, but you were a couple of times before, right?
Yep. I've been, I think, both of your previous studios.
Okay.
This is the new one.
This is
so-
the new one, yeah.
Yep. Very nice.
You were up in Mesquite as well this weekend too, so lots to
was.
get into. And again, we're going to do some Supercross talk at some point in the show because I do want to get some people's opinions on Tomac's win and more. But we're going to talk a little bit about the Mesquite World Mini up in Mesquite, and a great track. I ride there a lot. Wes, you basically for people who don't know, the Yamaha LCQ Challenge race on Friday is a VurbMoto production.
Yep.
You guys did it last year. You stepped up and you put it on the YouTube, and people loved it, and it was actually done really well. It was good job on that. I go to renegotiate to do the same thing again.
That was a tough one. We came in hot.
And I'm told, listen, we'll stream it for you again. We'll do the same deal, but you got to come to Mesquite. And I'm like, I am not coming to Mesquite. I don't care about amateur racing.
He did say that.
And that was a deal breaker. So you made me go.
And you showed up.
Yeah.
You had no choice, dude. And look at you. You've gained so much knowledge and respect at the amateur ranks, and now I just feel it's part of your blood.
Mike, did you ever go to the original World Mini?
I didn't.
You never did.
No,
Okay, because
no.
I mean, this was an NMA race for I don't know, 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I always saw it and saw coverage. I just never really was good enough to ride it.
So then it went away. It was in Vegas here. It was in Boulder City. Dubach went in the 80s to Boulder City. And then it was in at the Speedway forever. And then it went away. And then you guys.
Well, it did go to Mesquite until 2013, and then I think Ron Hendrickson.
Then it was done?
And then,
Okay.
I think he finally, he was up there in age. I think he finally called it quits.
So you guys got the name.
Yep.
Brought this race back.
Yep.
Last year's first year. Last year was a sort of a trial run, right?
More or less, yeah. We
Yeah.
got Gary Bruff, the owner of Mesquite in RMX Series. He'd been negotiating with Ron and talking to us about this for years. Ron was just, I think, a cranky old NMA promoter and wasn't. He was reluctant to sign over the name, but we made some concessions and made a good deal with him. But yeah, I think he finally signed it over about 30 days before last year. So we had a whole month to market this thing last year. So we kind of call that the test run this year. This year's year one.
Yeah, I went out there. Now look, first of all, you don't have old man classes. I guess was that a World Mini thing they never did have?
I honestly
vet
don't know
classes?
that, but I did talk to Gary about it this morning because Doug and I mentioned, Doug's like, hey, I'd like to race this next year. I said, you know what, maybe I would too. So I told Gary, I'm like,
but
hey man,
Doug can beat the plus 30 guys.
oh, of course he can.
Doug,
I'm just
Doug
trying
doesn't
to
need an age
Yeah,
class.
that
I'm trying to put my name in the same sentence as Doug. All right, I'm gonna race Doug.
Right.
And so anyway, and you. So plus 35. Anyways, I think as soon as if we get the vets to support the event, I think we're happy to add classes.
Because it was just a plus 30, right? And then
we
you
did
had
a
all
plus
the
25
Pee-wee
and a
stuff.
plus 30.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things. Gary's all about staying on schedule and having times and not running from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and making time for track and making sure it's perfect. So more classes might mean more people, more money, but especially to him, it's not about that. It's about track quality. So
it's Gary's a great guy, great track. It's run well, right? Despite you guys being there.
Yes, despite us.
Despite
we
VurbMoto.
actually hurt the how well it's run.
So I drove up there Friday.
Yep.
Didn't want to. Held hostage for the live streaming of the LCQ race. Drove up there Friday, and it was cool. Yamaha was there displaying all the bikes. You guys did a start clinic with Doug Dubach, like I mentioned. The bikes were there. You had a few other vendors lined up as well. You had a little podium set up. Looked like a good attendance, right? How was it overall for you?
Can't complain. It obviously back in the day, I remember 04. There used to be like 3 or 4 divisions at every damn class. Amateur racing was definitely way different back then. So. Especially now how there's so many elite amateur races, it's very hard to start something new and expect a shitload of people to show up. But I think for our second year, 1.5, whatever we want to call it, I think it was a very respectable turnout, and we had a few guys from Moto Sandbox on the East Coast drive all the way out here, and they are already texting us saying like, everybody from East Coast already seems way into coming next year. So
And it looks like you got the contingencies.
yeah,
the
thank God.
manufacturer's gone on board.
Contingency came
Yeah.
through from Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki, the whole KTM group. And then, Yamaha came with a full 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
And like you said, Doug Dubach over there doing starts, and then a whole trackside support rig as well. So certainly can't complain.
No.
I can tell you this, Yamaha will be that front and center spot forever now.
Look, the lots to get into when it comes to the show. Producing the show over there with the cameras and picking the angles and working on the app, working on Pulp Fantasy. Travis Marks. Hi, Marks.
Hey, Travis.
Hello.
Thanks for coming in, buddy.
Yeah, much like you at the race, I am here not under my own volition.
Weekend off. They thought.
I thought you said you really wanted to come and see us.
Yeah.
Well, the colonoscopy of guests that you have here really made it worthwhile, so I'm happy to be here.
The kaleidoscope. That was good
I
work.
caught that. By
Yes,
the way.
you're welcome.
Kaleidoscope.
Yep.
I caught that.
Big words here.
Taking your phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down. 702-586-7857. Talon Taylor.
What's up,
Wolfie?
Steve?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Rick, great to have you on the off week.
Oh yeah, pumped to be here.
Look at these guys. We got the X-Brand goggle tear-offs as well coming up later on in the show. We got the Race Tech Rant, which the Verb guys are going to be the subject of the Race Tech Rant.
God.
Oh, nice. Did we not meet all your demands?
Yep.
Which were like 50?
And with the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment as well. And so lots to get into when it comes to the
and
show.
There's one more thing,
Okay.
Steve. One more thing.
Yeah.
What is it? A brand new bottom line show.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so again.
I hope, anyways. We're working on it.
I didn't want to do
thinking.
this, but I was forced to. For 2 years in the Nationals, I did a show called The Bottom Line Show. I was ahead of my time. It was groundbreaking. It was genius.
It was
groundbreaking.
And we also produced that.
And you guys produced that. So
yes, we also did that.
So Wes, you said if you come out to Mesquite, you got to do a Bottom Line show.
Yep.
And so we did it.
Yeah, it's good.
I think it worked out all right.
It's really good.
I think that one dad got maybe a little mad at me.
Maybe. But let's go ahead and tell everybody before they watch the video, you're no longer Steve Mathis. Your official legal name is Brixton.
Steve.
No, Brixton Racing Mathis.
Brixton Racing Mathis. Yeah, to fit in with all the other amateurs.
He changed his name on the line.
Yes.
He was
to Brixton Racing Mathis, and he decided no longer is his name Steve.
Unbelievable.
There was a kid there named Racing.
The names are out of hand.
Thank you.
Yeah.
They are. They absolutely
I
are.
will say I was reading off the results to Wes this morning, and it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot. And we get into this on the Bottom Line show.
Yeah, it's
so
great.
we may release it by the commercial break.
Hopefully, I didn't realize
it
it wasn't on my laptop. I thought my boys put it on there. Apparently, it's on the server. Jason Crane, who still needs a lot of points with you. Yeah, he's the one driving it back to Boise. I asked him to pull over to the rest stop, plug in the server, which, imagine that Red Bull fridge plus a little bit.
Okay.
He's going to plug it in, get it all up, and then hopefully his internet's good enough to upload to Dropbox for us. But, yes, we are ideally going to, during the commercial break, let's put it live on
Mesquite
YouTube.
World Mini.
So I'm crossing my fingers right now. If I look at my phone, I'm not ignoring the show. I might be lending technical advice.
All right. All this for a damn LCQ stream, Mike. This is what I do.
That's how good we are at negotiating. You got to be impressed, right?
I'm impressed.
See,
by the
Steve,
way, Wes
he's
Williams
impressed.
from Verb, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Ron Joint and the boys over there at Decal Works doing great things. Official stickers of the Red Bull KTM and Husqvarna Off-Road Team. PulpMX 24 at decalmx.com. PulpMX24 at decalmx.com to bring you a deal from those guys. Bringing you Wes Williams on the show from VurbMoto. Thank you to the folks at Decal Works and OGO Power Sports bringing you Mike Ulrich. Mike, I'm sure you've got some OGO stuff in your closet at some point. Thanks to the folks at OGO. Pulp15 code to save at OGO Power Sports. Backpacks and rig bags and 9800s galore. Carry-on bags as well. So use the code Pulp15 to save at OGO Power Sports, bringing you Mike Ulrich from Yamaha. And Mike, what did you think of the event? You were there all 3 days. Bless your
4
heart.
days.
4 days.
Yeah.
You deserve a medal for that. Bring your mic up a little bit higher if you can. And then what did you think of the event?
I thought it was good. I think it went real smooth. Like, you guys were talking about the races. Everything went off on time. There didn't seem to be any big delays. Seemed like everybody was enjoying it, having a good time. We camped, actually.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, we were there the whole time, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
I might have to
we got the full experience.
Do you suggest that? I might do the camper next year then.
I would, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
How do we get Steve to come do the camper for 4 days?
Zero
Come on,
chance.
Steve.
I mean, you guys
What
got
if it's
lucky.
like 4 races?
Did you guys put it on an off week in a Supercross, like on purpose? Or was
I think it just lined
worked out
up.
that way?
Well, no,
it's-
this is you kind of stick your date. So there's Cal Classic next weekend,
Okay.
Yeah.
or this next week. We wanted to be before them, so it's kind of like you set your date, and then
Okay.
I think it just happened to be Supercross. Actually, it was the off weekend last year too, but because what got canceled last year, and then they moved it to this.
they
day.
got-
Yeah. Oakland got canceled.
Oakland got
and then-
canceled, and then they got rescheduled to this weekend. So yeah, hopefully they keep doing it because this worked out great.
And then
But let's keep off weekend.
Yeah.
Next
So-
year it's going to be part of the negotiation, dude.
Well, add
At
a
least
day-
a night in the camper.
Add a day each year.
Next year.
Add a day each year.
Add a day each year. So next year, 2 days. The year after, 3 days.
Yeah.
no.
Fourth year, 4 days.
No.
We'll just warm you up to
You can
it.
hang out with my son Brixton.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can hang out with Brixton.
Listen, no.
Next year we'll have RV and Bradshaw come out.
Oh.
We'll get a trailer.
Okay.
You'll stay with them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll stay with
there
them.
we go.
Okay,
Yeah.
this sounds like a good time.
See, this is how it works, Steve.
Can I also stay with them?
RV after a few Coors Lights, I'm out
buddy.
of there.
It's a good time.
I'm out
No,
of there.
you'll love it. You guys will wrestle
At
and
Millville,
everything.
Millville Ride Day, he was bragging that he was cooking breakfast for everybody every morning,
Yeah.
and all you guys were lazy and useless, and he was the only one doing anything. And
He's not wrong. He makes it easy. He's a good cook.
yeah, lots to get into. So I went up there, and I love Mesquite. Gary lets me ride there during the week. He's a saint of a man. I've been having so much fun riding my dirt bike. Mike, I've got more hours on that loaner YZ450 than I think I've ever had from you. So
Resale values shit is what you're saying.
Yeah. But I've been because Gary, I show up and the track's dissed, watered, it's smooth.
Yep.
I can go anywhere I want in any
Yep.
turn.
Yep.
I jump all the jumps. I feel like a hero. I load up. I go home.
Yeah.
I think I'm just as much impressed with the upkeep you've been having on the bike. As
It actually
much
did
as the
look good.
hours.
It did.
Yeah, the bike
When he
looks
showed
good.
up,
Yeah.
I actually was
Yeah.
impressed. It was clean.
The fact that he actually rides it, it still looks really good.
And WUSA got me the purple wheels, the purple rims. The bike looks good.
It does look good.
Yeah, which is so funny because I told you this at the track. When those 93s came out, I hated them in 93.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's disgusting. I think I rode in 93s, I would have been on Hondas. But I'm like, yeah, no, that's gross. And then, dude, when you guys launched it at Washugo last year, I asked you, hey, I got to get one of those.
Yeah.
I need one of those.
Yeah,
Funny how that works,
Yeah,
right?
I was in the same camp. But yeah, right now with the way your bike looks, we should probably set up a photo shoot with you and Deegan side by side.
Yeah, the gear, they got some fly stuff that looks good. Purple boots.
Yeah.
A-Star guy sent me purple boots. So I go up there, and I was like, I wanted to just ride practice. But you assholes didn't have practice.
No.
Or
That
there was no
Kiefer.
practice?
That was Kiefer. We told you to come Thursday for practice. Kiefer talked you into Friday.
Kiefer said practice is no good on Thursdays.
It would have been
That's
way
not our fault.
smoother. Yeah,
we told you Thursday. You decided on Friday on your own.
Well, my friend
volition.
Chris Kiefer.
Your friend
right.
Chris Kiefer.
Okay.
He knew
talked
what
you
he
into-
was. He knew what he was doing.
So-
he wanted you to race.
I show
You
up.
can get
there's,
fucked.
there's no practice on Friday. I'm just
it's racing. Practice
It's
is Thursday.
racing.
There's sight laps, bruh.
Racing.
So I went out in the plus 30 class, which Kiefer said to do that. So I went out and I don't want to race. The last time I raced, I beat Mr. Side all 4 motos, and I walked into the sunset because the goal was done.
Yeah, retired.
That's more than I can say.
Right. Yeah, you just. We'll get into that. I forgot about that. And also, we'll get into how you really screwed over Mr. Side. So we'll get into that.
Yeah, I have a different point of view on that.
Okay, all right. So I go out with the plus 30s, and I mean, dude, I don't have a starting device. I'm not racing. I don't want to race. Plus, I'm not even entered. I don't even know if I'm allowed to do this. You kind of said to the guy, like, hey, yeah, he's just jumping in here. So I figured if Wes said it was okay.
It's all right.
So, that was my first gate drop in like 2 years, like a real gate drop. So, yeah. And then I jumped into 250C class, which Kiefer told me not to. He was probably right.
Again,
Well,
all your own decisions. All your own decisions. We told you Thursday. After that is on you.
Regardless, I was actually really impressed. Like in the plus 30, even though he tried to let everybody get the jump, but he still beat like 10 people off the line. And I think in the 30 plus, you still beat like 10 people. And then in 250C, same damn thing.
Really?
He
I didn't
tried to
see
get
it.
last on the start.
I did.
Oh, really?
But
And
there was
he
a
still beat-
18-man pileup on the intern. Like, imagine that, 250C
Yeah,
class.
right.
And I
It's
just was like,
crazy.
well, I guess I got to go around these
Steve
idiots.
still got like 25th out of 40, though.
Did he really?
Yeah.
And then a couple times, so Kiefer told me not to go out with the 250C class because it's 250Cs.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want. He told me to wait till like 2 o'clock for the next, and I'm like, no.
You were going to do plus 25
Yeah,
next.
I'm like, I'm going home. I'm not doing that. But sure enough, on a couple times in the 250C class, I'm coming up with a dude, on a tabletop, and like he had gone to the right side after the tabletop. It was a right turn. He'd gone right, and I went left the lap before and went around the jump, and he went to the inside on the jump. So I was like, okay, I'm right beside this guy. I know he likes to use that right. He knows I'm here, though. And I'm like, maybe not.
Probably not.
So I don't jump the tabletop, and thank fucking God. This dude goes left to right in the air. Like, bro.
Sounds about right.
Vince did not want you to pass him.
No. And like he would have, I don't know what his plan was. I understand he liked that right side, the turn after, but bro, I'm here.
Yeah.
You can't have it.
You had racing awareness and great work.
So
racing.
There was 2 times where I completely backed out of jumps, and it saved me because these dudes they're just going. Like I'm jumping in the air.
Well, maybe in the Doug West class next year, we'll have a little bit more people with experience.
I got to say, Kiefer was kind of right on that one. Like, he was like, it's kind of sketchy.
I can tell you this. I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big difference. You have the kids up front who are like scrubbing and whipping everything,
Yeah.
and then you have guys like me and you
I was
and
mid-pack
Mathis.
or whatever, right?
Right, exactly.
And then another
You
guy.
don't scrub?
No.
Oh.
A little bit. A whip, though.
There's these 2 guys going at it in front of me, and I go outside the berm, and I almost pass them.
Yep.
But and then again, I back right out of it because I don't care if I pass them. And they keep going. The next lap, do you think they learned from that, Mike? Do you think they're like, hey,
I'm guessing no.
this outside line looks way faster? Nope. Neither one of these guys goes to the outside, which was obviously faster. And they both go right to the inside, and they hit bars again, and I go right around them. This time I'm like, well, you guys didn't figure it out. I got to go.
Well, then you should have cross-jumped him.
I know. Dude, Kiefer was right, though. I could have had some serious problems.
I did not hear one complaint from Steve the whole time about it either.
What?
Not one.
Oh, yeah.
Not one complaint
Not at all.
about having to race 250C, coming a day early or later. No complaint.
It's not his style to complain.
No, not his style.
No.
Not about the braking bumps, anything.
Oh, the track was so beat, so hammered. What happened to my good old Mesquite? What happened?
7 bumps has worked, bro.
No, yeah,
Dude,
7 bumps.
No.
7
there
bumps.
You could even some of those turns on the inside. Forget it.
Yeah,
they were bad.
Honestly, Gary and I talked about it this morning, but I think it was Saturday night. The 50s and the 60s were the last 2 classes, and I honestly don't know how they rode. Mm-hmm. They had to ride the edges of the track because the entire middle was nothing but ruts. Yeah, I pretty much said, hey, for the Doug and me class next year, maybe Doug might want his own class after he hears this. I was like, can we do a re-prep, let us go, and then let the 50s go?
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Because there was a few too many ruts for me.
I
will admit it.
When
Steve.
I go up there, when I show up, like Wednesday, there's like 4 of us out there. Townsend is riding, maybe. Sophie, this girl Sophie.
Sophia Phelps.
She's really fast. She's out there.
Yep.
And maybe Kiefer comes, and there's like 5 of us out there.
Yeah.
And you can come into the corner and just
it's
go
beautiful. It's cake.
Anywhere you want. It's amazing.
Oh, it's
and then I show up with you jackasses, and I barely recognize
I told
the track.
you to come Thursday.
Well, next year you'll get practice day and a race day.
Yeah, exactly. So you'll get a practice before the race.
Yeah. You'll learn the ruts just a little bit.
You did the gypsy race a month ago, Mesquite. That went really well, I heard. Gary said that was
It was
really
incredible.
Cool. Yeah.
I've always said I wanted our Verb Shred Tour to be a race or series that we do events that make me want to ride, and we finally did an event that made me want to ride, so much so that we stopped by a dealership, did a still an RV in Boise, and I picked up a YZ250F on the way down. I haven't raced or bought a new bike in probably 20 years.
That was really that was it.
Yes, I was like,
you didn't practice before the race.
Couch to 500 is what I called it. I didn't ride one freaking time. I rode a spin bike about a month before for about 30 minutes. So, anyways, I got down there. Brett Q helped me break it in on practice day, and by that, I did 1 lap, and then Brett took off on it for 2 hours. And then luckily, Brad from Big MX Radio changed my my air filter for me. We swapped to submission.
You bought the anniversary edition too, right?
Oh hell yeah, I did, dude. I've always wanted black rims, and I want the black rims, and it came with black rims. I'm like, I can't not do this. It is beautiful. So I think the one thing I regret now is I didn't even change the break-in oil before Saturday, so we raced the entire Gypsy 500 on.
You're fine.
Yeah, it's probably fine,
it's
right?
Yamaha, yeah.
Yeah. 8 hours.
That's kind of what
8 hours.
That's kind of what I figured. So,
but a lot of people there.
Oh, it was huge, dude.
Gary.
We sold out in
month?
Less 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
So it was it was 200 teams up to 4-man teams, and it was an 8-hour 20-minute race. So you're also doing this next year.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yes.
Team Jepsy, Team Mathis.
Hey, listen, I'll be on your team. Jace isn't that fast. He's got good endurance, but I think you got endurance too, and you're probably faster than him. I think Team Verb and Pulp versus the Gypsies. Let's take them down, dude.
It would be nice
they do
to take-
cheat.
it would
They
be
do
ni-
cheat. We found that
They
out
are
this
cheaters.
year.
They
They
have to
cheated.
take down the gypsies.
Yeah.
You know?
So,
Bastard gypsies.
anyways, it was really fun. I thought I was going to do 4 laps at 20 minutes, which I thought was reasonable for someone that hasn't really rode competitively in 20 years.
Yep.
I ended up doing 9 laps at 20 minutes. I was absolutely dead, but I did the final lap and coming across the finish line was probably like I don't know, the feeling of accomplishment that I had was amazing.
I went out to Mesquite with my brother when he was here a couple weeks ago, and Gary, and he's an off-road guy now. He doesn't ride moto, and Gary's like, yeah, just go in the back, and, like by the Supercross track where Roxon was riding, and then just follow that sand thing. So I'm like, did you go back there at all?
No.
It's amazing.
So I go back there, and it's like beach sand.
Yep.
And there was some singles there.
For
like,
8 miles.
Yeah.
For 8 miles.
You're like, am I in Mesquite? Like, the dirt bike track?
It is so crazy that the bottom of that whole track that we are, it's like hard packed clay. As soon as you get to that top of that hill, it's like
But
it's
I was
legit
even on
beach
the
sand.
bottom on the
Yep.
and it was like Southwick, and it was like through the trees.
Yeah.
So it's really cool. So that was part of the course, right?
It was awesome because the course was 3 different types of terrain because we did do the vet track, the moto track, and all that sand.
Yeah.
But it wasn't all at the same time. So you did a little bit of vet track, a little bit of moto, went in the back, the rest of the moto.
Yeah.
So you got very diverse terrain the entire time, which kept it really fun.
So that was a good event.
It's what if I could copy paste that and do that every month and ride dirt bikes too.
VurbMoto just crushing it.
I would.
So much money flowing into Verb.
So
much money.
What can I say?
What can we say?
So bottom line show may or may not drop commercial break.
No. I just gotta here. You know what?
Confirmation?
You're gonna respect this, bro. Look at this setup. All right.
Okay,
Laptop and server.
Yeah.
I don't know if can the camera see that? Crane has pulled over. Thank you, Jason Crane.
Mark's is asleep.
Look, we got the computer and server. Mike's got to appreciate that too.
See what we do for you, Steve?
He said
all of these things we do for you.
Well, first of all,
we're going to have it on Dropbox in 25 minutes.
I did not get clearance on this video. So
Nope.
I don't know what you...
I'm very glad Chase wanted to show it to you, and I said absolutely not.
Oh, boy.
I wanted to show it to you. I want that on record right now.
He did. He to the point that he said I'm going to tell Steve I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's freaking awesome.
I was going to not do it until I got Teen Wolf there. My guy, Teen Wolf.
All right. If you stay 2 days next year, that could be part of the negotiations.
We
can get. I would love to get Teen Wolf back, only if he wears a hockey jersey.
Yeah,
though.
all day long.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Chase Stallo from Verb, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Will Hahn, Justin Brayton winning championships with Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 24. They deliver it right to your door with that code, Renegade Race Fuels. They're excited to be the racecast company to ship directly to your door, as I said, for the cleanest, coolest, and most consistent race fuel on the market. PulpMX 24 code at RenegadeRaceFuels.com. Thank you to those guys. They engineer the best products for racers because they're racers also. So thank you for Renegade Race Fuels for bringing you Chase Stallo as well.
Chase needs race fuel.
He does.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
Get
some
some Renegade.
in there.
Yeah. I race a lot. All that racing.
So, Mike, for you, what did teaming up with the Verb guys for this World Mini, like, pretty natural deal? Getting involved behind the Verb idiots, let's say.
We've been doing a few projects with the Verb guys, in the last couple years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually quite a lot. And they're great to work with. They obviously do an awesome job.
Yeah.
It's good for us. I think it gets both of us exposure that we're looking for, get some good feelings out there.
Yeah.
And
What's
it's great.
your next event?
Partnership.
What's next for you?
What
do we got?
Well, we've got some, which Jennifer's going to talk
to
you about in a little bit. We've got some of our Blue Crew events coming up, some of the invitational races.
Yep.
That we get to film too.
Yeah, we're doing
Yep.
those.
Really?
We're doing those.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
All
We're
right.
partnering on a bunch of stuff. So, there's a lot coming up. Like I said, Jennifer's kind of the expert on all that. She'll.
I
she'll
just
kinda
mean
get
for
into
you,
it.
like, what are you doing? What's your next on your agenda? Because you tried to ride Loretta's area. Mr.
You
Side,
did.
Mr.
I
Side,
did.
Mr. Side pushed you
Oh.
to the limit.
He
Where
did,
was this
yeah,
at?
yeah.
What track?
Bakersfield, so
Okay.
Kern County.
Yeah, okay,
Yep,
KCRP.
Yep. Much like you, with your off the couch to the Gypsy 500, it was, for me, it was off the couch to Loretta's qualifier. Didn't go as well as your 500 race did. I splattered myself on the first lap and banged my shoulder up a little bit.
Yeah.
So
supposed to go mountain biking today with me and the doctor. Couldn't do that.
Yeah, I had to pull out of that. So it's
boy.
Honestly the inability to go mountain biking now kind of bums me out more than the whole moto thing.
Look, you were active moto guy for a long time. Kind of stopped, right? Got COVID, stopped. You had some difficulties through that. It was gnarly. And then, I feel like you haven't got back in the moto thing that much, right, since. And then now this might just finally – will this just end the moto thing for you?
No.
Okay, all right.
I'll get back out. It's not that bad.
Because last time I rode with you at Glen Helen, I think you came to Glen Helen, you were like – because you're a good rider. I mean, look, we gave you a shout-out in the Re-Raceables.
You did, yeah. I appreciate that.
A little while ago.
That was
nice. But you were – and then you were at Glen Helen, you're like – my arms pump up. I'm tired.
Yeah, I can't do 2 laps.
Yeah.
So which makes it even more absurd that I thought I can't do 2 laps, but I'm going to go race Loretta's qualifier. I just figured.
Yeah.
The whole thing was Darkside needed some support. I loaned him a bike, so I'm like, well, I'll go out there with him and I'll jump in and I'll race as well. Yeah.
With intent to go to Loretta's or regional. If
it went well, I was going to try the regional.
Okay, that's
and
impressive.
It didn't go well. So, man, Darkside got me again.
Yeah.
I think I'm like 0 for 3, 0 for 4.
Yeah, because GNCC's he's been getting you too, right?
Yeah,
that's what happens with Mr. Side now.
Yeah, but it's you know how it is. You get busy, and then the weeks turn into months, and you always have the best intentions to go ride, and it just doesn't work out.
Then couch to Loretta Lane area qualifier. I know how that. Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. But we'll make it happen. Yeah. I'll get back out there.
Adam Cianciarulo calling in later tonight to talk about his retirement. Wes, I don't know about you, but this made me feel old.
Yeah, I you know
he's
what?
already done.
Well, we actually just when last week we all said, oh yeah, this is pretty much the first person that we've gone from 50s to retirement, and yeah.
I mean, look, he's not, he's retiring because of injury reasons. It's not like he's old.
Old.
But the fact that Adam Cianciarulo is hanging it up to me, I was like, oh.
I will say the Uber driver asked if we were 20s.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Just throwing that out there to the audience. He did say, 20s. Are you guys in your 20s? And we said, we sure are.
Yeah.
We sure are.
Yep, 29.
Yeah.
Yep. I have a lot of memories between AC, you and me, so I'm excited to bring this thing full circle, and we might have a little surprise for you.
Yeah, a little surprise.
Oh, boy.
Little surprise.
Okay. All right. Well.
He doesn't. He's like, shit.
Yeah,
he doesn't know.
We have some phone calls here. Let's talk to Sam's on one. What's up, Sam? Thanks for calling the show.
Hey, Steve. I wanted to bring up one race. I mean, I think it could probably be a re-raceable at some point. It's probably too soon. But 2021 High Point, after Moto 1, AC wins. I think Tomac got 6th, and Tomac was awful those first 2.5 races. I don't think anybody could predict AC would go the path he went, or Tomac went the path he did.
That was the year Tomac blew up both motos at Loretta's, right?
Was that?
No, that's the year after.
That was the year after? Okay.
Year after, yeah. That was COVID year.
Oh, the COVID year.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't remember that, Sam.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I think it's AC's last moto win, I think. Moto win, Supercross win, anything. Pretty sure.
It would have been because I tried to find footage of it.
I thought he won something at Redbud 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
You know what is interesting with Adam, though, and because, in talking to him, a lot of his issues started coming up around his first year at 450s, right? Mm-hmm. And then you look at Millville in 2020, that was COVID, right?
Yep.
He went 1-1.
Yep.
He
dominant.
Right, he was dominant that day. He won other motos. And I do want to ask him when we get him on the phone, on those days when you said that you still had issues, what happened to you to give it that you could win?
Yeah.
How did you feel? Yeah. So, no, Sam, that's a good point for sure. Thanks, man.
Wrong.
Thanks. ET started slow, and then what happened?
I don't remember this, but what's even crazier is if you look at Adam's first 3 or 4 Supercrosses, and he goes 1-1, 2-1, and it's oh my God, this is the next.
Right.
And then he hurt his shoulder. Was
then
Toronto.
the shoulder thing happened. Yeah.
Toronto at your home race.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Steve's fault.
Well, my
kind of where I'm going. Yeah, your country's home race. And
it's funny because when you go back further than that, he had food poisoning. He couldn't race, and then he was getting his teeth kicked in. And I remember me, who's not an amateur guy, it was like, what's going on here? Like, this kid's getting like 13th, 15th.
Yeah, salmonella,
right?
I think he had.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then he brought that all around.
Yep.
To the Supercross next year. Anthony's on 3. What's up, Anthony?
Yo, Steve, you remember it was like some sort of shows ago. Wygant was on, and you said you were going to get me a vest for Millville?
No, I do not remember that. Like a photo vest?
Yeah.
So what? I said that on the show.
Yeah, you said Davie. I don't know if you were how serious it was. I was taking it with a grain of salt.
Okay, I can do that. Can you remind me?
Legit?
Yeah, I could probably get you a vest, right? I mean, Dave.
If you're good.
I mean,
let's see it.
Depends what week it is with you and Davie.
No. Like, are you do you have like a real camera? Or you don't have like a box cardboard camera, right?
No, I'm like totally like 100% legit.
Let's do it, Steve.
Like,
what? Ask him what kind of camera he's got. Right?
Yeah, let's hear your camera.
Oh, A7 III.
Okay.
Is that legit?
Yeah, I got a Zeiss 1.4, 72-200 G Master. Yeah, I do weddings, I do seniors, but my passion is sports.
Okay. Have you shot moto before? You normally? Well,
yes,
you must. If you're listening to PulpMX show live, I feel like you must be a true fan.
Yeah, I got a really dope photo of Jet. I think that was 2021. Redbud.
All right, I say this then, Steve. He needs to send us this photo. We're going to judge it off this photo, and if we say yes, he wears a VurbMoto. The front of his vest can be VurbMoto. The back of his vest can be Pulp.
Listen,
we'll co-sponsor.
I don't. Can you just get him a vest?
I mean, probably.
We need to see the photo first. We need to see the photo.
Well, how does he get you a photo? What is he?
Just
how do you want me to send it?
Chase at VurbMoto or Wes at VurbMoto.
Yeah.
And copy in Steve. I don't know Stevie, but I imagine it's Steve at PulpMX.
No, it's Steve at PulpMX.
No, nobody knows that.
Between the three of us, Chase is actually. A lot of people ask me for vest. I always just forward it to Chase. So
VurbMoto,
Chase is your best bet.
They will get you a vest if this photo is anything good.
Let's see it, dude.
Okay, I'll send it within like the next hour.
We won't. I'm going to stay off my phone for the next hour, so I can pay attention to the show. But I like.
We'll judge it during the break.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Anthony.
I like that.
Deal.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
All right. Thanks.
Great idea.
Great idea.
Tallon said in Slack here that I promised him a tent at Millville, and I was like, what
tent?
The hell?
I'm also not sure Sam's name is Sam because you guys were being kind of loud, and I asked him twice, and I just went with what it sounded like. So
okay, all right.
Sam could have been Dan or anything that sounds similar.
Sam Dan.
Pam.
They better be asking.
Jan.
Are they asking to talk to Brixton, Racing Mathis now, or Steve?
Yes. Can we get a confirmation on that, Tallon?
They just want to talk to you guys. No one wants to talk to Steve.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Well, have you changed his lower thirds yet to his legal name?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, thank you.
On it.
Coming up with Doug Dubach as well, Jennifer Davie as well from Yamaha, going to be in studio talking Blue Crew and more. Got a lot to talk to Doug about mountain biking today and his inability to go mountain biking in Nevada. We will dive into that as well. Pro Filter, Pulp 20 is the code to say with Pro Filter and Maxima USA. Thank you to Maxima Oils. Ron Lachine, just a legend. Working there at Maxima Oils and MaximaUSA.com. Pulp 20 is the code to save. 4-stroke oil. Monster Energy Kawasaki and the Pro Circuit guy. Use Maxima Oil Pro Filter as well. Take that dirty filter out of your bike. They've got a pre-oiled, ready-to-use oil and air filter for your dirt bike, street bike, UTVs, and more. And the best part is Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter. Thank Firepower Parts guy as well, firepowerparts.com. You look at Max Dancy, Dean Wilson, and more. Firepower Parts, chains, batteries, all of that, supporting privateers as well.
Steve, I'm going to bring everybody in on the creative process here.
Breaking news.
Okay,
Breaking news.
we got the video on YouTube.
Okay.
Now our editor is asking what I already know what the thumbnail is. It's Steve on the line with the 50s, but he's asking us what the title should be. So let's.
Well, the bottom line show, Mesquite.
But like, what text do you put on the image?
The cover.
Apparently,
Steve races 50s.
Yeah, apparently
this is a Mark's question.
Super important. I don't know.
Very important.
This is a Roto question.
Roto, if you're listening, chime in.
We'll figure something out here.
Yeah.
Mike, I had to tell, so I was sitting on the line with the 50s, we were shooting this little thing, and I had to tell the dad next to me, I'm like, hey, I'm not really going to race the 50s, because Kiefer was like, hey man, some of those turns might freak out. They might freak out. And I'm like, okay, I was kind of like, hey, I'm not riding, calm down,
You're just doing the start though.
I let them go off the start. I know.
But he still beat like 350s through the line.
Yeah, I didn't really know how to do that.
we kind of did the same thing with Carson at the Verb Classic, wherein we sent Carson off the line with the 50s because he raced
every class imaginable.
All this,
eight or nine different classes.
This was like the last moto of the last day, and I think all the parents were just
and
like,
he almost,
yeah,
I
man,
think
just let
as
him
a grown
go.
man, he might have almost whole shot the 50s.
So you did the Gypsy thing. You did the World Mini. What's next for VurbMoto? What's next?
We go to Unadilla J-Day next.
Yeah.
So we go from here all the way to Unadilla. It's 36 hours. Chase doesn't drive, but he's about to do this one.
I'm in.
He makes me drive
So you're
everywhere.
going to Boise tomorrow?
No,
Yes,
we're in Boise tomorrow. Yeah,
and
we're
then,
flying out.
and then
Yeah, but we don't go to J-Day until the middle of
May.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
we
right.
basically do one event a month.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And those J-Day races are really popular, right?
Yeah,
people are loving
so
them.
badass.
Yeah. Have you been to one, Mike?
No.
There's like
No,
the
I
New
definitely
England
wanna hit one
area.
up.
Yeah.
GNCC
It's all the
space there,
Rippas,
right?
all the Rippas up there.
Yeah. So you're doing that? That's next?
Yep, and then we got a ride. Then we go the next weekend. We're doing one in Boise OMC. So that May's going to be
Is
tough
that
for
at
us.
the local track there?
Yeah, it's 30
OMC?
minutes for me. It's
OMC?
really badass.
It's called? Yeah. We rode there for a fly thing.
Yeah,
It's like
you would've-
it's like a club thing.
the
though,
oldest
right?
motorcycle club in America.
Yeah.
So you're doing that?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you got my LCQ race?
Yep.
We got your
Oh wait,
LCQ
no, that's before
that's
all that.
before all that.
Oh, okay.
That's before all that.
And
But
then
thank God all this worked out. I had to miss Mother's Day last year, and that was a big demerit for
Yeah,
me.
we got
this year, PulpMX race. I get the weekend off for Mother's Day,
Okay.
and then all that stuff.
All right.
Washougal, the
we'd-
Blue Crew stuff.
We never stop.
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
So the Verb thing, since relaunching, the Verb thing is you guys are more race promoters and event guys than websites. I feel
we're
like
the fun havers. We partner with promoters. So like
Okay.
Gary, I don't tell him what to do, and he doesn't tell us what to do. It's more of like, hey, we figure out how to bring the vibes, the marketing, the good times, the after event activities. Lots of beer drinking. We're kind of known for that. So it's more of a partnership, I would say. I do not want to be a race promoter. I never care to do that. I don't know the first thing about scoring in transponders and all that.
All right, I misspoke, but I mean like in event guys. You're more like you're not posting breaking news on your website. You're not posting
wow,
like
he has not gone on the website in a long
I mean, are
time.
you? But like I'm saying, like that's not what you're trying to do.
We do both. We do both.
Our business model is not what you guys and Vital
Right.
do. It's more of like we looked at everything holistically. Like what isn't everybody else doing? Like we didn't want to come back and do the same thing you're doing. I don't want to step on everybody's toes.
Well,
I want to
but-
be friends with everybody.
Yeah, and even with Pulp though, I don't compete with Racer X guys. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Right.
I'm not doing that. It's
But
too
it's
much work.
a lot of different things. I mean, we still update the website every day. I mean, we do production stuff still. We do, events. We do. I mean, there's a lot of. We're doing a Dream Stakes. Like,
so
to me, there's just a lot of different.
What does
areas.
Troy fit into this? This Troy
Troy
character.
does all the website stuff that you apparently don't read.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we do break Adam Cianciarulo updates, and it's just written. I would say a little differently, right? It's putting more tongue
No,
in
I see
cheek.
the stuff on
and-
social, but
yeah,
I don't feel like you guys are just like balls to the walls race coverage. Like
No,
like,
it's honestly our last priority.
Yeah.
Because again, you guys do it so damn good.
Not you guys. I'm Pulp.
No,
You mean
I don't
Racer
care.
X? I don't do Racer X.
Yeah, but you still do. You go
still
and
do
do
magazine stories and
I mean,
and plenty of race
observations.
coverage.
Yeah, but I'm not responsible for that. That's Mitch Kendra. That's Wygant. Like that's
correct.
the area.
Yeah. So no, I mean Troy's number one responsibility is the website, right? Like that's what Troy does. So we brought Troy in full time in January.
Yeah.
I think February maybe. So now before it was a very much we get to it when we can, but now that's Troy's job.
Yeah.
So like Troy's done a fantastic job of like coming up with again more like tongue in cheek funnier ideas. Like we do the breaking news because look, it generates page views. You have to do it.
Yeah.
But it's more we do kind of mix in some funny stuff. We don't go to Supercrosses. We don't go to Pro Motocross, right? So
we put our time and effort into. Again, it's more of a holistic approach. Like, how do you approach Yamaha and say, hey, we're doing the same thing as Vital or Racer X? They're going to be like, those things are already done. And I honestly, there's no way to do it better.
No.
I can't go beat Ouija at his own game. I can't beat Mike Lindsay at his own game.
No, they crush it, man.
I've always, even on the production side, I've always said when everybody else is doing it this way, if everybody else is going right, I go left, and it's worked really well. So our business model when we came back was no one else is, co-promoting events as well as websites as well as production work. And so if we couple all these strengths that we have together, now we have a package that's completely unique and gives Yamaha a reason to be with us.
Right.
And it's not like Vital or Verb. They're two totally different things. So now it's
Vital and Verb or Vital and Racer X and
I get it. I mean, look, when I started Pulp, when I quit being a mechanic, I was like, I felt like the media in the sport, outside of Jody, who didn't go to races and kind of didn't have a lot of respect in the pits.
Right.
Outside of Jody, I felt that the media were fans with cameras. Just saying everybody's great, everybody's awesome. And I was like, I'm going to do the media game
the right way.
Like ESPN would or whoever. And I'm going to be critical when I need to be and praise those, like, that because I just felt like all the media were really just buddies with the riders.
Yeah.
Outside of Jody, but he was almost, Mike, you remember those days, he was almost too far negative, right?
A little bit.
Like, so that's what I thought. I'm going to zig while everybody's doing this, you know? So I started my podcast network and all that kind of stuff. So I get it. I understand for sure. I mean, outside of Troy, you guys have probably made a lot of good decisions. So,
very good decisions, except for Troy.
Yeah, except for Troy.
And Chase.
And Chase.
And Wes, honestly.
All right, Wes, so you have been doing the amateur game for a long time.
Yeah, and apparently, just judging by the Instagram comments, people are really excited to hear about amateurs for 4
J9,
hours.
Okay,
7,
might as well mention many words too here.
It's better than a rocking chair. Okay, it's better than a rocking chair.
Dude, that was huge.
We blew your mind last year, Steve.
Not really.
Literally, no one last
So
year.
I gave you one assignment for this show. I need your top 5 amateurs that you either like right now or are the fastest right now. You pick. However you want your category. And then in honor of Adam Cianciarulo hanging up the boots, I need your top 5 amateurs that you've ever seen.
All right, let's start with that one. All right,
okay. These are the 5 fastest amateur riders that you – when did you start going to Loretta's?
I started in 99.
Okay.
In the first year, that was when James Stewart was on Super Minis. I remember the moment I pulled into Loretta Lynn's and I saw James Stewart going around the sweeper, and it blew my mind that someone was that fast on a dirt bike.
Yeah.
Mentioning Stu, he's got to be top 3 on that amateur list.
Yeah.
So does AC.
Yeah, Adam too.
And then his dad was at the race this weekend.
Yeah.
With his daughter racing the P-Dub class.
Tony was there.
Mike Alessi. That's definitely the top 3. I don't know how you arrange that.
Yep.
But
this is on the super minis, not on big bikes. Like
no, I'm saying amateurs in general.
Yeah,
because
okay.
their whole career is top to bottom.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to say Nico Izzy's on that list.
Yeah.
He was talent and star power.
Yeah.
What he had.
Izzy and Stroop were almost like 2 guys that were like
Fulcom deals.
They can't miss.
They were so cool,
right?
Yeah.
Davie and I always called them the can't miss kids.
Yeah.
And that missed.
Yeah. No. Listen. Yeah.
But yeah, Nico. I mean, because of the star power, and I think that allowed even Adam to be able to get some of these deals. But Nico was probably the first one that had like that wow factor.
Yeah.
Like Stroop was really good, but I don't know that he had like the wow factor, cool factor that Nico did.
Yeah.
So I don't put Stroop on the list, even though he is really damn good. And him and Nico probably have equivalent amateur careers, but because of the star power, Nico takes the cake. And then I don't know, fifth place probably up for grabs. Like RC was probably a bit before my time, but Millsaps was really damn good. But I mean, even though
Tomac, I mean Anderson, there's a
lot. Tomac didn't win everything like AC or Alessi. Like they were dominant.
Yeah, they never lost.
Tomac was always fast, but like whether it was Anderson or Treadle or Barsha, they that crop was always battling each other. It wasn't like Eli was the clear favorite
like the other guys.
And at that point, I think it kind of changed to where like everyone was like maybe not doing the training facilities, but they were like probably a little more professional than the prior generation. You know what I mean? They had started to get into diets and all that stuff. I think, right?
Like, 05 when MTF started up.
Yeah, MTF started.
That really definitely changed the game. Because back then, I think you could rely on talent and everything, but now it's crazy how fast every amateur is because, I mean, Mike could probably speak to this too. Like, the amount of kids that are at the top, they all live at training facilities now. So, like, you can't just make it now on talent alone. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. So, it's very hard to, like, even judge a top 5 right now. Like, you asked me that. I'm like, dude, there are so many fast kids. And there's no clear favorite.
I'm still waiting for the 5th fastest amateur.
I mean, I'm probably just going to say RC because I know he had a great amateur career.
But you didn't see him.
I didn't see it.
Well, then that doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Did you ever see RC as an amateur, Mike?
I did.
Did you?
Like, he passed me on a super mini. I was on a 250.
Oh, God.
And he passed me around the outside of a corner at Mammoth.
Yeah, at elevation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that was...
That's when you knew it wasn't going to work.
Was that the point where you were like, well, my pro career isn't going to work out?
Yeah, right. that should have been a big sign. I
got 7th at the Loretta's of Canada. It was in a different track every year, but we had amateur national championships, right? And it was different, moved all across Canada. And I got 7th, so pretty good. 80 expert. Yeah. You know, like 7th is not bad. And I went to Amateur Day at Atlanta Supercross in '89. They had Amateur Day Saturday mornings before the Supercross race.
Yeah, I remember those.
The riders' meetings at like 5 a.m. I remember headlights were on for the riders' meeting. Anyways, Renard was in my class. Yeah, I'm like, gone. Oh, well, I mean, if that's how fast you got to be on an 80.
Pack it up, boys. Go back to Canada.
He was jumping out of the first turn. There was a huge double that like in the super. If you watch '89 Atlanta, Cooper and Stanton, everybody's doing, and he was jumping on an 80. And I was like, there is not enough money in the world that you could give me to jump that double. You know what I mean? It was a huge thing. Anyways, much like you, I was like, okay, what's next? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so, Stu let me at a Loretta Linear qualifier in 5 laps.
Yeah,
on a 125, right. And in that moment, I realized I wasn't going to go be a pro dirt biker.
Kiefer, when I came in from the plus 30, Kiefer's like, I'm surprised we didn't lap you.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, 5 laps, man? Like, I mean, he's way better than I am, but like, I'm like, 5 laps? You're going to lap me? Like, I don't know, man. I took a little offense to that.
Wow, yeah. Well, good. And you can now be like,
yeah. So,
all right, 5th. I'm gonna go. I don't know based on results.
You can't go RC. You got to go who you say.
No, all right. I'm gonna say Barsha because of his firepower, the style, everything he brought to the game from Honda 85s all the way to the Geico Honda days. Like his panic revs, his style, his scrubs. Yeah,
right.
For me, Andy, like for us on video, Barsha and AC were the two dudes that like they were the Hayden Deegan of my era.
All right, now who do you like now? And are you going fastest or the ones you just have the best?
I'm going to go based on personality and fast because, like I said, there's so many fast kids. It'd be hard. There's a kid, Tiger Wood from Australia.
Okay.
His real name is Thomas, but he goes by Tiger, which I like. He's got a great personality. He's 125s last year. He might be on 250s this year. Really fast.
Isn't he at the compound right now? The Lawrence compound?
Tiger?
Yeah.
If he is, he changed. He was an MTF kid last year.
He's at the Lawrence compound.
Is it the dog pound?
No, Tace Morgan, I heard, is the only amateur at the dog pound. I could be wrong about that. But I have to be because Drew Adams is also on my list, and he was at the dog pound. So he might. Is he still? Yeah, he's still amateur.
Yeah, he's still amateur.
Drew Adams, a fiery redhead, and as we've learned in the sport, if you got redhead and you know how to twist the throttle, apparently you're destined for greatness. So Drew Adams,
Truman, I know him through Truman, right? Truman, that's Truman's guy. He seems like he's taking his game up the last little bit.
Oh yeah, won both futures, right? Yeah.
Or breaking news: Tiger Wood is at the compound. So, I know more about amateurs than Verb guys.
Shit.
See, look at you.
Breaking news.
Look at you.
Right.
PulpMX amateur is coming.
One day at World Mini, and now you're ingrained.
You're already breaking news.
Okay, so Drew Adams is guy. Tiger Woods the other guy.
Yep. And then I'm going to go Jaden Smart, a kid. He just won 4 titles at World Mini. He's coming up on he's on Cobra for the 65s, Yamahas for the 85s. He's been very dominant. His personality and family is top notch.
Okay.
So,
where's he from?
California somewhere.
Okay.
Is he?
Mike?
Jennifer?
Yeah, okay. All right.
Northern California. Doug over there,
Thanks,
Northern
Doug.
California.
Yep.
Let's see who else. Seth Dennis is really fun. KTM Super Mini kid.
Oh, yeah. He's got a good personality, yeah.
Super Mini class, though, right now, like literally there's 10 kids that can win.
Yamaha dude that was there, Tace Morgan.
Tace Morgan's
fun.
fun.
I mean, just I don't know how old Tace is, but he's funny,
he was in the 9 to 12 class, so he's got to be 12 or 13.
Yeah, I mean, he's a funny kid. Was out rode the pit bike race and was just hanging out all weekend.
Yeah.
Funny kid.
Yeah, Wyatt Duff and Jace Baker came all the way from Florida, so they get a shout out. They're definitely, I mean, great personalities.
So you just had to go to the
molds.
World Mini to get shot on.
Pretty much. Honestly, if you came to the World Mini, you get shouted out.
No, 3 of 5 of these did not come.
Yeah.
So
and we had Aiden Kiefer getting into it with that SLR Honda kid.
Yeah.
And they had a little collision.
Alvin Hill and I.
Alvin Hill.
I think I saw it happen, but I didn't realize what happened, and then I went over to interview Kiefer, and they were gone. So I was like, "Oh, something must happen." Then I
hurt his hand.
I saw the Twitter beef for like 2 seconds. I haven't even dug into it. So let's
beef.
I don't know. Was there Twitter beef? I didn't know any of this.
Well, the way Kiefer presented it on Twitter perhaps made me think that there was a little more something to it. But either way, they were fast. Did you watch? Did you watch?
I watched their motos on when I was
Grayson Townsend, Aiden Kiefer, and the Alvin Hillen.
They were good.
Super fast.
Yeah. Super fast.
No, it seemed all right. Seemed like Aiden had him covered. So then when I heard that they got together, I was like, I don't know what happened.
Dude,
they were all close.
Aiden started really fast.
Switching motos.
Yeah, Aiden started really fast, and I thought he was going to be dominant, and then Grayson Townsend and Alvin just somehow picked it up. Whether
maybe that was after he hurt his hand, because you're right. There was one moto where he was probably 4, maybe 5 seconds up. And then you're right. The next one is when I think he fell, but then he still came back. I think it's the one of the. I can't remember. That was
either way. Aiden impressed the shit out of me. Yeah. I saw. I mean, I guess
super fast.
Just because of Pulp, I think he's kind of growing up in the spotlight and probably a little bit harder than most. So everybody kind of keeps a watchful eye on him. And just from last year to this year,
he's made some gains.
Massive.
Right? He went out to Mike Brown out in Georgia.
Really?
And worked with Mike Brown and all that. So. Certainly he's doing some big things.
Yeah.
All right, so that's your list right now. Okay.
I'm happy with that. I mean, you could debate it all day long and probably add 30 more kids to the list.
I'm sure the listeners would love that. Have you guys talked to Amateur Moto for 30 more minutes?
Well, so you sent me that Instagram of this kid's jersey, smart jersey.
I never sent you an Instagram.
And I put it on my thing, and then everyone said he's the kid that was jumping the triples at Charlotte.
Yeah.
Well,
there was a few kids, but he was one of them.
One of those kids.
Yeah.
So. Charlotte SMX, do you remember seeing that?
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Right?
Yeah. I would jump it on Big Bike. What are these kids doing?
Yeah, triples and the finish line. Yeah.
702-586-7857. Give us a call here on the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com, Decal Works, and the guys at Fly Racing, of course. Jason Thomas was in MXGP in Italy, so he's going to call in later. Adam Cianciarulo calling in about that big announcement as well. Tom has been waiting. He's on one.
Sorry for the wait, Tom.
What's up, Tom?
Steve.
How are you?
So I got a suggestion. Good. How about yourself?
Good.
I got a suggestion for your LCQ race. How about we don't give them any practice? They get to look at the track, but they line up and go. Make the thing interesting.
No, you cannot send racers out on a race without practice, sir.
I'm in.
I mean, VurbMoto guys had no problem.
I like
with
it. I like it. I'm in.
Yeah.
Let's bring it.
Let's do it.
All right, I'll keep it in mind, man. Yeah, I don't like it though. I don't really think.
Writing this down.
Cool. Thanks, Tom.
Here,
Thank you.
write it down.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
No,
full on Supercross track, no practice.
That actually leads me right into my race tech rant. So
here we go.
Yeah, I mean, we can just go right into Tom's call.
All right, you bet now.
Racetech.com, love these guys, Checkers, and everybody at Racetech. They're supporters of the Verb guys.
Yes, they are.
Which they have been, and love the guys at Racetech. Gold valves, drop them in, revalves in a box, and motor work, suspension work. Get your suspension some care and love that it needs from the folks at Racetech. Tell them you listen to Pulp. They'll give you a deal. Racetech ran of the night. Like, fucking practice, man. You guys don't. And so I was yelling and screaming about no practice at your race.
Yep, you did.
And then
you called your lawyer even.
They told me this was a common thing at amateur races. And like Loretta's has practice on Monday, and then they get a sight lap before the race.
Yep.
And you guys didn't even do the sight lap. You did one sight lap like an hour before, like whatever. Everybody could go out for one lap at some point.
A couple times the other day.
These aren't pros. The pros get practice. The pros are the best racers in the world, and they get practice.
Yeah.
You guys are holding races with shitty riders who need practice, and you don't give them practice?
No, you get practice. You got practice on Thursday.
Yeah. You get a full day of practice.
You don't think the track's changed just a little bit from Thursday to Sunday?
It's the same layout and generically.
You don't think everything's look, no. I don't understand. Like,
it's motocross.
Amateurs need practice. And I'm not just saying the Verb guys. This is a thing.
It is a thing.
Because I was asking.
Yes, it's a thing.
And this is a thing.
It's just very tough. You only got so much time in a day.
How about you don't grab as much money as you can and have some practice?
So what do? You have practice every day?
So, okay. Yes, you have practice every day.
Practice every day.
Every day.
Like every morning from what time
okay,
to what time?
So if I go out.
I want to see how this works.
So
I'm interested
If
now.
I go out on Thursday and I get 18th because I missed the mark on the bike setup or I missed the mark on whatever, and let's say I put in a brand new fork spring rate and I change the gearing just for my next race, I want to improve as a racer. How do I know I did anything if the first thing is I got to go out and fucking hit the first rut? Like, do I get to test my new bike settings? I don't.
You have like 40 classes usually, right? About 40 classes.
So now I got to pay money to practice?
Where are you going to, like, how are you
No,
going to
it's part of your race fees. You race
how
plus
are you going to get 40 classes each day
Chase,
to practice
how about
and then race?
You turn some money down and you just have 30 classes? How about that?
How are you getting 30 classes to practice?
I don't
each
know.
day?
I'm saying
20,
there
10,
must
5?
There
We're
must
hold
be
5
a point.
classes. 5 classes per race.
There must be a point where you allow the competitors to A, warm up, B, test some new bike settings, C, look at the changes of the track. I don't. So again, I'm not coming down on VurbMoto because this is the thing.
No, it's a thing, but I don't
and
know
I
the
am
solution.
shocked that this is a thing.
What's the solution?
Mike, I'm shocked this is a thing.
I can see both sides. I mean, as a rider, I would love to have practice.
How do I know that my bike changes are even going to work?
Yeah, I was going to say, I probably wouldn't show up at a race and then start making spring changes and major changes like that.
Yeah,
right.
Like I said, as a rider, I would love some practice, but being there and seeing how many races they have to go through and keep everything on time, like I really actually liked that they had a sight lap or a couple of sight laps throughout the day where you could at least get it back out there and look at how the track developed.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, for sure.
But, yeah, I really don't think there's any room in the schedule to have a practice every day.
I'm blown away. Like, again, the very best riders in the world get multiple practice sessions. They probably don't need it.
They don't.
They're the ones that don't need it.
Yeah, but there are only 2 classes racing for the whole day.
It's 2 classes, Steve.
But we get
2 classes.
So
just let me talk about time, all right? We have 1 extra hour at the end of the day, right? If you were to give every class a sight lap, sight lap's 5 minutes on average.
Kid gets injured. I mean,
let's not even equate that. 5 minutes a sight lap. So now you're doing 25 classes a day. Think about how much more time you need just to add in sight laps for every class.
So, I'm paying a shitload of money to go to an amateur race. I get a sight lap at 8 a.m., and then at 2 o'clock, I got to hit the track.
No, you
and
get
pray
another
to
sight lap
Jesus
at noon.
that there's no kickers on the line that I liked at 8 o'clock. Like, that's how it goes?
I don't disagree. I'm just saying I don't know the answer. I have no idea.
Chase,
no idea.
Chase, the obvious answer is have less classes, take less money in. That's the obvious answer.
It's not possible.
How is the Brett Downey Foundation not all over you people?
Me people? I don't know what he's talking about.
All of you
no idea what he's talking
people.
about.
We just asked them to add another vet class because
you want 4 vet classes.
I didn't want that.
You did.
No, I just said there was no. I didn't.
Mark,
I didn't
play
say,
it back.
I didn't say
play
Adam.
it back.
I just said there were no vet classes. Listen again.
We bring the fun, Steve.
I'm new to amateur racing.
We're just trying to have fun, man.
And when I brought up, hey, when's practice, and was told there's no practice.
Yeah.
And then there's 1 day at Loretta's, and that's it.
Well, most people show up on Thursday to practice.
I think it's just something that you're used to in the amateur ranks. It's such a copy-paste, and it'd be funny. Or it'd
Marks,
be good.
I'm shocked. Marks, this is amateur racing.
Yeah.
Catch the fever.
Yeah.
So my heart rate's got to go.
Catch the fever.
I'm sitting in a lawn chair until 3 p.m., and my heart rate goes from 0
Go
to
do some starts with Doug.
Yeah, you should have done starts with Doug.
You get the heart rate
should
up
have
at
practiced your starts. It could have gone a lot. It could have gone a lot better if you practiced.
I just wanted,
Doug.
and also for the record, like the national anthem thing that nobody really got. I'm not coming down on just the Verb guys here.
Of course.
This is an amateur moto thing.
Yes, it's an amateur.
Because I was asking. Yes.
I will say this though. I think as a parent, one thing about World Mini is you get freaking 15-minute motos, which isn't commonplace either. If you go to some of the other outside of Loretta's, most of the time it's green, white checkers. Sometimes depending on where you're at in the day. We pretty much guarantee 15-minute motos and 20-minute practice. You get 60 minutes of track time per class, which we guarantee. I think most parents would prefer that because they like 6, 7, 8 lap motos, so their kids can train for the pros.
And
they would rather scratch practice. If you give 4 hours of practice in the morning,
I'm not saying 4 hours.
Then you get 3 laps of freaking
what it turns
moto.
into, though.
Like, do you know how much that track changed from
Absolutely,
from the morning
dude.
to the
I'm
3
with you.
o'clock moto?
I already said it earlier. You could not have paid me to ride at the end of the day on Saturday. Couldn't have.
I'm Allen Iverson here. Practice? I'm talking about practice. I just was like, cause again, I showed up like, okay, I don't really count because
no, you do not count.
I showed up, and my first time on the track was the first lap of plus 30.
Yes.
Where I'm like, holy shit. Like, you know, like.
Yeah. I get it.
I don't.
It's a good point. I don't know. I don't know how to solve it, and honestly, like
unless you really wanted to have a week-long freaking event,
a week-long event, maybe.
But
I
same
don't
thing
know.
with minios or anything.
But like I said too, like bike changes are a part of a week-long thing, and
I get it.
I'm with Mike.
I added 2 teeth and I changed the forks. I took oil out of the fork. Let me try this.
I don't think most amateurs are doing that. Number one, there might be top-level dudes that are doing that.
Some top-level guys.
But I think for the most part, if you get to the race with your settings,
Tallon. See if Kiefer picks up. Call Kiefer.
Yeah, we need Kiefer in here.
Practice.
We need some defense, Wes. We're getting hammered right now.
If the track had like a separate little track or somewhere guys could come and
I
warm
like
up
this.
a little bit.
I like this.
You know,
especially Mesquite, we could do this easily.
Yeah, you could warm up, get your heart rate
right?
up and all that. I agree with that. Of course, you're not riding the same track you'll be racing on.
But
hopefully that's where the sight lap comes in. So that might be something, but then you'll run into just having people race around
9,000 people
right,
all day out there.
How do you and then that gets beat to death, and then you got to get a tractor over there. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know.
I'm like, and again, this is the thing. This isn't the World Verb.
No, I mean this has been for as long as I remember, Mike. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, this has been forever, Steve.
Way.
Yeah.
It's been forever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you should give the competitors a chance to warm up in the morning.
Yeah.
Look at the track.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, how many guys at these amateur races, you know, their first moto's at noon, and the line they took yesterday that
it's
looked
not there.
so good.
No, it's not there.
Or has a massive kicker in it.
Yeah.
So, Chris Kiefer, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
Please help us, Kiefer.
So
what's going? I'm not listening to the show. What's going on?
My race tech rant is the lack of practice at amateur nationals. I don't understand. Like, they told me there's Monday practice at Loretta's, and then that's it. And then the World Mini, they had a sight lap during the day. But, like, Chris, what if you want to make some bike changes and try it out? Like, you're just fucked.
Well, the difference between Loretta's at least gives you a sight lap for each moto, right? So that's okay. I'm down with that. Like this weekend was kind of gnarly because the track changes so much during the day. But I will say this: they do have sight laps during the day where you can go and at least check it out, so you're not blind, totally blind. But it is tough at times for the kids to get out there and just go from 0 to 100. It is tough because there's not a lot of time past the practice day, which was on Thursday for World Mini. So, but the thing is, I could see both sides. I like that they do the practice on one day and they start racing because they have longer motos. That's good. Otherwise it's 4 laps. And if you ride multiple classes, which they allow you to do, Aiden rode 4 classes, so you got a shit ton of track time, so you know where you're going, right? So,
but in Texas, when you went to Texas, same program, no practice in the morning.
For old guys, it's tough. For me, I don't know where the hell I'm going. It sucks. Like, I don't like it because I can't go fast unless I know where I'm at on the track. Because one rut leads to somewhere. You think you're in the same rut. You're not. That's hard to go fast. But these kids, they can adapt quicker, and they ride multiple classes, so it doesn't change as much as it does for people that just ride one class. Like, if it's going to be worth your while when you go to these amateur races, ride 2 to 3 classes so you're busy during the day, you know the track, and you're not sitting around all day.
So you got to throw away one class just to try bike changes and to learn how the track goes, I guess? I don't know.
I mean, why are you changing shit at a race? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
testing on race day, isn't that not a thing?
Sir, let me give you Tim Ferry's phone number. You can ask him why he changed things on a race day.
But I think that's more of like, hey, it didn't work, we're doing this. They're not just like, hey, for the sake of trying shit, we're going to try it, you know?
Okay, so in Texas, when you went to this spring ding-a-ling ching,
what? Yeah, right.
No practice in the morning?
There's a sight lap. So races like 1 through 15, everyone go out there and get a sight lap, and then you're back in. That's it.
So you go out, if you're race 15, you did one slow lap at 8 a.m., and God help you at 2 p.m.?
Yeah, that's what Aiden, sometimes Aiden has a race 14 that goes sight lap, race 1 through 15. He doesn't even go out because it doesn't even matter because it's going to be different.
I don't know, man.
I see what you're saying, and
yeah.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but they're also, I don't know what the alternative is because if you have 50 fucking classes, what are you going to do?
How is a lawyer not got a hold of somebody who got seriously hurt in an amateur race and say, wait a minute, you didn't offer practice?
Don't start that shit.
No. What, you think I'm the first guy to say this?
Simmer down,
No,
Steve.
this is also a safety thing. 100% it could be a safety thing. Like,
I
I'm just. I am.
Like Chris said, what's the solution? You add more days and you give everybody a sight lap, but no one wants to be there 2 extra damn days, including my damn self.
Yeah, I can tell you right now.
Can I suggest something? Here's what happens. It's up to the parents, man. There's a lot of parenting involved in amateur racing. Like, you got to be in control of your kid. Your kid's in control of him or herself when they're out on the track. So they have to understand. You have to let them know, hey, little Johnny, there could be a kicker on these jumps. Mm-hmm. It's up to you and the parent to walk around the track during the day and kind of look around to keep your kid safe. If you're just, whatever, I'm hibernating in the motorhome and just sending them out, then you're a shitty parent in my eyes. Okay, you need to make sure your kid's safe.
I grew up racing for 25 years with practice in the morning, like 5 laps or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then I learned the track and I tested my bike and, That
was Canada. There was 40 racers.
I don't know.
But you know what else works too, Steve? So most of these races, maybe next year World Mini will do this as well, is they're live on YouTube. So you can sit around your motorhome and watch these races and look at lines while they're videoing, or the guy in a drone is following these kids around live, right? So that's what Aiden and I did at Texas, is we watched the live footage, so we kind of knew where shit was going on.
I had to go from like a sloth-like heart rate of 120 to 240, in 30 seconds.
Dude, you're around pros enough. When I'm filming Jet, what do you think they're doing? They're watching the 250 main take off. They're watching the lines while they're on a damn spin bike. Steve.
Yes, Steve.
I mean, racing. Okay. Racing.
Yes,
all right, Steve. Why aren't you on the program? You know the program.
Listen, I don't know. Okay, well, that's my race tech rant. I mean, like, what do I'm exposed to amateur racing, and I got exposed to something, and I'm like, what the hell?
Well, we got 1 year now. In between this, you'll do practice day and race day.
Yeah,
we'll
now
see,
we got 2 days
and
next year.
And you'll do 2 classes next year.
2 classes, 2 days.
Because the track changes so much.
Well, we're going to find out. Maybe you have a different
find
opinion
out.
next year. Because like Kiefer said, if you race 4 classes, then you know the damn track.
You know the track.
Hey, I will say this before I get off here and you kick me out. I'm very proud of you, Steven.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
We all are.
His name's Racing now.
You don't like sentimental crap, but he took off on the gate. He wasn't last in a class that was 20 years younger than he was. And from what I've heard from people witnessing him on the first lap, he was in full send mode. Even though he didn't know where he was going.
No.
And I heard he got a little handy dip over the finish line tabletop the first lap. So that's impressive.
A handy dip? What the hell does that mean?
Like you got a little front end low.
Okay.
You hit that back brake, bro, to get.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I was probably scared for my life. I didn't know where the track was going.
Well, hey, the worst possible scenario was Steve got a decent start and there was dudes behind him.
I know. I was like, why are you going this fast off the start, Steve? Hang back.
That happened in your class too, Chris.
Yep.
Also, Chris, you were right. Going up the 250C class was not the ideal plan.
So what would be your other class then?
I guess plus 25.
Do we need to bring Steve's
but you
mom
didn't
in?
Want to wait. You didn't want to wait till 3 o'clock.
Yeah, Chris said don't do that. That's sketchy, and I gotta say he was right. So
250B next year.
Hey, if you want to watch a good race, you go watch 250C.
Oh yeah,
and that is a good time.
That's what Steve said.
Yeah, that was something else. All right, Chris. Well, I just that was my race tech rant of the night. Like I think these amateur races should have more practice. I really do.
It's tough, man, especially for old guys. We don't know how to go fast that quick. So.
No, that was scary. So
yeah.
All right, buddy. Thanks for picking up.
Have a good show. Hey, and thanks for the race, guys. It was a good time.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Chris. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
See you guys.
Thanks. That's Chris Keefe for everybody.
I got an idea, especially if I race in the Doug West class next year. We just do the sight lap before our race.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm down with that.
That way we don't get a race tech rant.
I'm
and
down with that.
Good.
That way, because the vet guy, he is right. Like 250B, they got freaking 80 classes they can ride. Same with the 80s and super minis and 60s.
Jason has a comment on amateur racing.
6-lapper.
Jason, what's up?
6-lap sight lap.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you, Steve, for finally going to an amateur race.
Yeah.
Speaking up for the AMA motocross, because all this is an issue. This is one of the reasons I stopped racing, was just because you pay too much money to sit around all fucking day.
Well, that's why like the J-Day stuff and the GNCC stuff, I mean, from all accounts, it's crushing it. And I think because people can show up, ride their 2 hours and go home. I think that's a big thing. Now you guys giving people 15 minutes is good. Like that's a good thing.
But if you're doing 4 classes,
now
Now,
I
Steve,
remember the Lawrences brought this up, and they said that like our amateur program's a joke, and it is. It's really a joke compared to what they're doing in Europe for the mini riders and stuff like that.
Well, I think, but
and
I
it
think
really
Jason,
needs to seriously be looked at.
No, Jason, you're right. I think in the last, and again, I'm not an amateur motocross expert. The last 5 years, we've got the combines, we've got longer motos in Texas, longer motos at this race, longer motos at Loretta's. Mike, you've probably been in those discussions. Like, there was a thing 5 years ago. Like, what are we doing? We've improved it.
I think amateur
you got the
racing's way
point, though.
better than it used to be.
There's too many classes in a day, and somehow, some way, they need to like split it up between like Saturday and Sunday to get that a little more time on the track.
Yeah,
because it's really not enough time.
I think what happened was
all that stuff when you actually race and you sit there and you get cold and you're not warmed up and the gate drops. It's a shitty feeling.
I think what happened is on the pro riders level, they saw enough riders fail. These kids fail, and there's a bunch of them, right?
Yeah.
That they were like, hey, man, these 4-lap sprints in Texas, and they're not working. They're not working for these dudes. There's one race a year, Loretta's, that gave them 20 minutes. And I think all these promoters are sort of learning. We need longer races. We need more time on the track. But that's in deference of my practice rant. But I think we got combines. I think we're trying to prepare kids better than we used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
for the future of the sport.
Yeah,
I feel because it's just I'm telling you, I'm trying to get my grandkid into it now and stuff, but it just I think of those days, and I just wish it was different than $100 for 5 laps and $200 to race 10, and you sit there for most of the day doing nothing. And
yeah, I mean that's a problem in moto for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
The financial aspect, though, is something that needs to be discussed. Like, everybody thinks, like, oh, do the math. You're making all this money. I can tell you. I know the numbers.
You're not.
It takes a lot of damn money to run a race, and I don't even run the track part. You know how much a dozer costs, excavator, someone to rebuild, multiple water trucks, access to water, access to power,
I wonder
owning all that land. The inflation of everything has caused this shit to be insane expensive. So you say do less classes. You can't, dude, because – am I supposed to get kicked in the nuts every time?
Yes. No. No, I wonder, though. And this might be a hard sell because, economy and parents and all this, but I wonder if you did an amateur race where you were like, hey, we're doing an amateur race, 8 classes, 10 classes.
So that's what he's saying in Europe. That's what they do.
But you got to pay
$700
or
whatever. I mean,
whatever number makes sense.
$150 to enter.
Yeah.
Whatever makes sense. But you're going to get 20-minute motos, 10 classes, practice every day, and like you sell yourself as track time amateur national.
I got a great idea. Part of the VurbMoto Shred Tour next year, we do one with Steve. We do this idea, and we'll see how it goes.
There you go. I like it.
I'll back it.
Jump in, Steve.
I will say this, though. Jason,
jump in. Let's do
Jason
it.
Baker from Sandbox pretty much said exactly what you said. He said, I'm willing to pay double at least.
Yeah.
If you told me there was less classes, but I got a sight lap and a bit more practice, he was happy with track time.
Jason makes good money. I wonder how many parents would say, I can't afford that.
A lot.
Yeah.
But at the same time, instead of doing 4 classes now, like you're doing 2 for the same price, but it's way safer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder, again, I don't know amateur racing.
I mean, I could even tell you this, like our World Mini trophies are freaking $15, $20 a pop. Like if you got rid of half the damn classes, we're probably saving $10,000 on trophies alone.
So, hey.
Those are some nice trophies. But yeah, I mean, what classes do you cut?
Yeah.
And then how do you deal with those parents that of the kids that don't get to race?
Well, I don't know, Mike. Just those parents stay home, but I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, there's probably 2 redundant 80 class. There was a lot of 80 classes,
there is
but
some
like
redundancy.
on the top of my head, there's 2 80 classes that you might be able to get rid of, like 85 9 to 15.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one class that could go away, but like you pretty much want to give everybody 2 classes that they can race.
Well, then Steve wants to vet 50, so then you add another class.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, why not especially the 80 classes? Back in the day, it used to be beginner, novice, intermediate, expert. Why are we breaking it down so far into all these age brackets? I understand you don't want 7-year-old Johnny racing with 16-year-old, Braxton, but you don't have the fastest kids racing with the fastest kids. You've got a super fast kid in the 9 to 11 class, and then you have another super fast kid in the 14 class, and they'll never race together.
But you know what? That's what I love about our race format. We kind of did formulate it after NMA because we're not AMA. AMA is very much segmented. We do have some of those more open classes. It's not. It used to be 7 to 16. I remember back in the old World Mini days.
9 to 15.
I think we did 9 to 15, which it was cool. We did get to see Wyatt Duff, Tace Morgan, and all these kids actually come together in that one class. So it is cool to see that. But I am with you. I know in the Northeast that's actually a really big practice. They like in Jimmy D's day. I don't know if they still do it, but he used to be like 3Y because he was in the 85A class, and they gave him number 3Y.
And I think it would help Mike and everyone in it judge these riders a little better. Like you're right, Mike. You don't get to see, rider A who's really fast in that class and rider B race that much because they don't. Honestly, most of the time they don't want to race each other because they want to win.
But then again, you don't get a 12-year-old standout. Like Tace Morgan wouldn't have won the Super Mini class or an 85, 14, 15 class. He won it because it was 85, 9 to 12. So.
And then he doesn't get the support, right? And then he's got to pay. It's
I
all
think
a trickle down.
If you're Donnie Luce or Ryan Holiday, you know that this dude is 9.
I mean, do you?
And,
know? I mean,
yeah, you do.
I guess so.
That's your job, right? You got to know he's 9 and he's getting 3rd.
But what if he's getting 7th?
Well, whatever. He's 9, he's getting 7th.
Just loses weekend after weekend after weekend, right?
Well, it would be fine if
his confidence just is shot.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if he's getting 3rds, he's being challenged and he's going to get faster. Whereas if he's just dominating everybody in the 9 class, then he's just kind of riding around.
We've definitely seen some guys dominate amateurs and not have any racecraft at all because they've always had a fast bike.
Because they get in that class and they don't race the fast kids.
Right, they don't race the fast kids, and then they come turn pro and they're like,
oh
these
my
are
God.
all fast kids.
These are all fast kids.
So, well, listen, I went to an amateur race. That's my observation.
Hey, and honestly, it's really good for one day at an amateur race.
Good observation.
Look at the debate that we've had here now. I wrote a lot of notes down.
I was shocked that there was no practice. I just was like,
wait. I am with you. If I were to race, I would never do a World Mini myself.
No. But I mean, on the flip side, like Loretta's, Gary as well. You know that the motos will be at 115.
And they're at 115.
And they're at 115, and that's a really good thing to know.
Yeah.
So if you threw in other things, now you get behind in the program. And
then it's a longer day.
The number one thing, as a parent, you want to know that I know where to go, So,
yeah. But even if you go to a local race on the weekend, it's kind of the same thing. You don't get you get practice in the morning, and you race 29. Same damn difference.
Yeah, okay, sure, yeah. Well,
I mean, that's amateur racing on every level.
Not even the nationals.
I'm going to start VurbMoto.com.
And race amateur moto?
And amateur moto, and then I'm going to do it differently.
No, I just asked you. You can be a part of that. We could do your idea and see if it works.
Do I got to put the money in?
Yeah. Hey, it's all in, man.
Risk versus reward.
Mike, I need some money from Yamaha.
Mike, done. Money? Yamaha, VurbMoto.
All right. Oh, listen, before we go to commercial break here, I did want to bring up something very important as well that Mike Ulrich did to our friend, Mr. Side. This is something that needs to be addressed. Kiefer and I addressed this.
I'm not sorry.
And so, Mike, I mean, what you did to him was wrong. For people who want some backstory, Mr. Side's basically living at Kiefer's house nowadays because his chick's there and he's moving to high des and all that.
Wow!
Whoa! I did not know any of this.
So Mike is a Darkside does a lot of stuff with Yamaha, right? Just like I do.
Yeah, of course.
Ambassador or influencer or whatever you want to say.
Yeah. Okay.
So Mike gives him a nice blue Yamaha Blue Crew shirt, little zipper, collar on it,
Oh, I've seen them. They're nice. I saw them all weekend. They're very nice.
This is something that Mike would wear to an event. As a matter of fact, our friend Mr. Dubach was wearing the same shirt this weekend.
Yep.
While representing Yamaha, and this is a shirt you would wear to meetings. The shirt you would wear.
It's a formal attire.
And Kiefer, Mr. Side was almost out the door going for lunch in his Yamaha pull-up. And Kiefer's like,
no,
what are you doing? And he's like, I'm going for lunch. Not in that. You're not like, and Darkside's like, look, you Kiefer's like, you don't work for Yamaha, man. Like, you look like you're just like a corporate shill for Yamaha with that shirt. and Darkside's like, I don't think that. And Kiefer and I point is, if you wear that shirt, people think you think that.
Correct.
Well, maybe he was going to a lunch meeting.
He wasn't. He was just going.
That's a good point,
He was
Mike.
just going for lunch, Mike. So you sent him this shirt. You did this to him where he's wearing this shirt out around like he's Mr. Yamaha. Like he's Damon Bradshaw.
So I'm going to turn this around on you guys, and I'm going to say that you and Kiefer are elitists. Mr. Side, he's the champion of the common people.
Yeah.
Now, we sell those shirts on shopyamaha.com. Regular people pay good money for them. They love to wear them.
The shirt you're wearing right now is a nice shirt. Could you not have sent them that? That's a nice shirt.
I'd wear that right now.
I'd wear that right now.
Do I get one?
I can send them. Also available on shopyamaha.com.
Okay.
But no, I think you guys think that you're too good to wear it, and he's one of these people who appreciates when he gets something, and I'm happy to see him wear it.
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I remember wearing my jersey to the graduation day in high school, and all my friends made fun of me. So I kind of feel like it's the same thing.
Hey, I'm going dark side. I'm going for lunch. Hey, going for lunch.
What would you like on your burrito, sir?
Yeah, does this? Is this something I should wear for lunch?
Listen, if you're going to go play pickleball after lunch, or maybe a soccer tournament,
you can't have the guy. I mean, I know you didn't tell him to wear it. You didn't tell him, hey, wear it to lunch.
Yes.
I know that. But you sent it to him.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know. And he went. Kiefer's like, dude, just here, wear this hoodie.
I'm just seeing a lot of mistakes on all sides, to be honest.
Mr. Side.
You're an idiot.
This.
That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Listen, Mr. Side.
Listen, Mr. Mathis, I'm about tired of your takes. Your hot takes are just ridiculous. It was a fucking shirt. It was cold. It was a long sleeve shirt I had, and I like the shirt. I don't really care if you like it or not.
If you wear that out, you're like, hey, I'm a factory rider. That's what you're saying to people. Like, hey, I work at a Yamaha dealer, or like I'm Damon Bradshaw. Like that's what you're saying to people by putting that shirt on.
No, he's saying
I
appreciate nice taste. Okay. I have this nice Yamaha sweatshirt that's keeping me warm for lunch. And listen, Jamie, don't listen to these guys. You do you.
Is it a sweatshirt?
What is it? I need to see a picture of it.
It's a long sleeve.
Okay.
Like this?
It's got a collar.
Oh,
a zip
collar.
up, a zip up here.
Okay. Not a collar.
Yamaha, it's got a collar.
It's like a golf jacket.
Oh.
Doug was wearing it on Saturday or Friday when I was there. Same shirt. Doug was wearing it on Friday, and you know what Doug was doing? Working for Yamaha.
I did.
That's what Doug was doing.
I will say Yamaha had a very corporate, Yamaha dress down look this weekend. Looked very good.
Yeah.
Very
so
good.
Mr. Side shouldn't be grabbing lunch from the high des eatery. In that,
a lot of motocross people in the high desk.
What if he's spreading the word of the sport and
Mike,
growing it?
you did this to him. Why didn't you send him a shirt like you're wearing right now?
As
a matter of fact, can I have that shirt too? I like that shirt.
Today? I'll leave it here when we leave.
But I'm saying I like that shirt.
That's a great shirt. I'm wearing that shirt.
It takes me back to Yamahas when they were red and white too.
Yeah,
right.
That's why I wore it.
Right. So,
shopyamaha.com.
But Mr. Side, you changed your shirt.
Oh, I did. I let fucking Kiefer peer pressure me because you guys are just such a beating sometimes. It's like, fuck.
Sometimes
dark. Feel like it's all the time.
Don't worry about it, Dark Side. These guys just let Steve browbeat them into having extra practices at their races.
Yeah, we just got beat down too, Dark.
Listen, no.
Yeah, it's okay. He's like you say, an elitist, and he just he thinks his opinions are the only opinions that are right.
No, Kiefer. Listen, Kiefer's agreeing with me with this shirt. Kiefer agreed.
I'm curious what the YouTube people say.
Yeah, we need a poll or something,
I'm kind of on the fence.
Hey, you guys want to grab lunch?
Can we get a poll, Mark?
Would you guys grab lunch with me looking like this?
I would.
No, I wouldn't.
Thank you.
I'm honest. No.
Right.
If you're wearing that, I'm like,
yeah. Mike, would you grab lunch with me looking like this?
Yeah, why not? Maybe if it was a different brand, I wouldn't. But
yeah, that's a great answer, Mike. But yeah, I'm out, man. I'm out.
Mr. Side, you're just, you are you ride a Yamaha. Yamaha sponsors your pony pod. I get all that. There's nice, classy T-shirts to wear.
All the shit you've been talking about, your Alpine Star jacket and trying to be nice, and I was like, where's T-shirts?
Yeah, because
That's a good point, Steve.
But it's a small little Alpine Star on the jacket. I'm not going around saying, "Hey, I'm Gabrielle from Alpine Stars." I don't. You're running around being like, basically,
I need to see this jacket.
No.
Can we bring it up? Can we bring it up here before I make my decision? I need to see this thing.
Kiefer said it was a button up with a collar.
Oh, it's a button up with a collar?
So it's basically
it has a zipper. It's like a quarter zipper.
Hold on, let me see this. You guys see this.
It's a golf jacket, I'm assuming, like a lightweight golf jacket. I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
If I'm going to weigh in on this properly, I need to see it.
The point was
it doesn't zip or button all the way down. It's like
it's like a half zip.
Zip up the neck.
Yeah.
I know, but I want to see how big the logo is. Does it look very like I work for Yamaha? Or does it look like...
Yes, it looks like I work for Yamaha. It's what Doug was wearing when he was working for Yamaha.
Right. It's the staff wears them.
Mr. Side is going to rock this and act like he's working for Yamaha.
So you're saying he would have gone to Chipotle and people would have thought...
And people would have been like, are you Mr. Yamaha?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you work at the dealership?
I would like to buy a Wave Runner.
Right.
What is your price on a Wave Runner?
What's the pricing? Can I get a deal on it?
That's what people
Honestly,
would think.
might have saved him from getting hit up a lot for deals.
So, Mike, I don't
But
even
isn't
know.
that part of being an ambassador for a brand?
These are all
Should
good
he
points.
not field questions about a Yamaha Wave Runner?
I feel like, Mike, it's not even Dark's fault. Like, you set him up.
I feel like a lot of it's on Mike. I feel like a lot of it's on Mike.
Yeah.
Like I said, I own it. I'm not sorry.
He sent him a corporate shirt. What, do you expect Dark Knight to wear the shirt?
I mean,
that would look bad.
I happened to see that Dark wore this shirt on his pod.
Oh.
So while he was doing the pod, like
that one there?
No, his.
Oh, okay.
His,
the pony pod.
I don't know where I got this one from.
Yeah, that wasn't from me. That looks Canadian or something.
This was a homemade one. I
okay,
think.
I get wearing it on the pod. That's a great, honestly, a great look for the
I'm okay
the
with that.
Sponsorship, everything. That's
I'm
fine.
okay with that.
I'm good with that.
I wore a
100%.
Yamaha T-shirt a couple weeks ago on this show.
Yeah, 100%.
You know? That might be a knockoff from AliExpress or something.
But listen, Mr. Side, like. You know, do you want this headband?
You know, just an effort to be totally against Steve, I'm going to go with Dark Side just because I don't want to be on Steve's side.
That's fine.
I mean, honestly, I feel bad for Steve that I'm in his head so much.
That he's picking. You're right.
It's all he obsesses over daily is what can I talk shit on Dark Side about, and he just finds something every day.
Chris and I, are trying to help you navigate this industry life,
this tough road ahead.
Yeah, and you're not getting it.
Here's what I'm going to tell you, Dark Side. You wear that Yamaha shirt to World Mini next year, 2025.
You got VIP.
Listen, you beat Daniel Blair this past year at the Verb Classic, and you're going to come next year to World Mini, and you're going to beat Steve's ass while wearing that Yamaha T-shirt.
Hey,
and then you can wear it and work at our display as well.
You know what? You know what? Dark Side came to the Classic for how long, Dark? I think the whole time?
Yeah, I was there a few days.
Yeah. Steve came for one day to World Mini. I'm on Dark. Dark. Yeah,
and I didn't just come 2 hours away. I came halfway across.
Okay, this is a very nice jacket. I like the jacket.
It
kind of does look like you work for Yamaha.
Yeah, no, it's
a very nice jacket.
Very nice jacket.
He's basically acting like he worked for Yamaha. Like he's.
I feel like I would get
not
questions
Mike Ulrich,
asked
he's
about.
He's not Doug Dubach. He's not Bradshaw. He's not any of these guys. He's just Dark.
I feel like I would get questions.
Would you tee off in that jacket?
100%. I'm wearing that to golf. Because nobody on the golf course
knows. How's that any
knows.
difference?
Because it looks like you're playing golf, your business. If they start fielding me questions about the bike of the year, VurbMoto bike of the year, I can answer them. I can tell them how good it is and sell.
Well, why? Same thing at Chipotle, bro.
It's not different. At golf, you're talking business. You're having Chipotle.
I don't know, man. Just
it's tough.
This is on you, Mike.
Don't let these guys get you down. You're a champion. You qualified for Loretta's. At least for
he
the,
did.
For
nice,
the,
Dark.
For the regional.
For the regional. Listen,
sorry.
you don't have to throw that in. Just say you qualified.
Two
regionals.
Caden's on 4. He's on your side, Dark. What's up, Caden?
What's up, Steve? How are y'all?
Good.
Good. Hey, so I'm on Dark side on this, but I'll go to Freestone and all these different tracks, and just because I'm a fan of the race team, I'll wear the Star Racing Yamaha hat, jacket. But
you'll wear the hat, okay, and the jacket.
I do. Yes, sir.
Do you tell people you're Hayden Deegan, or like what do you do?
No. I just go out just because I'm a fan and I like repping Star.
Okay.
Not really just.
So it's like Ferrari or Formula One, right? Right? Caller,
Sure.
I forgot the name.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, more power to you.
Hey, I think that's fine for a fan because it is very popular. Formula One, all that stuff. They wear Ferrari stuff. They wear Mercedes stuff. I think for a fan, you're totally fine.
Dark's in the media.
No, that's what I mean. For a fan, I'm in. Wear Yamaha, Honda, support the brands you like. Yeah, wear a headband.
You know
wear
who
that.
It's not popular with? Elitists.
It's not either.
Would an elitist wear this? Because I'm going to wear this,
To pickleball?
Yeah. I love this headband. I wear it mountain biking.
I do like that headband.
All right, Caden. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Only thing
thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks.
I agree. As a fan, you can wear that out, but when you're a racer and you're at Freestone racing, if you rock that around and I see you, and I'm like,
I think, he's riding
like,
for
you got
an SA or somebody. Yeah.
But in that scenario, it kind of says, "Hey, I race C class because
Dark,
I did that."
Did you wear it to the race or try to wear it to a race?
No.
Okay, that good choice.
But thing is, he should be able to. He is a representative of Yamaha.
He doesn't ride for Blue Crew, does he? Is he?
I do. I mean, technically, they're presenting sponsor of the show.
So if anything,
Mike, can we weigh in on this? Does Dark ride for Blue Crew? Is he like an athlete?
If anything, he should wear it to the race.
Listed on the site.
I wore a Yamaha hat to Mesquite, but just the hat. I didn't wear a jacket, shirt, and hat.
Right.
I didn't look like Ricky Bobby out there. Just a classy hat. That's a classy T-shirt that what you have on, Mike, and that's.
I really want that. I remember those. I think you guys used to sell those back in the day, right? Those shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
just retweeted a photo of Dark in the shirt on Twitter.
I got to see this. Can I get my phone? I know you get mad when people are on their phones.
The guy just sent me the shirt. So, yeah.
Look, I am not I know I'm not a team member of Yamaha. I never thought, but they do a lot for me. They presenting sponsor of the Moto X Pod show, not the Pony Pod. Thank you guys.
Oh wow!
And I appreciate what they do, and I would wear the shirt to a race.
That looks like you work for Yamaha,
especially with FXR hat on, like your factory.
Yeah.
Hey, side out.
The glasses, the hat. That looks like you work for Yamaha.
Where do we post this at?
Twitter. Or X, whatever.
Jamie, I'll say this. I paid full retail from the dealership for my YZ250F. Absolutely no communication with Yamaha, and I still consider myself part of the Blue Crew, whether
this bike of the year.
Totally self-proclaimed, so I'm on your side here. So we're full Blue Crew factory together.
I'm sorry, Dark.
Full rate.
I really hope this doesn't affect you coming back to the Verb Classic and beating Daniel again.
So are you changing your mind?
I know. I've been with Steve the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now that I've seen photo evidence, and the jacket, I'm with Steve.
All right, well, 2 for 2.
He has glasses on. He looks very corporate.
Yeah.
And very.
He would definitely get a question at Chipotle. I'm with
you. I'm getting a question at Chipotle.
Get me the interest rate on. I want to finance Tenaru. All right. So get me the finance rate. All right. You can.
How much does a Wolverine cost? Dark.
Yeah.
Get your asshole.
All right, Dark. Thanks for trying to defend yourself, but I'm glad you changed out of that polo sweatshirt thing. Thank you.
I'm wearing it to Nashville. See you guys there.
All right, see you, Dark.
You know what I love about Paul Chase is the fact that we can argue for 30 minutes about a damn T-shirt.
I know. That's why I love it.
That's what we do on the show. We're going to commercial break here. Adam Cianciarulo's coming up as well. Chase Stallo, we're going to replace you.
Yes, I'm out.
Thank you for stepping in. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no worries,
Appreciate
man.
that.
Thank you for having me after, 14?
Yep.
Like 15 years.
15 years.
Yeah,
all right.
Appreciate it.
VurbMoto.com, Chase Stallo. We'll be right back after this commercial.
Hey, we got one more announcement to make.
Got one more.
The Bottom Line show is now live.
It's now live.
Okay.
It's on the VurbMoto YouTube.
Watch it during the break.
Leave some comments because let's hear
I want some interaction.
Yeah, we need to know how much of an asshole Steve is.
All right, sounds good. Check that out, VurbMoto YouTube. Bottom Line show. We're bringing it back. We're going to come back. Jennifer Davie, Doug Dubach, Adam Cianciarulo, Jason Thomas, Wes Williams, Mike Ulrich, and more coming up here on the show after the break. Thanks for listening.
You suck, Matthew.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you. From riders, for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount. Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024 and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones, central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jet Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins. Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jenn Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit. designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CV4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by motorsport.com. Decal Works Fly Racing. Thanks for watching. Adam Cianciarulo coming up here right away. And welcoming to the studio, the man's a legend in the sport. Throw the mic down. There you go. The man's a legend in the sport. Canadian champion.
That's the only reason you like me.
8,000 vet titles. Podium supercrossing, winning supercrosses. Doug Dubach, everybody. Welcome, man.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be. I've been on the show many times, never in this palatial studio here. So this is quite. I'd say this is a step up.
A little bit. Thanks for coming in, though. Yeah, and you were at Mesquite. We'll talk to you about that as well. We can talk to you about some racing as well. Lots to get to when it comes to you. Mountain bike ride.
You did one today?
There's a lot to be said about my mountain bike experience in the state of Nevada over these last few days, but I think we reached kind of the pinnacle today, walking through the desert. He just left me. Yeah, I've got a picture of him riding away from me that I sent my wife, and I said, honey, I'm like alone in the desert with a flat tire. And
because your tire went
guide,
flat.
Yeah. He gives me a bike. I mean, the bike was great. It was a Yamaha e-bike, but apparently the tire prep was not.
You got to learn how to ride those rocks out here. Ulrich has been out here. He knows.
And we also know about his mechanical ability, so I could.
I'm not going to say a word of that.
Did you check the PSI before you went out? Is it on you or him?
He claims he did, and I trusted him, so that's on me.
We got it. We got 9 miles.
Why do you still have tubes in the bikes?
He did apologize about that.
Yeah, I did apologize for that.
Okay.
But listen, that bike had been ridden 30 times with no problems until the doctor got on it.
Here we go.
Well, that's what happened with speed. Speed happens. Right?
Apparently, you haven't had anyone as tough as me on that bike yet.
Yeah. Doug did say that the prep seemed suspect, so I might have to take that bike back with me for a
Listen, sir, you just worry about getting dark side the right amount of shirts, okay? Lots to talk to Doug Dubach about later on in the show for sure. Let's get to our first guest, though. This man dropped an announcement that on social media, which, by the way, maybe the first time in social media history that no one actually said anything bad about the guy. But Adam Cianciarulo announced his retirement at the end of Supercross season this coming race up in Salt Lake City. That'll be the end for AC. He's a friend of the show. Love to have him on. Brought to you by the folks at renthal.com. Adam Cianciarulo, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm retired.
Not officially, not yet. I mean, we got a few more races to go before you're actually retired.
It's weird, but no, good times.
This was, am I right though, Adam? Like, nobody really talks shit on social media about this.
What are you going to say bad about Adam?
I don't know. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been really. I definitely was not expecting like the amount of feedback that I got, like across Twitter. I don't know if we're calling it X or Twitter or what, but on there and Instagram and everywhere, man, it's kind of overwhelming. I had so many texts, man. I had people I hadn't heard from since I won a race last. You know, they found my number again and reached out. But no, it's been amazing, man. It's been more than I feel I deserve for sure.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really, really cool to have you go out like this. If you're gonna go out, go out with everybody, sort of like the peers and the fans. You know, it's like they say. What do they say about your own funeral? If you could go to your own funeral or something. Not that this is as dramatic as that, but in a way, Adam, it's nice to see what people thought of you and how you interact with people, fans and media and other racers. You know, it's a little humbling, I'm sure. Yeah.
No, it is. Yeah, it is. And just to have, it's been a long time. I've been I caught the social media thing at the perfect time, kind of coming up, and YouTube and all this. So a lot of the people, a lot of the fans have watched me for a really long time now. And I think, a lot of people got to know me kind of as that goofy little kid on YouTube saying stupid stuff. And I think a lot of people still kind of identify as me being a kid. It makes people, I see a lot of comments, it makes people feel old that I'm calling it quits, retiring. But
we did mention that earlier. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's strange because, man, I remember calling into your show when I was like 14, 15 years old. Time flies. But no, it's been really cool. And just to have a small moment like this, I talked about it a little bit in my little farewell video, but growing up, of course, I had a lot of expectations. I did well young, but really in my head, all I wanted to do was, like, you guys know I'm a fan really at heart, and all I wanted to do was just be a part of it. And I think it's cool that people are noticing the fact that I'm not going to be out there next year. I think it's super humbling, really cool, super grateful. Absolutely.
Doug, did you know, I mean, you never really retired, like you just kept racing, but your Supercross, motocross career, did you know ahead of time, or were you like, you didn't know, you didn't have a chance like Adam to think about the last few races?
It's funny because Davie did a story on me like, oh, he's retiring, air quotes, but I said, "Oh, Davie, you know, kind of at the end of the story, I said, no, I'm not retiring. I just don't have the support anymore." But and it was just coincidental with a lot of the testing ramped up and YZ400 coming down the road. You know, so my life changed. But you know, I'd still pop in here or there. But I never really had.
You never
that
had
big
a moment where
announcement.
this is my last Supercross, or this is my last.
No, never really had that announcement. So
right. Which, I mean, in our sport, that's how it happens, right? That's how it happens is you don't get a ride or you don't have your support. When you can go out like Adam, that's rare, and it's good. Adam, how is the ankle, by the way? How are we feeling? We're good? Or?
Oh, man, this thing's been really bothering me. I was really looking forward to playing some golf on the off weekend. I haven't played since Christmas, and I knew when I hit the ground. And I'm not even sure. I think Justin Hill, he ended up running over my foot, and I think that's maybe what did the worst of it. But it is getting better. Like I'm walking fine, but I haven't ridden. I haven't really been able to do much of anything. So it's been a bit of a boring week. But we'll be out there. We might have 40 cc's of lidocaine in the ankle.
A couple rolls of tape.
And I have a Shaq shoe. Long story, but I have a Shaq shoe signed by Shaq from the 94 Orlando Magic squad. And I might size 23. I might have to wear that for the race. But
when did you you and I had talked a while ago. I kind of figured it was it. And when did you start being like, if this doesn't get better, my contract's up. This might be it. Like, when did that first creep into your mind?
So this is this is a long. This injury, this nerve thing has been going on for a really long time. I mean, since before Monster Cup, like as soon as I got on the 450, basically. And it's despite every surgery and everything, it's continued to get worse. It's had good days here and there and like good moments, but it's continued to get worse. And I think the first time I was like, what am I doing? Is 2021 off season. 2021, like halfway through outdoors, I stopped racing, got a surgery to move my ulnar nerve, and was coming back for 2022 Supercross. And I was ripping. Like the hand was still the hand, but I was really fast, like I was my rookie year. And 2 weeks before Anaheim 1, I was going through the whoops, and I was kind of near the end of a 20. And my hand just slid off the handlebar, and going about fourth gear, 30 miles an hour through a fast set of whoops. And that's when I did my AC separation on my shoulder there. And then the AC separation, didn't have much strength there, and that kind of led to me crashing not really even crashing, but tearing my ACL in practice at San Diego. And I think right then and there I was kind of like, man, this is not, it's starting to get unsafe. Like it's not, I don't think I ever really went that fast again. I don't think I ever went that fast again. Like I probably peaked in December of 21, and then I was like, man, I kind of gotta figure out how to back it down and try to see what I can get out of it. But I think the thoughts started to creep in 2022 of like, man, and to be honest, I'm not sure I expected. Like, I didn't know if I was going to get a ride. I wasn't signed. I was signed with Cowie through the end of 22, and of course, I mean, that's a whole nother. We could sit here for an hour and talk about that, but they've been great, loyal to me, and they gave me another opportunity. And but I would say, December 2021, that one was tough on me.
AC, you mentioned a little while ago the fact that you called in to Pulpa when you were like 14. I just want to want to put these pieces together and see if you guys both remember. I was down at Waldo with AC doing, I think, a unit photo shoot.
Okay.
And you called me, and somehow you're like, hey, I want AC to be my amateur guy.
Yeah.
And to this day, I'm pretty sure AC, through me, is your first and only amateur guy that you've had on the show.
Yeah, might be.
Hey,
pretty sure it is.
How about this? I remember this story, and the first memory I have of Steve is, I don't know what you wrote. Like I hadn't talked to you. Like I didn't really know who you were at the time, but you wrote some article And you could probably tell the story better than I can because I was so young. I had to be 12 or 13.
I think we're talking about the same thing because you needed photos for this, and I was with him.
It was negative. Like something you said, you were joking, but something you said rubbed my dad, Alan, the wrong way.
Yes.
You don't say.
And I
Shocker.
remember sitting out back in my house, and I remember my dad being on the phone with you, and it was. I mean, it wasn't like we weren't throwing around F-bombs and stuff, but it was pretty heated.
Yeah,
like,
I remember that. I do.
Alan's passionate, protective.
So-
and I remember that was kind of my introduction to you.
Yeah, what I wrote was at the time Davie was talking about moving the age to race a national from 16 to 18, and Alan had done an interview. Adam's dad did an interview and said, "Well, we'll just go to MX2." Because it was 15, I think, at that point, like to race in Europe. It was 15, and I wrote like, "Yeah, good, see ya," or whatever. Like, because I was like, I felt like it was an amateur dad, taking his ball and going home because the rules changed, right? And and I felt like, okay, well, beat it, because I think the age should be 18. I like that. I think that's not a bad rule, right? It never ended up happening because what happened was the powers that be in American motocross were thinking that they would lose kids to Europe. So they didn't want that in the whole battle of like whose dick is bigger series, right? But so they never did that rule, but it was close. And Davie's point is like you can't even rent a car at 16. Why should you race pro? Anyways, yeah, I was like basically like telling Alan Cianciarulo like, yeah, beat it, see you later. So then my phone rings and it's Alan Cianciarulo.
Let's talk about it.
Oops. But no, we had a great discussion. It was not even heated at all. But we just said, Alan was like, look, Adam, my son he's getting to the point where there's no competition and he's maxing out, and I got to push him.
I am curious though, Adam, from your perspective now, just talking about this, do you wish you had have waited a little bit longer? Because I always question if kids move up too early, and especially you went from basically Super Mini to freaking pro, and despite your rookie Supercross season absolutely hauling ass, winning races, but obviously you're ready for it. But do you look back now and wish maybe you had have gone through your growth spurt, or waited to go through your growth spurt a little bit and waited another year?
I think the politically correct answer here is to tell everybody that, I don't look back at all. I don't ever look back at the past, but like genuinely, it's just not how I think. Like maybe at one point I did, but I just haven't sat around and really thought about that. I think if I take a look back at it now and everything's 2020, it's hard because the rookie year of Supercross, had I not torn my shoulder up there, it would have been amazing. Like I won my first Supercross race. Like, those are great memories, and I don't think I was ready 2013 outdoors. Even after I got sick, I came back too fast. Like Budds Creek, I wasn't fit, and I actually had like zero. I found out later in that year I had like 0 iron in my system. Like I was fully anemic.
Wow.
It was wild. Yeah, it was wild. But if I didn't have that experience, I wouldn't have won Supercross. So it's hard to really take that out of play. I don't really know. I mean, at this point in my life, like genuinely, and it's not just like a find the silver lining thing. I really wouldn't change it. Like it was, it wasn't perfect, but it was my experience, and I'm grateful for it.
The story,
Well said.
The story I got from Davie, which I think, Davie was saying on our conference call, we were talking about Adam and doing stories on him. And I guess Davie heard this from Mitch or from Sternstrom or somebody, that your dad was lobbying for you to start racing nationals at that time. Like, was it Super Mini? Like, I don't even know. And Kawasaki was fighting it a little bit. And your dad said, if you let him race nationals, this is what Davie said, if you let him race nationals, he will win Supercross next year. Like he needs he doesn't want to just jump into Supercross.
Yeah.
And Kawasaki, Bruce or someone was like, well, if we let him race, we expect him to win Supercrosses. And it was like, everyone was like, okay, then we're going to let him race because we all think he can win. Yeah. And you did.
I did. But it's hard. I mean, it's foggy, obviously. It's a long time ago. But I know that I was pushing to go pro. I mean, for whatever you know, at 16 years old.
Yeah.
I was pushing to go pro. And one of the main reasons behind that is, for right or wrong, I was so over going to amateur races.
Yeah, no practice.
With the pressure of having to win by like a minute every time. Like it wasn't just that I had to win. Like winning was never enough. Like if somebody was within 8 seconds of me, it was like the sky was falling every time. And so I was just over it. Like I wanted a different challenge. I wanted some leeway to go out there and kind of battle and learn. And I hadn't really, it took me even a long time, but I hadn't really battled with anybody. Like my racecraft was not that great because I was just hole-shotting everything and winning everything by 30 seconds. Of course, there would be times where I would battle with some dude. Not saying it was just every single time, but for the most part, like I had a lot to learn, and for what it was worth, I did learn a lot that summer for sure.
Wes, do you have a favorite Adam video you did or anything? Like, do you have one that?
I actually, this was in the back of my head as a question. I want to see what Adam says first. Like,
Okay.
we did a lot of shoots together, but yeah, I definitely have one in the back of my mind. I want Adam to say first, and then I'll see if it's the same.
Oh man.
Because it's crazy for me. I just pulled a ton of footage of for Adam's. I don't even know that I can talk about. There's a video that's getting worked on that I pulled a lot of footage for, so I got to see a lot of memories pop up on my computer this past few weeks. So
the helicopter shoot at Underground was pretty sick.
that's the same one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's the one you thought it was?
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. My buddy Chris was flying 10 feet off the ground right behind Adam, and honestly, I look back at the video now and I'm like, that was so fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
Like,
dude,
we could have killed Adam,
think-
myself, everybody else there. Jeremy Martin was there, Kyle Riegel. Freaking crazy, but it is such badass shots, and that was pretty cool.
Side note, it was great. When I remember I stayed at Underground for like a month one time. Underground's a track in Texas for those not in the know, but I remember Kyle Riegel, man, he's the only guy I've ever been around that rode 7 days a week. He rode every single day. Every single day I was at Underground, he rode. I just wanted to give him an honorary little shout out there.
Renthal.com bringing you Adam Cianciarulo here on the show. Please check out Renthal, of course, Monster Energy Kawasaki. Adam used Renthals at Pro Circuit, at Kawasaki, as an amateur, all of it, Renthal.com. Please check it out. We do have some phone calls for you, AC. Let's go to
Sweet.
Tyler. He's on 2. Tyler, man, what's your question for Adam Cianciarulo?
Hey, first off, I just want to say congrats on retirement. Great career.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And then I was watching maybe a vlog or on Pulp maybe 5 years ago. Your mindset was, I gave it 100%, and that's all it was, whether it's a 3rd place, 8th place, or you won. That stuck with me a bit, and when I would go to the local races, I would think that, and it's racing. Some people need to win, but if that's all you got, it's all you got.
Nice.
Did you always have that mindset, or was that like when you started getting these nerve issues? When did that mindset kind of come in?
When did that mindset come in? I don't know, man. There's been so much. I feel like I've had to rebuild myself so many times in this dang sport. It's hard to keep track. But I know part of that mindset comes from being injured and then having to come back and kind of rebuild yourself on the bike. Like I remember, it must have been after 2014 Supercross. I got hurt a bunch, and I didn't even race again until like 2016 outdoors, I think. And I remember I was like a 5 to 10 guy, right? And from somebody that's just used to winning all the time, it can play tricks on your mind a little bit. Like you can be out there and you can be super discouraged, and then you end up being so frustrated that you're not able to give your best. I'm getting 10th instead of getting 8th because I'm out there so frustrated with myself. So I think that's kind of where I started learning to go out there and to focus on myself and not be so worried about the end result. And a lot of that from amateurs, man, is like, I think when I won so much, I was, when I wasn't winning, it was such a big deal when I lost that I was like almost worrying about it when I was out there. I was worried about the fallout from this kid beating me or stuff like that, like stuff that just kind of happened throughout my amateur career that kind of led me to that point. And then, I think, once I started getting hurt in the pros and had to come back, that's kind of when I changed it.
Cool.
Yeah, man. I like the aspect of just 100%, whatever that is. If you win every race at that, it's great. If not, that's all you had that night. So
absolutely,
appreciate it
man.
again.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for all the memories. It's been a great career. So
thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate it. Next up is Morgan. Morgan, what's on your mind for Adam Cianciarulo tonight?
Hey, thanks, Steve. Before I get to Adam, has anybody checked on Betts? I mean, is he okay?
How's Betts handling this? AC?
Dude, Betts is, I don't know. I can't even keep track of where that guy's at. He's a big-time agent guy. We got our first major leaguer.
Oh, we did? I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say that or not. Hopefully it's okay. Let's just move on.
Oh, I think.
Fuck my ass.
The big deal, the big thing that he was talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's doing great, though.
Okay. Morgan, what else?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to Tallon and Marks, man. You can't. You need an army, and these guys are behind.
Good job, boys.
So good guys.
Yeah,
especially on your day off.
Yeah,
thank you for noticing. Yes,
well, Adam retired, so we had to have a show. So it's Adam's fault.
Yeah. No, I followed Adam's career basically since I saw him. You interviewing him, Steve, back at Alden's place. He was just a kid. And, I've been really impressed with him throughout the years, and I just really wanted to say thank you, AC, for everything that you've done. And I really hope that we haven't seen the last of you. I mean, I really hope you're going to continue being around the sport, and I hope you've been a role model to a lot of other racers. And I can't wait to see what you have to offer, young man, because I've been really enjoying watching your career. So thank you.
Well, genuinely, thank you for the kind words, and I definitely will not be going too far. I'll be around for as long as you guys will have me, so thank you.
Thanks, Morgan. And, I'd like to announce Adam's going to be official co-host every week now. He's moving to Vegas.
Yep.
I
thought it was every other week.
Yeah.
You inked him for every week
Every
now?
week, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna.
Good job, Steve.
We matched his factory cowie salary, and he's going to do that for us.
I'm sure he'd like to hear that.
Yeah, perfect, man.
Hey, Adam, here's Tim. You put him into retirement, apparently. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Funny little story. I was like a local B-class racer in Cali and was gearing up to try my hand at the Spring Nationals. And we were at Glen Helen on like a Thursday, and Adam flew by me on his 85 Super Mini. I was on a 250F. And that day, me and my dad looked at each other. It was like, yeah, you should probably go to college. So then I ended up going to college, and I'm a physician now. But
he's a doctor.
Good job, Adam.
God, you're welcome.
Exactly.
Yeah, you are welcome.
We got a doctor in studio, too. It's amazing.
That's insane.
But thanks. I just wanted to tell that story.
Yeah.
Always had mad respect and would see Adam and Cali a lot. And it's just a funny little story. So
thanks, Tim. Yeah, that's great.
No, that's awesome, man. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it. He's a doctor now, Adam. Look what you did.
Goodness.
Adam, I'm curious if a little bit of time off, is your nerve something that's going to fix itself eventually and get you back on a bike, or is it something that you're going to have to deal with forever?
They don't really know. I mean, nerves are kind of weird. So it's like the brachial plexus, which is on the top of the shoulder. Basically, the nerves are just kind of shot. Like they're just stretched out, and of course, rest helps. But they're not sure if it'll ever be 100%. And honestly, it's fine. Like I can ride for fun if I'm not worried about going around the track super fast and hitting big whoops and stuff. Like I can ride fine and have fun, but it's just doing it for 20 minutes plus a lap really fast. It's the difficult part.
What do you think about like a 6 or 7 amateur amateur race where you take a sight lap once or twice?
No practice.
I mean, that's very little laps. You could have so much fun, Adam.
No, I don't think I don't want to rule any. I don't want to talk in absolutes. It's like I just try to stay away from that at all times. But I don't see myself, at least right now, like racing, doing the Loretta's thing, or anything like that. I feel like I'll just be kind of a sole rider now. But we'll see.
I'd like to see Adam like test a bike for a magazine that's not a Kawasaki, I would just want to see Adam Cianciarulo on another color.
Wow.
That would blow my mind.
Wow.
Even if he just sat on a Yamaha.
Wow.
Can we just like
Mike, can we organize that?
I'll start by sending him a
You
shirt.
know, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy is during my entire pro career, and I can say this now, I've never even hopped on a different motorcycle. Like, you know how guys ride, like typically you go to a training compound with 7 different factory dudes there, and of course they'll all deny it, but everybody gets on their bikes at a certain point in time. I never one time got on a different bike.
Wow.
Like, I straight up haven't ridden anything but a Kawasaki since 2004. Like, straight up.
Yeah.
That is so
well,
nuts.
I can actually vouch for that because one of our biggest viewed video on YouTube, PulpMX biggest viewed video, is Ryan Villapoto outdoor prep, and this is Adam on a Super Mini. We put a GoPro on him, and you did laps at Baker's outdoor track, Adam, at the end. And we didn't put any music to it. It's Adam pinned on a Super Mini GoPro through the sand whoops, and that's the part of the video that everybody loves. And so that day, Roxon was there. I don't know if Roxon was there or not there, like physically there, but he was riding there. And that day, Adam got on a Roxon's Suzuki 110 or something. Like, it was a mini bike, Adam. You don't remember this, do you?
Oh, okay. No, I don't.
Yeah, it was like you just sat on it. You didn't ride it. I took a picture of you. You freaked out.
No way.
And I deleted it. But I was like, Adam rides the Suzuki. And it was a pit bike. It wasn't even like a real bike. And
yeah.
And
it's
you were
the same frame anyway. Suzuki pit bike was the
They
same
were.
frame.
They were. Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
And you were like, delete that. I did.
I'm colorblind.
Yeah.
I'm colorblind.
But that was funny. That comes to mind. And then that video, like I said, right, Marks? It's our biggest viewed video by far.
Yes, not even close. Yes.
And I most of it is due to Adam and the Super Mini. The comments are all.
Is that how you're going to afford his salary for the
Yeah.
PulpMX show? Like,
Yeah,
all the royalties you
YouTube
still get
money.
up
Monetize.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna do that for sure. Adam, do you for your? I mean, look, you saw the comments. We all saw the comments. Get in the booth, and you're doing your podcast now. A, are you going to keep your podcast going? And B, are you going to try to do some TV work with Feld or somebody? And obviously, you're a natural. You're great at it. Is that the plan?
So the plan right now, for sure, my podcast, I want to do. You know, I'm going to look at this next phase of my life. I'm not looking to kind of coast it in. Like, I really want to be involved and kind of. I'm not sure if I'm going to want a little break when I'm done or what, but I know I want to work hard at this. Like whatever I do next, I want to do the best that I can with it. So for sure, the podcast and. There's a couple little opportunities that are popping up in terms of, kind of the broadcasting role. And of course, that's a big dream of mine to do that. I mean, I remember, it was 2014. After I hurt my shoulder, I remember I got a kind of an invite to do some of the 250 races with, I remember it was MetLife Stadium.
Yep.
It was the first one I did with Ralph and Jeff. And I've loved it ever since then. And even I did it 2022 Minneapolis. I was down on the floor doing it. I did 2018 Red Bud, and every time I get there, man, and I'm in that role, it's like it's crazy. I have so much fun. Like that the kind of racer persona drops away from me so naturally and so fast, and I feel like I don't know. I feel more. I don't know if this is like cocky or I don't know, but I feel more naturally gifted at that than I do riding a dirt bike now, for whatever that's worth. Like I don't know. It seems it's very difficult, but at the same time, I love dirt bikes so much. And most of the time my excitement isn't scrambling my words up too much. So, I mean, that's definitely a goal. But with that said, I mean, it's not like I just feel like I'm entitled to just go up there and start whenever I want. There's a lot of guys in those, RC, Weege, all those guys, Lee Diffie, those guys are great. And I'm definitely even Justin Brayton's doing a fantastic job now, Jason Thomas, all those guys, they do great. And, it's definitely a goal of mine, but I'm down to work for it. I'm down to, I'm patient. Like it's a goal of mine, and I'm going to do everything I can to be there, one day. But I'm not. I certainly don't feel entitled to anything.
Well, Adam, I'll tell you, one of the first times I think maybe we had passed at Loretta's or somewhere, but you might remember this. I think the KX had just gone from an 80 to an 85, and Anaheim Supercross, and you were standing in front of a very large group of people at the Cowie truck explaining the changes and how excited you were about the new 85 and whatnot. Not sure if you remember that night, but I stood there as a fan. I'm much like you. I'm just a big fan of the sport. And I thought, man, that is a well put together kid. He's got clear thoughts, and that's not easy to roll through. I've had to do it many times on video and in other places. And, I thought, no, I really like this kid. This kid's got a good head on his shoulders. So I think whatever you do going down that road, you'll be very successful.
Well, thank you, sir. It means a lot coming from you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's definitely the goal. And the biggest thing for me, just in life in general, man, I just want to contribute. Like, I just want to, where I can be of value to people and to the sport. Like, I'm okay if it's, the focus isn't on me. It doesn't have to be about what I'm doing. I just want to try to genuinely just want to try to contribute and do my best.
Hey, Adam, this is Mike Ulrich from Yamaha. I just wanted to congratulate you as well. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. We don't really know each other personally, but obviously see each other here and there at the races. But I've always really admired the way you carry yourself, your insight, all that stuff. So
thank you, man. Thank you.
Congrats. Hopefully I'll see you at one of these upcoming races. I can shake your hand in person. And like Doug said, I'm sure whatever you do in the future, you'll be successful at it. And then are you planning to come out for the rest of the rounds to There Goes My Hero in opening ceremonies?
Yeah, I don't think I deserve an opening ceremony spot, to be honest with you. But maybe it would be cool if they had some time at Salt Lake. If I was able to ride out, that would be cool. But again, I don't feel entitled to that. I know I'm not these guys that are the stars of the show right now, the guys that are putting on a show up front, I think the attention should be on them. But I'm definitely going to enjoy it, man. Like I have been for, since I kind of decided this is for sure what I'm going to do, which seems like forever ago now, but it's really only like 6 weeks ago. It's definitely given me a whole new look on things. And as much as you can enjoy a race in 12th or 13th place with one arm, I've been enjoying it.
Yeah, really, with one arm. Well, you keep pissing me off because you're stopping while you're getting lapped because you're like, I don't know what to do. You're like Ricky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Oh man, I know. I'm blowing it. Like there's been some opportunities for some backdoor top 10s, man. Like, what's crazy is obviously we all wear a heart rate monitor, right? And like this year, I think my max heart rate, which is typically around 196, like that's what I can hold at an outdoor national for 40 minutes or whatever.
Yep.
And my max heart rate this year, like at Anaheim, it was like 171. Like I can't push that hard, So I have some in the tank, definitely, at the end of these races. But yeah, I mean, I watched myself back on camera, and man, they throw these blue flags so early.
Yeah.
And yeah, I pull over to the side, and then I got three. I go from 10th to 13th, just like that.
Benny Bloss is like, sweet, thanks, bro.
Oh, dude.
He's paying that guy $20. Pull that blue flag out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got to be better about that. I was laughing the other week because Nick and I, oh God, Nick and I were walking the track, and he was trying to give me like advice on like how to deal with the blue flags, and I'm like, dude, life comes at you fast.
We were on this track
like, are we
a year and a half ago. We were on this track being like, man, here's how you win. Here's how you win.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like, okay, here's how you stay out of the way, but also still,
don't lose 3
nice.
spots.
Listen, you had a great career, national championship. You won indoors and out. But it is amazing. Yeah, you never got a 450 Supercross win, although there's 5 left. There's 5 left. Man, you never know.
Yeah, we still got time.
We got time, but yeah, it's...
I need a mutter, man.
Yeah. Well, you'll get one, hopefully. It's just, so close. Anaheim won with Bam.
Yeah,
I can think of a few of them.
San Diego with Cooper.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, it's crazy that you never got one, or again, 5 to go. You never know. But you won everything else. You won indoors and
Yeah.
out and everything else. So
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, that'll definitely, that one stings like 100%. I'm not going to say that it doesn't, because I believe that, of course I had the ability to do it, and I think the ability is still in there, somewhere. But it was, man, it's nothing. I'm not going to say that I would have done anything incredible if I was completely healthy, but I just really didn't give myself enough chances, like healthy. I didn't race a lot of races, really. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And the ones that I did, I wasn't. It was early in my, my rookie season, just some rookie errors, and it sucks. It sucks to say, and you know what? I'm not going to even say it. It just sounds like an excuse, but I wasn't good enough to get it done, and I got to live with it. But it's okay. I enjoy watching other people do well, and I can get enjoyment from that. So it's fine, man. It's fine.
Okay. Well, listen, Dubach's got San Jose 91. Always, Doug.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell yeah.
well, yeah. I mean, that was an exciting race.
Yeah.
It was good for me. I'll just say that.
But you got that one.
Yeah. Well, I like to say between Jeremy and I, we got 73 wins.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I love that.
Rental.com bringing you Adam Cianciarulo. Yeah, man, it's going to – so, like, I don't know, like, this is a weird question, maybe my last one of the night for you, but
Love
like,
those.
do you kind of mail it in during the week now? Like, what do you do during the week? Are you like, I'll ride Wednesday and then I'll do a half-ass moto and go to the like? What do we do? How do we know what to like? Are you going to go on the bicycle rides? I don't know. What do you do now,
dude? If I was like that, I feel like everything I've ever said is a lie. If I'm half-ass and stuff, like, what do I stand for?
I'm not saying but you can half-ass it now. Starting now, you can.
You know what? No. So
No.
This is what I went back to. So during this whole process with the arm and all this, man, there is so many days my training is affected by it. Like, there's some days I can't hit the whoops. Like, there's some days I can only do so many laps or do this or do that. And I went for like a year and a half straight of just losing my shit every time something like that happened. Like, so bummed out that I couldn't get to 20 in, or I couldn't do this or that. And so I kind of just started slowly shifting my mindset to what I think it was Tyler was his name, is the caller earlier, and talking about just like doing your best and doing everything you can. I told myself, I'm not going to look back at this and say that I didn't give it everything I can. I wasn't going to let the frustration overcome me to the point that I started being an idiot and I started, half-assing my stuff and not working out, not being in shape, not doing this. I told myself, like, I can live with myself. I can live with these results if I do every single thing that I can do. And I've done that. I'll continue to do that until I race, until I'm to the last race. But I kind of feel the same way about that in terms of like the actual retirement too. Last year I still had hope that it was that it could get better. I had some decent races here and there and had some flashes of speed, but this off season, and then I kind of knew at Anaheim really that I was kind of plateaued, like it's not going to get any better. And kind of right then and there, I knew, like, okay, I'm done. Like, I'm not getting any better than this, and I've done everything I can do. I told myself I was going to ride this thing to the ground, and I found it, and now I'm out. I'm not going to hold on too long. I'm just going to move on and do my best at something else.
Well said, man. Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for the time. I'm sure we'll have you back in, maybe co-host sometime this summer. That'd be cool.
Big enough check, I'll be there.
Yeah, you already offered. You can't take it back now.
You'll be great, man, whatever is next. And we appreciate the time. And I mean, I feel like we'll talk to you.
Hey, while Adam's still on,
okay.
I think it's time to pass the baton then. Adam was your amateur guy forever.
Yeah.
Steve, and now that you're an amateur racer,
yeah,
you've come to an amateur race. You're going to be fully thriving in the amateur world.
Okay.
It's time for you to pick up a new amateur, and I think AC will be in support of this. a nice young 65 guy. You picked up Adam when he's on 85, so you guys have had a 14-year career together.
We rode this thing, yeah.
You rode this thing.
Yeah, no, it's been great.
We found Stu.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't find Stu, but we tried.
Wow.
Now it's time. It's now since I picked Adam for you.
Yeah.
It's now time for me to pick you another amateur, and I think you know who it is. It's
Oh.
Mr. Jaden Smart.
Oh, you brought his jersey in.
His jersey's for
okay.
you, man.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah. AC, I'm giving him a Jaden Smart jersey. Who's
and he signed it.
He's a ripper in the 65 class. So
okay, well you can't get it framed until after Salt Lake.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll leave it right here.
I have a 292 jersey in here.
He does.
Somewhere.
There it is,
right
yeah,
there.
the 292 jersey.
Size XS.
But ever since I heard the news, I knew this
Yeah,
was
you knew
going
it
to be
was
on my
gonna-
shoulders. And since he was going to be on tonight, I knew it was up to me to make all this come together. You needed a new amateur.
To be
Beautiful segue.
To be truthful, I have Vince Way, but his dad is a pain in the ass.
And
So,
I didn't give him to you. I gave
yeah,
you AC.
right,
I'm
right.
giving you.
I got it.
I'm
yeah.
giving you my guy.
The dad is.
And this is hard. Jaden should be my guy.
Okay.
Just like AC should have been my guy.
That's
Maybe
a
AC.
smart choice.
Yeah.
Okay, we can follow this kid. We can work with speed. He
Yep.
jumps the triples on a 65. That's
He does.
That's pretty impressive.
AC actually probably knows who he is. He jumped the triple at Charlotte last year on the 65. And it's
Make sure he's doing his shoulder exercises.
There you go.
Yeah, Adam, the Finding Stu video. We can make a sequel to that.
Yeah, maybe, dude. I remember how nervous we were showing up to the gate.
Yes.
Like, dude,
You were
shitting
freaking
my
out.
pants.
You were freaking out.
Was he?
Yeah, we were
Oh,
driving
yeah.
up to Stu gate. He's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if we should do this. I'm not sure we should do this.
Sacred ground.
I'm like,
Sacred
we're already
ground,
here,
dude.
man. It's too late. Oh, that was funny. Good times. Thank you, Adam. Thanks for calling in. And yeah, man, we'll talk soon. And you'll crush it in whatever you do next. We all know that.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for all the kind words. Have a great show.
All right, thank you, man.
Thank you,
What's up,
Adam.
buddy?
Good to hear you.
Thank you.
So you're telling me you
Adam
guys
Cianciarulo, everybody.
you didn't call the Stewarts and tell them that this was happening. It was all full on impromptu.
Yeah, I know. We didn't tell them anything.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, it was something else. Also, thanks to the folks at Renthal bringing you Adam Cianciarulo and Ethica as well. Thank you to Ethica. PulpMX 20 is the code to save. Ethica, great stuff. And use the code PulpMX 20 to save. Women's, men's, kids, all of it. Quality products, premium brand experience at Ethica. PulpMX 20 and Renthal bringing you Adam Cianciarulo on the show. All right, we do have the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do that right away with
Wait,
the
you
doctor.
don't want to say thanks to VurbMoto for presenting you a new amateur?
Thanks, Verb.
Thank
X-Brand
you.
Goggle Tear-Offs.
Wow. That was
X-Brand Goggle
Very
Tear-Offs.
sincere.
Steve,
Very
I
sincere.
felt it. I could feel it all the way across the desk.
This is yours now, Steve.
Careful of the cactus. That's nasty
X-Brand
stuff.
Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Kyle Chisholm, X-Brand, Shane McElrath, X-Brand, Freddie Noren, EKSbrand.com. Pulp Show 20 is the code to save. Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with X-Brand. Great goggles. Rich Taylor. You raced the 8 million motos against Rich Taylor
At least.
over the years.
least.
These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him at all?
Who's that?
Okay. Rapid fire questions for myself, Wes, and Doug. Sorry, Mike, I didn't get any for you, but
That's
here we go.
All right. Do we got a timer on these? or
Right here, sir.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Okay.
Steve, you seem to know what AC's next career move will be, so let's hear it.
Well, I just like he said, I think he's getting into some TV stuff. I think they'll use him. I think the guys from Feld and motocross guys will dip him in here and there. He'll be great at it.
Doug, what's the worst bike you tested?
Oh, now that's a loaded question.
Don't say Yamaha.
Wow, yeah, it's
85 YZ125.
Can I take the fifth on this one? Because I'm just going to get myself
Did
in
you ride the
trouble.
Cannondale?
I did ride one once. Yeah, that was less than pleasant.
Okay.
I raced against Keith Johnson in that glorious
Yeah.
2000 series and
Right.
watched him push that thing off the track more than once. See, worst bike. Am I still on the clock?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible.
06 CR125.
I'm going to have to say CR450 2009.
The first year of that
Yeah,
remake.
2009 CR450.
All right.
Sorry, I beat around the bush.
41 seconds. You're fine. you're a doctor.
No whole shot
That
there.
was a consultation.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Wes, hottest MILF in the amateur pits, current and all time.
Talk about a loaded question.
Shit.
You
Oh my
need to go to the
god.
bathroom.
Oh my god. Can I also take the fifth? Oh my god.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
Chase knows. You know what? Jaden Smart's mom's pretty good looking. He's your amateur.
Okay, yep, yep,
you know, it's
yep.
going to help him. You know, and then I don't know. Chiz's mom was always pretty good looking too. Dawn's,
yeah. All
So
right.
there you go.
All right, 24 seconds.
I don't think they'd get a blowjob before the main event.
Oh, I recognize that voice.
Yeah, Jimmy got a blowjob before Buffalo '84 got last. He said never do it again.
Well,
I got a
you know
blowjob
my
and
first podium.
main event.
You know my first podium story.
It's phenomenal. All right.
Can we tell it in 20 seconds?
Yeah, I think I've told it enough times. I could shave that down to 20 seconds.
We've shared it on the show a bunch. It's an all timer, and we love Jim Hawley. That's it.
Steve, who's more brand loyal, Karsten or Dubach?
Karsten, what?
Barry Karsten.
Oh, Barry. Oh,
Yeah,
no. Barry has left his gear manufacturer, so it's Doug by far. Yeah,
All
Barry.
right, I got the win.
Yeah, Barry. Well, I think he was forced to leave MSR because they went out of business. But
well, I guess
still,
that's a technicality.
No.
there.
Doug Dubach, Scott Goggles, O'Neill Gear, Yamaha.
What about AC and him?
It's still Doug.
Yeah.
Doug's got him covered by like 20
Yeah,
years.
that's true.
Yeah.
A couple gear switches
Yeah, I'm
there.
only, I think, 38 years with Yamaha.
Wow.
Adam's not even that old.
Whoever leaves O'Neill first, you or Jimmy, I guess it's whoever dies first, right? I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's what the contest has come down to.
What's longer for you, Yamaha or O'Neill?
Yamaha.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Yamaha. Just barely by a few months because I was gear racewear.
You were gear, that's right. There's
Yep.
some gear photos of you, in gear.
Yep.
All right. Blue, that white, black, and red stuff was good, actually, the gear stuff.
Yeah. That was the first money I ever made in motocross.
Was it?
In professional motocross. $1,000 from gear racewear.
Wow.
All right, Doug, scariest part failure or close call?
Ooh, that was running out of gas. We were up in the high des, nowhere near Kiefer's house. I want to make that clear. And going up a pretty sandy, fast uphill, and ran out of gas on the last big whoop before you jumped. Not real far, but you know,
far
35, 40 miles an hour, and then the bike cut out from fuel. So it's not really a part failure, but I remember that one well. I can picture it like it was last night. Was that under 20?
Yep, 27 seconds.
I want to hear the rest of the story. What happened?
I didn't crash.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a trained professional. What can I say?
Wes, who do you think was the biggest amateur prodigy that turned into an upset?
I mean, we already mentioned them.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I was going to chirp in from the couch over there.
I mean,
earlier.
I guess, though, but there's different stages. Like, Izzy made a podium, 250 Supercross, right?
Yeah.
So is that a bust? Is there a guy who never really turned pro? Like, I'm almost thinking about the late Josh Lichtel, who did turn pro, but I don't think he ever scored a point. Like, Lichtel was bad dude in the amateurs. I don't know. Mike, can you think of anybody? Like
Eddie Hicks, but we just had that conversation. He got like fifth at the Vegas National.
And Stroop did pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some names if I really thought about
Lichtel might be up there though. Like
I mean,
Troy Blake. I mean, that was way back in my time, but he was one of the top Yamaha
Lich-
amateurs, and that I don't know if he ever scored a point.
Lichtel was fast, but like he wasn't like Nico fast or Stroop fast. He didn't have that kind of hype behind him.
Riddle.
Oh, Riddle.
I don't feel Riddle got any pro results really, like a couple top tens and stuff. But like,
Well, yeah, to be fair with Nico and Stroop,
I mean,
they both got that whatever that badge of honor from Loretta's, and that thing has proved to be kind of the curse of death.
That was 09 between PJ and Darren Durham.
Yeah.
Who got it that year in 07?
I thought they gave it to
I think it
Stroop
was
and Izzy.
No, it was Kennard. I
together.
think Kennard got it that year. They didn't get it.
Okay, my bad, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they did do that one time and one time only.
Next question.
Yeah, 2007 was Kennard.
That's impressive. Did you have to look that up, or
He
did
looked
you
it
know
up.
it?
Yeah, I looked it up.
He's got the internet over there.
Well, that was fast.
Oh, that's how he rolls.
God dang.
Steve, with the success of the VurbMoto amateur race, when do we see a PulpMX amateur challenge race?
No, we don't. We don't see that.
I don't know. Chase was trying to line it up.
I would have
earlier.
a lot of practice at mine, that's for sure.
Yeah, we got this whole new format. Where were you? Where were you guys the last hour?
Yeah.
What if we only did practice?
Exactly.
Just practice.
That would be like every kid these days.
Right.
Just
honestly, I would love that kind of race, Steve.
Well, you know, Glenn Helen's doing the stopwatch nationals
Yeah,
here in a couple of weeks, so yeah. They're onto something. They're ahead
Do you
of the
think
game.
Yamaha will come and support us at this with the rig and
Yeah,
some
just
mechanics?
practice, Mike, and we
do another ride day.
Yeah, we are doing a ride
that's-
day. Yeah.
Doug, have you ever said no to testing something or tried to avoid it?
No.
That's cool.
I'm just a glutton for punishment. Just till your hands are bleeding. That's about when I say stop.
Speaking
That's
of that,
cool.
Mike's on one. Mike, you got a Dr. D story?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. How you going, guys?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, good. Yeah, got a bit of an apology for Doug. I think I may have apologised to him once before, but World Vets 2015.
Oh, yeah, the first time I lost the
the
30 class in a long time. Is that you? No, 40 class, sorry.
40.
Yeah, 40
40
class.
Pro.
Yeah, I still cuss
Yeah,
Butler for
yeah.
loaning you that bike.
Yeah. I was talking to Steve Butler at the end of the race, and you came up, and you were pretty good about it, to be honest. You were pretty good.
What happened?
But
It was unintentional,
yeah.
but it's still. I'd won the 40 class like,
Yeah.
170 times in a row.
Right.
And then I won the first moto and the second moto. What was your name again?
Mike.
Mike. I only
Mike.
know you as the
Mike
guy that
Racing,
borrowed
yeah.
the bike that took me out. But at the top of the hill, Glen Helen,
Yeah.
by the flag.
Oh my gosh!
I thought he was zigging and he
Yeah,
zagged. And
Oh, you ran into him?
Yeah, we just came together. Unlike Kiefer
Yeah,
and the Honda kid, but that's another story.
They didn't just come together?
He gave my rear tire a bit of a love tap at the top of Mount St. Helens and went down. So
Who beat you?
He still passed me in the
Kurt.
end, but
Oh, Kurt beat you?
Yeah, because it was lap one. I
Oh,
got
yeah.
up in 40th, and I caught up to within about maybe 20 bike lengths of Kurt at the
Oh,
end.
yeah,
But
yeah. Ran out of time.
doesn't matter.
And I think I ended up fourth behind Gordon Ward, and I think he got second or whatever.
Yeah. Way to screw him, Mike.
So,
Good job.
Sorry about that one. Sorry about that
No,
one.
well, the only redeeming quality is I went ahead and won the 50 the next day, so it was all good.
Yeah, that's the go.
Yeah,
That's the go.
because
I
that was
got
always
the-
my
I got
goal
the
is to
winner
walk out of there with at least one.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, thanks
I
for
got
the
the
call.
winner in the 45 expert I won, so I was happy about that. So
There you go.
You didn't take anyone out in that race?
Oh, boy.
I didn't take anyone out. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all fair play.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
See ya.
See ya.
By the way, if you're listening, if you're a race promoter in Europe with a vintage race, Doug will go to your race. just anywhere in the world.
All
Doug
you have
will
to
go.
do is just tell my wife.
Yeah.
And you won't even get through the whole sentence, and then it's Doug will go.
You buy 2 tickets for Dubach. He will go to any country in the world to race your crappy vintage race.
That's a good deal, though.
Well, as long as
That
it's,
is cool.
2 tickets,
Yeah.
not one.
Yeah, 2.
Two.
Right.
Are you
Because
going
if
to-
it's one, then my wife will go and leave me at home.
Anything else, Mark?
Are you going to go to OMC in a few weeks?
We got one more.
For
Okay.
the vintage thing
No.
they do there?
No.
right.
I think RV's done that a
I've
few-
ridden that track before. I went there with Damon, and we just it was some kind of a club
I think
day or
did
something.
RV
We
and
had a
Damon
good
do
time.
it last year or the year
I think.
before?
Yeah, I know they have. I don't know what.
Okay,
year
one
it
more
was.
question here.
Oh, sorry.
Here we go. All right.
Wes.
All right, last one, Wes. Which podcast provides the best amateur content of moto? That is.
I think we're the only ones that talk about amateur dirt bikes at all, so it has to be us. It's definitely not Steve.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely nothing on Racer X. Vital, I don't think they know what amateurs are.
They're into shirts and Vital.
So,
corporate shirts. That's what they're into.
At least Steve knows what amateurs are. He might not support them or love them quite yet. We see the love prospering.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the only logical answer is us because I think that we're the only ones.
I would like to make notice too. If you were in the plus 30 class this weekend and I beat you, you should just hang it up. Just stop racing because I'm terrible and I'm 20 years older than you people. So just yeah.
Wow.
Steve just shooting people down.
Hey, we got a question on YouTube from Russell. After the years of traveling to all the awesome stadiums, what's your top 3 favorite stadiums and why?
That one's for me, I assume.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, it's not for Mike. Oh gosh, that's the local one's just Anaheim because it was close to my house. That was just always
Jeez.
great. I know
And it's
that
easy.
That's an easy one, but gosh, Dallas was such a great stadium, but such lousy dirt. At least when I was
Yeah.
racing, I know they've replaced it.
Yeah.
At least they got rid of the 100,000 tear-offs that would stick out of the dirt for opening ceremonies.
Yeah.
Miami was neat, but again,
Yeah.
the soil was so bad. I mean, that race turned into just survival. It wasn't a supercross. It was like an outdoor by the
Yeah.
end of the main event.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. From a press point of view, the new Dallas Stadium is beautiful. Still, that screen is amazing.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But the walk to the pits, is it still gnarly?
It's still gnarly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Tampa outdoor stadium with the pirate ship on one side. That was pretty cool. I always thought that was neat.
Cool.
Do you have any, Mike?
I'd say LA Coliseum.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was cool.
That was cool. Going back there did you go to the SMX there?
I did not.
Yeah.
I was out of the country.
That was pretty awesome. Yeah, because I raced there as a mechanic, or was there as a mechanic in 97, 98. Maybe didn't appreciate it as much as when I went back, and I was like, this is fucking pretty cool.
Well, we were all scared to death going up and down the peristyle because that was pretty spooky. You know, you did okay during the day, but then when the lights came on and you're heading for just blackness, and you just have those opposing lights in your eyes, you know, that was always a little bit nerve-wracking.
Or you could be Larry Brooks. Tumbling down.
Thank God I was never Larry Brooks. But hey, did I ever tell you my Jim Holly story? My first podium was at LA Coliseum.
Yes, you did. Oh man, that.
Oracle was pretty cool.
Fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
Jim's great. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Acerbis. Acerbis is the world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Check out the latest styles and colors at Acerbis USA. Love Acerbis stuff. Doug, you ran Acerbis stickers forever back in the day.
Those really Sano disc guards back in the day.
They were the ones to have.
Wow.
That was the stuff.
Your look in 89 was underrated. The red O'Neill with Butler numbers.
Thank you.
And,
the AMA made us take those off.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Bastards.
Yeah.
What for? Why?
Well, some old rule where the bottom of the number had to be a certain distance from the top of the fender because it was to eliminate back in the 80s those number plates that were wrapping around. Remember, they had the air underneath them. So they made a rule. The bottom of the number had to be a certain distance or whatever, and that number was too big. So then, stupid.
Too visible.
Well, we learned that from Ron Heben on Bowen's number 9.
Bowen's 9.
Yeah. So.
By the way, Doug Dubach, the great Doug Dubach, brought to you by Wiseco tonight. Wiseco Pistons, again, you had the Wiseco sticker running down the fork leg at some point.
Absolutely.
Everybody did.
Everybody did.
Everybody did.
Even if you didn't use Wiseco.
I was just going to say that. Even whether you had the piston in there or not, you had the sticker on.
Pulp 24, they work with the Honda HRC guys, with the Lawrence brothers. They're not doing too bad. Wiseco, 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons, Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, and more. Pulp 24 at Wiseco, bringing you Doug Dubach here on the show. Jason Thomas is coming right up to talk about MXGP. But before we do that, Doug, this weekend, we talked about it off the top, you were there to do start clinics for Yamaha. It was a great start, and so like you were helping people who maybe had never done that. It was only dirt or whatever. You would videotape these people, watch them do a start, and then kind of help them. And of course, anybody who knows, you pulled more hole shots than maybe anybody. What was that like? What was it? Was it cool?
Well, it was great. Doing a lot of Blue Crew stuff this year. You know, Jennifer was nice enough. We had a conversation at Ernay last year, and he pulled me back in to help, kind of promote all the events that they're doing. And so it was kind of my idea when I knew we were coming to Mesquite. I'd say, hey, let's just do something special, something that nobody else will do, and something that'll really be helpful for the racers. Because not a lot of people, unless you race this particular Mesquite track, have a metal grate.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I remember the first time I started on one, it was a little foreign to me.
Yeah.
And so I brought mine from home and nailed it down, made a nice little space over there on the vet track. And, we had a little trouble. I just think there was so much going on and noise, and it was a little windy, and not enough people knew about it early on.
Okay.
But, man, the people we got over there, we ended up getting a lot more once everyone started talking, but they just loved it. The parents were like, oh, I can't believe this.
Right.
Video, bring them back. Okay, now this is what you did. I'm telling them, but, sometimes they get that glazed over look. When you show them on your phone, then they're like, oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
So,
now,
that was
any OEM could come over.
No, now that's the catch. You had to be a Yamaha Blue Crew.
Okay.
I had to chase off a few other brand kids over there, but I think they snuck in at night, though. I stacked some rocks in a very particular way, and they were all spread out the next day. That was my little security measure. Didn't work, obviously, but no, it was fun. It was great. I mean, the ones that came over and took advantage of it,
What do you see, great or regular start or anything? What's the thing that you see people screw up the most that you're just like, hey, you got to do this?
Gripping the bike well enough to be ready for that acceleration.
Okay.
That's probably
Yeah,
the biggest
Like you're
thing.
holding on with your arms. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
you know, with their feet, a lot of people kind of just let their feet dangle wherever, getting those in and in front of the pegs. And, because you really only got 3 contact points, 2 hands, so 4. But, your hands, your ass on the seat, and your feet.
Yeah.
So you got to try and connect everything and get in there and lock yourself in.
Yeah.
To be a part of the bike. You don't want that. The bike's going to go. So you got to be ready to go along with it.
Yeah.
And so that's probably the biggest thing, especially with a metal great start like that. Because, I could go on for hours about starts
Yes.
and all that. But when you're looking at a metal great start, you're at almost 100% grip. So, as long as you turn that throttle up high enough and you're aggressive enough with that clutch, that bike's going.
It's going,
and you got to hang on. So
how do you hang on? Knees?
knees, everything, and get that head down and those arms. People like this chicken wing sort of thing, and if I was going to do a pull up on a pull up bar, my arms wouldn't be up here. You got to get yourself right in that strong position because this turns into that, and that turns into the head coming up. And
So I've never done a great start this weekend. I guess I wasn't even trying to start.
Great, like good or great?
Either one.
I was going to
Either
say,
one.
I don't know if you've done
Now
a good
continue.
start.
Sorry to interrupt.
Is it a little bit like a concrete one where you're a little bit more sitting back, a little bit more relaxed, or is it different from a concrete?
No, it's completely different.
Okay. all right,
I
okay.
know some of those concrete, they would brush them when they poured it, and they were pretty grippy. But
no.
This is best concrete start I've ever. I grade everything a 1 to 10. 10 being the grippiest. I think the highest number of concrete I've ever started on is maybe a 7 or an 8.
Okay. So
and that's a 10.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's about as high as like a 9.9.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, and I always have kind of a number grading system in my head. So then I know
Testing days.
how am I going to adjust, how much throttle, how aggressive, where's my head going to be, how much I got to squeeze, just all those little tiny adjustments you do. Depends on what grip level you're dealing with at that moment. So that was probably the hardest thing for me, was to get people to understand that, because then they'll slip the clutch a lot longer,
and you're
or
like-
they won't have the RPM up so high. So I'm trying to, my high level guys, tell them, man, I call the throttle like that's just an amount of energy. You got to get that energy up high enough so when you grab onto it with the clutch. So that's all. Everyone. I need this RPM or whatever. I remember helping Trey Kennard like years ago, and Honda had that freaking light on his front fender, and he's staring green, red, yellow. The gate drops, and he's the last guy out of the gate. And that's what I told Kehoe. I'm like, okay, Eric, I got to be brutally honest with you. That might not be the thing you want his mind on, is what color lights on his front fender when the gate's dropping. But so kind of back to that, you just got to make sure that you got enough energy going there that you're going to grab onto it with that clutch, and you've got to be aggressive. Duration of engagement, trying to get those kids to get that clutch out fast.
Did you have some? Did you have some parents that were like, "Hey, this is Doug Dubach. Pay attention." But the kids just like, "I don't know who this guy is." Like,
Well, there's a lot of that. I think even some of the parents are going, "What was your name again, Phil? Eric?" But
are you Jim Hawley?
yeah. We had a great time. I mean, everyone left there with something, and I went over and kind of tracked it on the start, probably more for my ego than theirs. But there's a lot of kids that I helped out.
you did.
They got down to the first turn
that's
pretty
cool.
good. So
I think that's a cool deal.
Yeah.
Like if you can go there and get some start technique from Doug Dubach. Like,
For sure. And I mean, for the Blue Crew riders, it gave them practice, which none of the other kids got.
There
Right?
we go.
Ah.
There we go.
Hey, did you notice he was taking notes for next year, guys?
Yeah,
Did you
no,
notice?
no.
All those things.
writing something down.
I didn't even have my worst connection
up
Pro
with
Launch
the
start device. on.
PulpMX start clinic. I can see it already.
Yeah, there we go. By the way, before I would talk some more about Doug, and we're going to bring Jennifer Davie in here as well. Before we get to that, Fly Racing Zone, Jason Thomas went to Italy this past weekend for the MXGP. I was making a joke on the review pod after the last race. I told JT, I don't know how much money someone could pay me to like get on another airplane.
Dude.
You know what I mean? Like I just did 7 in a row, I think, Supercrosses, right? I really enjoyed this off weekend. Not JT, though. He jumped on a plane to Italy. What's up, JT? How are you, man?
Glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
I'm suffering right now.
I bet. I bet.
Before we talk about the MXGP, though, JT, Doug was asked on the X-Brown Gogolterovs his worst bike he ever tested. And Doug Dubach, the genius that he is, said the 2009 Honda JT 450.
See, smart man right there.
JT hates that bike.
So we agree on something. I like it. It's starting off well.
JT's gone on the record for many years.
Oh, okay. There you go. There you go.
Unrideable.
Oh, well, I'll tell you my quick story, JT, and sorry to step on you, but Steve Butler was so excited to get that because
Yeah.
we love the 08. That was, we tried to
Right.
build
Yeah,
our
of course.
Yamahas to be as good as the 08. He rushed down, got that. I met him up at sunrise like 12:30, 1 o'clock, because he just had to ride it.
Yeah.
Because all those pictures look like, oh my gosh, this is
Right.
magic.
Yeah.
After about 15 minutes, we looked at each other and just were great relief, like, oh good. This is like not even half as good as their old bike. Okay, go on, JT.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bike sucks. I can wax poetically about
How do you really
much of a
feel?
pile of crap that bike is. Yeah, just got back. I literally got home like an hour ago, and that was a lot of flying because you have to go to Italy, double transfer to Italy, then another connection to Sardinia, and then turn around and do it all over again to come back.
No thanks.
No.
Look, Jorge Prado, man, I was talking to Josh Coppins, and I'm like, man, he stayed an extra week in Supercross. The first GP's in like a month. He's riding Supercross. How's he going to test? How's he going to get ready? Like, he wasn't that dominant last year. He got the title, but he wasn't like that dominant. Dude, he's unbelievable right now, JT. I mean, this is in the sand,
Yeah, I mean, asking some of the guys over there, like, what do they attribute, and it's, I think, several things kind of coming together. This is, I think it's what we'll see from Jet Lawrence down the road, but it's like peak confidence. His mind and racecraft are catching up to the physical talent. He's also kind of gotten stronger and become like, a man versus a boy as far as just the physical maturity side. So it's almost like the culmination of all these things are happening for him, and you can just see him like this is peak Prado right now. But I could kind of see that, like I could deduce that. I was more interested, like, because I really wondered if he would suffer from riding Supercross in November and December and January, and then while all these guys are back testing and just hammering motos at Lommel and doing all this motocross stuff, they said they think he's just sharper, racing, having the intensity, having, where they're kind of like in a slow start. They're just doing all these motos, but they're not really sharp yet. They felt like he came in and like he's right on the razor's edge of
100%
preparation, where these guys are all still kind of getting their race legs underneath them. So
yeah,
I don't know. He was wildly impressive though. You can watch it on TV and you're like, man, he's riding really well, but to be there and just see him enacting this and like understanding the race and when is it time to push, when is it time to not, who's a threat, does he need to pick up the pace, and being able to like fend off challenges. I have a lot of respect for what the level that he's on right now.
Yeah, he looked amazing. He's lost one moto all year, I believe, far to start the year.
Geiser got him one moto in Argentina.
JT, I think your point too. He came in there, and you know how you do the same thing over and over again, and you can kind of flatten out on that. And he took on a new challenge, very successful. I think we can all agree, and that just had to fill his confidence. And just the sharpness and the different demands of Supercross, I think that's got to raise just your whole ego when you walk away doing what he did, and that'll easily carry over. And we know he knows how to ride outdoors and, all the fitness, but, man, your heart rate's got to go to the moon to race Supercross. So, yeah, I think and the fact that he stayed, once that other race got moved, and he stayed one more, that showed a big boost. In my mind, that was a confident guy.
Yeah, I don't know what these guys are going to have to do to beat him. Geiser is pretty close. Like, he's able to stay in that 2, 3, 4 second range. But that makes me wonder if he really needed to, could he go faster? And the way he's racing right now is eerily reminiscent of kind of how Jet goes about his business when things are clicking. He's very comfortable with what seems like an uncomfortable lead. I'm stressed out because the lead is 2.5, 3.5 seconds, and I'm like, this could like get interesting at any moment, but it really never does. So that makes me think that they are managing the situation, and they're fine with it. So maybe I should be too. So
no, you've been there enough times.
Yeah.
I just, until somebody goes up there and passes them and shows them that they can just go faster, and you could say the same for Jet. They have their work cut out for them at the moment.
I will say this: we did Chase and I and our whole crew, VurbMoto. We did the Jorge Prado documentary for Red Bull those first 4 races. So we followed him around that entire month in California, and just got to reiterate what you said, Jason. Is his confidence was so peaked that the motocross question came up so much, even from us on the interview side, and then media and internally just being around. His confidence is so damn high in motocross. Like the amount of times I heard him say, "I already know how to do that."
Yeah. My bike's the same. Like, it's the same bike.
I don't need to do that. So even when the conversation came up for him to stay, he was not worried at all. Because like even Pitt was there filming this conversation. He's like, dude, you need to get back and you need to start doing laps. And he's just like, no, I need to do laps here.
Yeah.
And that's like, I think it finally clicked with Pitt. And then our final interview with him, Pitt did say yes, the skills he gained by riding Supercross and how much sharper he became learning things that he doesn't normally get to learn, just like you guys are saying, him just burning laps on a motocross track, been there, done that. But coming here racing against Jet and seeing what they're doing and even getting beat and having to be passed, all those things, I think he learned a significant amount in Supercross that even boosted his confidence even more.
JT, how's the Hurlings fan club situation? I mean, I was told by you people, podium round 2, win round 3. Didn't happen.
Well, hold on a second.
Okay.
'Cause I have to distinguish myself a little bit from that because I was watching Spain. I went back and watched it again, and you have to vouch for this. I went and said, I think we might be in a lot of trouble here. And then my other colleagues in that section were like, no, we're good. And I'm like, I don't know. Like I'm not seeing it right now.
Yeah.
And then this weekend was kind of more of that. Like Jeffrey was definitely better.
He was better. Yep.
Yeah, he's better, but he really couldn't show him a wheel. He's right there, but there's that's not beating him yet. And what I kind of look at is over the course of a championship, you have to find, if you're racing anybody, and Doug, I'm sure you did the same thing, right? If you're battling somebody, you have to try to find, okay, where are they vulnerable? Where can I find an angle? Are they a poor starter? Are they not fit enough? Do they struggle in the heat? Is their sprint speed not good? And you look at Prado right now, and these guys don't have a way in, right? Because he gets every start. He's one of the best starters in the history of the sport.
Yep.
He is one of the best sprinters, so he's winning all these Saturday qualifying races. He's figured out his fitness now, so there's really no hole there. And the only thing that could ever really hold on to is he struggled in the heat early on in his career, and that doesn't seem like it's a problem anymore. We will see in 2025 in pro motocross if he can handle American heat. That will be a new challenge. But I don't, outside of injury, mechanical failure, something like that, he has every, theme. Like if you had some sort of perceived deficiency, he's fixed all of those. Like he truly does not have a weakness right now in MXGP, and for that Hurlings conversation, it is a very daunting situation if anyone is thinking championship.
Well, I mean, Jeffrey's got to beat Tim right now. He can't seem to get that done, right?
But how much of this is Tim and Jeffrey saying, "Let me make it through a damn season"? Like, do you hold back at all right now and at least say, how many years have they both crashed out? And even in Prado's mind, even if he wasn't winning, he'd probably say, cool, I'm going to get second or third because eventually 10 rounds in.
Well, and you could see it last year. I went to a few GPs last year, and you could just see Prado was, at that time, one of his strengths was certainly his starts and how clever he was at just managing the race, be it the Saturday qualifying race or Sunday's race. He may not have won as many motos as others.
But he knew he didn't have to.
Exactly. He would just, and that, and you could argue the points on the qualifier, but he played that to his favor, and that really what I think helped him win that title last year.
I just feel like if I'm Jeffrey, I'm just like, dude, I want to make it half. I want to make the whole damn season. I don't care.
Yeah,
I'm not going to push it past 80%. No matter how fast Jorge's going.
Do you think any of this one's for you, JT? Do you think Jeffrey remembers, was it Valkenswaard or whatever, Prado, 15 years old, and just taunting Hurlings? Hurlings was expecting him to get out of his way. Do you remember that race?
I don't remember that. No, I don't remember that at all. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys heard the comments from Prado after the second race this weekend. There's no love lost there. He basically was like, kind of saying like I came to the stand and I won in the stand and
I beat the
all
sand.
3 races and nobody can really say anything. You know what I mean? So you can tell that he's heard it from everybody about Hurling's in the stand and you're only winning because Jeffrey's hurt. I don't think he loves those comments, and I think it still irks him. So he kind of makes a point to show, like, Jeffrey's great, but this is my time. And I don't really have an argument for him. He looks like he is truly the best rider, especially in that series. And, you could argue the best motocross rider in the world right now.
Well,
we were all at Ernie last year, and he was impressive there.
The Jeffrey Hurling support group meets Wednesdays at 4 p.m., everybody. So if you want to meet, go in the basement and talk about you guys can talk about Jeffrey's memories back in the day.
Yeah, to your point, Steve, I do think that Jeffrey is looking at this and he's being really patient. I think he doesn't feel like it's an insane amount of urgency right now, but the problem is that he's losing points by handfuls, and this Saturday qualifying race, like Doug, you said, it was the deciding factor last year because Febvre kind of went on a run in the middle of the season last year, but
he won the races, but he didn't win the qualifiers. Yeah.
Right. So at the end of the day, it would just be the status quo.
It would just be a wash.
Like an 80-point lead, and then nothing happened.
Exactly.
Febvre would get the bonus check and great, but Prado's like, I'm still winning by 85 points and you accomplished nothing. So
exactly.
Congratulations.
JT,
it doesn't even seem like that's the case now anymore. Like Prado's taken another step, and they can't really do anything at any point. He's qualifying fastest. He's winning the qualifiers. He's getting the whole shot. He's winning every moto. Where are you going to find a way in?
Well, just like you said, that whole boy-to-man transition, we've seen it so many other cases over the years, and I think you're spot on that analysis.
JT, we're still waiting for Sewer, having trouble with the Cowie a little bit. Not quite. Like, are we worried yet? What are we?
Not necessarily on this weekend.
Right.
I don't think he loves the stand, and I don't think that's a stretch to say at all. So I know they're working hard over there, but I didn't expect a lot this weekend. So I almost look at it as kind of the DV doctrine of it's almost a curse to get the whole shot both times in those races. Because if you're going to struggle, it looks really bad when you start first and go backwards.
Yeah.
But they'll figure it out.
Yeah, but I mean, even his first four weren't great. I mean, the first race was kind of sandy too, though, in Argentina. But yeah. And then what other takeaways do you have from MXGP or MX2? Even give us a couple of things that stood out for you or talking points for you.
Yeah, that Lucas Kunin kid's going to be really good. He's got a lot to learn still. He's still too on the edge, and there's not enough willing to take a second or settle at times. But the talent is undeniable. So
absolutely,
you got to figure at some point he's going to figure it out. I don't know if this will be the year that he really turns the corner, but at some point he's going to understand, okay, I don't have to win every single time, and those wins are going to come because he's so damn good that the winning's going to take care of itself, and the times you don't win, second, third is fine. So we'll see, but I do believe he'll be here in 2025. I think that's going to happen, and I think he's going to be a threat right away. It's going to be interesting to watch. There's going to be a learning curve, just like we saw with Tom Vial, but yeah, he's going to be wildly entertaining. So buckle up for that kid.
The Wolf winning this weekend, not a surprise, but having the points lead and winning the other rounds, he like Prado, he stepped up. I was actually surprised. I think Lewis told me that Kyle Wolf had won 2 GPs in his career coming into this year. And I was like, that's it? I don't know. I just felt like he'd won more, right?
He won a lot of motos, but he would.
Yeah. But now it looks like he's taking a leap too, JT. I mean, obviously in the sand, it's his deal, but
Yeah, he looks like the guy right now. And you got to think before, last year he had an opportunity to win, but before then it was Jago Geertz and Tom Vial just all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So he was going to have a really tough time, especially as young as he was, beating either of those two riders. And then Jago really left a championship on the table, in my opinion, in 2023.
Absolutely.
Cannot stay healthy. Cannot do it. He's hurt again this year. Pretty significant injury again here in 2024. But yeah, you can see DeWolf. He is figuring things out, and he's the odds-on favorite to win this title for sure. You just look at he's a really big kid, right? So he can handle really rough racetracks. And if you see him sitting on the starting line, I was trying to understand if it was like complacency at times or just so confident. Like, he didn't look nervous at all. You know, when I was sitting on starting, I was nervous as hell, and I wasn't even racing for a championship. He's like dancing and like bobbing around to the music they play before the race. So he doesn't look like he's worried by any of these guys right now. And he's certainly riding that way as well.
And a nice comeback story kind of happening. I mean, it's a long season, lots of shit can happen, but looks like Paul's Jonas is riding a lot better. He's on a Honda now, and again, like in the sand, that's probably should be that big of a surprise. But the other rounds, he's been better too. Like he had a shitty year, an absolute disaster year.
Yeah, he's riding well. You know, there's a ton of parity in that 450 class though, or MXGP. I don't know that it's going to be like that every single time. You know, February was behind the 8 ball all weekend because of the mechanical on Saturday. But I think there'll be times when these other guys get in there. Seawer's going to find his footing. Volanderen's going to, you know, I think he will get better as time goes on. So yes, Jonas is riding incredibly well, but I think there are going to be other guys in the mix at times. It won't just be the same few guys. We'll just have to see who can kind of step up. But I really like Paul Jonas. He's one of the nicest guys in the pits. And yes, the speed doesn't shock me, but the consistency, being able to stay in the top 5, that's been a little bit of a difference.
Did you do some fly racing work over there too, gear-wise?
No, I was either on an airplane or in the booth with Paul.
Okay.
That was literally my entire weekend.
Right. Okay.
God, the amount of time I spent in airports and airplanes over the last 6 days is shocking.
Yeah.
I'm smoked right now.
Like I said on the you couldn't pay me enough money to get on an airplane for this.
Initially, so I had a lot of conflict in schedule, and initially when I thought about going to this one, I know how difficult it is to get to this race.
Yeah.
From America.
Yeah, you can't get there directly.
No,
I've been to Sardinia.
Yeah.
Tough. And I was just like, oh, this is not a good one for my mental state or health.
No.
But it was the only one that was going to work. So here we are, and there we were. But it was a great trip. Weather was amazing. Racing was awesome. Like, everything about it was great. It is just a really challenging event to get to.
Is it like a little prop plane to the island? Like, what is that?
No, it's got good service. It's proper service.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just another connection, and you have to get off the plane and drive. And
yeah.
I mean, it's actually really easy when you get to the island because there's no traffic. The airport's super small. Like, all that stuff is super easy. It's just, connecting just another flight. You know, you get to Rome and get through customs, and then another layover and another flight, and all those things that go along with that.
Wow. Yeah, that does not sound like fun. Well, JT, if you get a chance, catch VurbMoto YouTube Bottom Line show. Came back from Mesquite. I raced plus 30 and 250C class this weekend.
And 51.46.
50 to 7 and 9.
Yes.
Yeah, I also raced that as well. So, check it out. Amateur Moto, catch the fever.
I got one last question for him.
Okay.
Let's go back to Prado. You mentioned the American Heat. I'm just curious what you think after seeing his Supercross debut 4 rounds here, obviously. How does he do next year in both disciplines?
I think Supercross he'll be better. I talked with lots of people this weekend about what realistic expectations are, similar to your question. And I think Supercross will just be incrementally better than it was this year. He'll be more comfortable. I think to expect him to be like in podium contention or racing at the very front is asking too much.
Agreed.
But I think if he can just have solid results, be a top 10 guy, show some flashes, like we know he's going to get starts at times, but keep expectations realistic, for himself too, right? Like, that has to be an internal thing where he's like, okay, I'm still learning this, and set yourself up for success in late May. He will be a very, very dangerous person. And I truly think, we don't know what Chase Sexton will look like next summer, but I truly think we could have an unbelievably great battle a la 2022 between Jet and Jorge Prado in 2025, because I see the levels, and both of them are only getting better. That could be like one of the best,
Wow.
It's hard to think about 15 months from now, or whatever, I guess 13 months from now. But I think it's shaping up to be an all-time summer in 2025.
Awesome.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it'd be great. Thanks, JT. We'll let you get some sleep. I wanted to jump on and get you some MXGP thoughts. But thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you guys.
All right.
He's already asleep.
Yeah, that's Jason. Knowing JT, he goes to bed at 8. So, That's Fly Racing's own Jason Thomas, by the way. Thank you to Fly Racing. Please check them out on the web and on the Bottom Line show as well. So motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. This is appropriate. Yamaha, full-time district sales manager job in Ohio. It's a good state for moto. Yamaha has an excellent opportunity for a district sales manager to join the motorsports team in a field position in Ohio. This is a field remote position within the sales territory. The district sales manager will represent Yamaha in a professional manner. I'm out. To the dealer network with a defined territory. So please check out the job. District sales manager, full-time job for Yamaha. It's a good job. And motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. Thank you to the folks at Lifted Trucks for Sale as well. If you want to look for a truck that retains the factory warranty, you can get it easily financeable through your local dealership. It's got premium components on it. Go to liftedtrucksforsale.com. Go search for your truck in your local area. Brand new custom trucks. And they use brands like Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Outside Van, Shelby American, and more. Skip the hassles of do-it-yourself customization and don't void your warranty. Go to liftedtrucksforsale.com. Mike, let's get Jennifer in here, shall we? Mike Ulrich from Yamaha, thank you for coming in for tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Let's get that shoulder fixed, so we can take down Mr. Side.
Yeah, just rest, no fixing, I hope.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we had that decision the other night when we were asking him.
Okay. And thanks, Mike.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
We'll get
thanks
Jennifer,
a lot. Thanks for
Davie
having
in
us.
here.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Doug, what do you think of the Yamaha e-bike today?
That
Before
was,
you sliced
I
the
didn't
tire.
know. Well,
And who do
I sliced the tire.
And who do I build the tire repair
Yeah, Mike
to?
will take care of
Okay,
that.
all right. Mike Ulrich, got it. Mr. Ulrich, got it.
That was fantastic.
You liked it?
Actually,
Yeah.
I didn't have a lot of a good baseline to compare it to. I don't spend much time on an e-bike, but it fulfilled all my expectations.
Yeah, and I was asking
except
Doug,
for the tire,
except
of course.
for the tire, of course.
Yeah,
Well,
I
you
don't know
shouldn't
what brand that was, but we're going to have to give them.
Shouldn't hit that rock. But this goes on to
another rock. I think I hit about 40 before that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rocks.
Yeah, you've been with me.
There's a lot of rocks.
There's a lot. You tried to go twice in Mesquite, couldn't find the trails, and then we were laughing about your inability to go mountain biking. So I took you, no problem, but we only made it 8 miles. So
yeah,
there are
problematic.
There is endless trails in Mesquite, though, right?
Not really, no.
No.
Just OHV, just not mountain bike.
Yeah, if you look on Trail Forks, there's nothing in Mesquite because I've thought about taking my motorbike up there and then riding mountain after, and there's just nothing.
There is definitely endless OHV trails. I just don't know how fun they'd be.
Right.
E-bike, they might be all right. But
yeah.
Well, I left from the hotel. I went one way, and then my boy Kiefer gave me some really inside baseball scoop on where to go the second day. Yeah, just as big as disaster. No, so
that's right.
2 strikes,
bigger
and then
disaster.
Today. Everything happens in threes, right? So I'm done.
Aiden's pass or his directions? What was a bigger disaster?
I'm going to say Aiden's pass. Sorry. I don't know if he's still listening. He might be sucking his pacifier in bed by now. But, yeah, that was kind of ugly. I'll just leave it at that.
Welcome to the show, Jennifer, Davie. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Yeah, thank you for all the help with the Blue Crew over the years, with the ride day at Melville, of course. You've been a big part of the Blue Crew. You got to deal with Bradshaw and Villapoto. So condolences on that.
It's been entertaining for sure.
Right. And then kind of what I didn't know, like I saw Doug there this weekend. I saw him at Washugo when we unveiled the new anniversary YZs. And then Doug was like, yeah, I'm just coming up to hanging out and, thought I'd come up and just do that, right? So that was cool. But then you've sort of taken Doug and now he's like more of an ambassador role, like Damon and like RV.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
We started thinking about it last year as we've been trying to grow the Blue Crew stuff and ran into Doug over at Motocross Nations last year and said, man, it'd be a great one to get on board and have him be a Blue Crew ambassador. And he's so good and his training stuff is solid. So here we are.
And he's probably a lot more professional to you with that Ryan Villapoto fella. So that part's good.
Was that pre-Coors Lights or post-Coors Lights?
But I mean, look, if there's anybody, Doug, Yamaha, it's you. You're Yamaha.
Some would agree with you, yeah.
So, but it is you were in testing forever, right? First racing, of course, then testing, and then you sort of segued out of testing, and maybe a few years of like not quite. You sold Dr. D, right? You're hands off on that.
Still not quite hands off.
Yeah,
I'm
not
still
quite
in there, but others are running it. Yes.
This is a nice thing for you, I'm sure.
No, this is great. You know, I've always been involved with Yamaha, obviously 37 years, and so we've had a long history, and I've had many roles. I've stood in front of thousands of dealers and introduced bikes. I've raced at the highest level for the race team. I've sweat it out at Glen Helen at 4 o'clock. Is that what Kiefer says?
Glen Helen 4 o'clock.
Glen Helen 4 o'clock. Yeah. But yeah, so I've had so many different roles, and it was just great having a chat with Jennifer at Erne last year, and we're just kind of something might work, and because they're really trying to bring the Blue Crew thing along, and there's so much there. It's got a lot of history, and just trying to put all the pieces in the right place. So it was just a welcome invitation, and man, we got so much stuff going on this year. I'm excited.
It's like when Damon got brought in too. I was like, okay, that makes so much sense. Like, you know what I mean? Damon's back on Blue, right? Like, so it works out nice. And look, full transparency. I get a bike from Yamaha to ride. You know what I mean? I'm a Blue Crew ambassador. So, but I do feel like, I don't know, how old's Blue Crew now? Like, what are we talking?
But initially, 2013 is when it started. Yeah.
So, so it's older than I thought. But, like, it's really, like, you guys, Blue Crew Invitational's going on. You support the Verb guys. You came to my ride day. Jason Raines does his demos a lot all over the country, right? So getting on the Yamaha and showing people how to ride. You got Bradshaw. You got Villapoto. You got Dubach. Yeah, like, it feels like there's some really momentum going with Yamaha and the support and the grassroots and all of that, Jennifer.
Yeah, we're really, and really, we started this evolution of Blue Crew a couple years ago. Like 22, kind of decided, take it. It is racing, right? It's core contingency, but there's so many more Yamaha folks out there, like diehard Yamaha customers that just.
Doug.
Love being on Blue.
Right.
And so we wanted to start doing more for those customers too. And, the training stuff and the ride days that, the kids that are not necessarily going to make it to Loretta's, but man, they got that racing in their heart and they want to come out and do something. So we're just designing stuff for those guys.
Yeah, it seems like it's, and like, it seems like there's a lot of media support across the board. You support a lot of different media outlets with, Wes just went and bought one, but, with loaner bikes, or if somebody wants to come up to a GNCC and get on Randy Hawkins' team, you'll do that, like Mr. Side or whoever. Like, there's opportunities for people to be involved with Yamaha on the media side of things, which I think branches out to the customer. And I think when you're the customer and you see the stuff and you read it, you're like, that's a cool company.
It is.
That's a cool company. Like, I want to be part of that.
And that's why I bought the bike.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could have called and it got a deal, but Chase and I literally went to the dealership, and because of everything they do for our sport, including us, like, granted, transparency too, yes, they support us.
Right.
But I said I'm going to take money out of my own bank account and buy this bike because of everything they do to support our sport.
And big touring on and off-road stuff now going on, right, with Damon and RV. I think they like that more than the moto stuff. Honestly, they love it, right?
Yeah, Damon was just in Tennessee doing a Tenere event for us this past weekend.
Yeah. I think that whenever I talk to Damon, he wants to talk about Teneres. That's what I'm talking about, Yamahas. Like, you know what I mean? He loves it. Like at Millville, that's all he wanted to talk about was how much fun he's having.
Well, yeah, at Washougal at the 50th anniversary, all I heard about all the mods he was doing to his Tenere.
So that bike's been a hit, I guess, right?
It's been great.
65's doing well. Obviously, the new look Yamaha, the retro bikes everyone loves those. So
sweet.
You did say blue. I'm a fan of the white.
Yeah. Could we do the red and white, you think, down the road? What's the next anniversary?
We've done red and white.
Have we?
It's been a little while, but...
Yeah. I know we did the yellow and black.
Yeah, we did the yellow and black. Yeah, that's spoken as a true Canadian. Because, back in the day, was it like, I think Storbeck was one of the first guys to do a really proper white race bike down here.
Down here, yeah.
But, yeah, we used to trade stuff with guys.
Yeah.
And so we would give them our yellow and we would take their white.
We had a guy named Brian Junkie who owns a Fun Bike Center in San Diego now, but he's from North Dakota. So he would race in Manitoba, where I'm from, on a yellow bike, and it was like seeing oh my God, a yellow Yamaha. Right. But what's the Blue Crew Invitationals? You got some of those coming up, and then this is a cool deal for the Americans. They get to go to Matterley.
Yeah, we're doing 3 Blue Crew Invitational races, so it's all Yamaha race from PW50s to vets.
Yep.
So every class can come out and race, but we're taking 3 riders. So you qualify at the 3 invitationals. And taking a YZ65, a YZ85, and a YZ125 rider. They're going to qualify to go race in the super finale over at Motocross the Nations this year.
Oh, that's cool.
Wow.
And so you got to race all 3 and it's points, or how are we doing that?
You just have to race one. You can race more than one. So we're going to take the top 3 in each class, and then Yamaha gets to select 2 wild cards. So we'll end up with 15 from each class that we have a panel of judges that'll pick the final kids that go over.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, that'll be really neat. So where are the races at this year, the invitationals?
First one's in May at Glen Helen. Second one's in June at Washougal, and then Budds Creek is in July.
We tried to get Spring Creek, didn't we? We were working with the Martins.
We were.
It never happened.
Man, their
Damn
schedule is
troll.
so He said in the future we definitely want to do this. This year just wasn't working with the schedule.
Well, I mean, you guys are supporting my ride day again, the PulpMX ride day. I couldn't get in at Millville when I needed to either, so we're going to Lakewood.
Wow.
In the end of September. The end of August, first weekend of September.
We'll be there.
We're going to be at Lakewood, PulpMX ride day. Andrew Short's coming out, Fly's coming out, Yamaha's coming out. I know some other people are going to van. Maybe the doctor will be there.
Maybe.
It'll be fun. It could be a good track. I'm not going to limit entries this day. Man, I limited entries the first time. I'm just going to 2 days of riding. Just jump out there, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to doing that. We're going to do a Pulp show on Saturday night again like we did before. So Yamaha's on board with that. So thank you for supporting that.
Yeah, our
Appreciate
pleasure.
That.
That live show you did there last year was a blast.
Yeah,
that was
people
so
loved
fun.
it. Yeah, people really loved it. Well, again, when you get Bradshaw and RV together, and then Weston Pike was there, Kiefer, right?
How could you go wrong?
Yeah, can't have a bad time there.
Yeah. How much do you try to limit the Coors Lights intakes between Filippoto and Bradshaw at night at these things?
It's kind of a hopeless situation right there. It's just don't even try.
That's a sorry situation.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like realistically, how many cases are we talking?
I don't know. I just can't count that high.
Oh wow!
I can't.
Wow. Wow.
I just have to go the other way.
So Jennifer, you're one of the people that made the move from Cyprus to Georgia.
I did.
And so Derek Brooks is another guy that I know well at Yamaha, and he told me, I want to say a year ago, I saw him and he loves it. California to Georgia, but he absolutely loves it. And I was like, really? Like, if someone told me, I don't know. Like, that's so different territory, such different lifestyle, everything. Ulrich is still in Cyprus, but you love it too.
I do.
And you're California born and raised.
Born and raised
and you
in
love
SoCal,
it.
and I do. I've been there 8 years now, and I love it.
Wow.
I think I was always a little bit of a country girl at heart, so the South kind of just suits me.
I'm a Georgia boy, born and raised, so it's funny.
Like,
now. No,
yeah, you went to Boise. You're in Boise.
I was California, now Boise.
Right,
so, yeah.
right. Yeah, I think it's cool. It's awesome. It's such a big move, and it could go either way, I guess, right?
Could have.
Yeah, where you're just like, I hate it out here, but you've been with Yamaha for how long?
26 years?
Yeah,
wow.
26 years. So.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for my career to be over, so my family was super pissed off at me. But
what do they think? Are they still there?
They like it. No, they're in California.
Oh, okay.
But they like to come visit.
Gotcha. What about the summer heat, though? That's the only thing I absolutely despise about Georgia.
I travel so much that I only get a fraction of it.
That's a good point. Where do you live?
I'm in northern Georgia.
Gotcha.
So.
Cool.
Yeah, it's neat. It's neat to see the people love it. You know what I mean? So also, too, by the way, the Yamaha LCQ Challenge tickets are available now. You can win a 2024 YZ 450. Thanks to the folks at Yamaha again for letting us do that. All the money goes to the privateers out there. The top 17 are going into Denver Friday race. VurbMoto streaming it again for us. Thank you for doing that.
Now I'm on the hook, dude. As of last week, I was like, maybe I don't have to go, but now
I had to go race 250C class for you to live stream this
now
for
it
me.
seems as if I'm officially in, man. Let's get the contract.
Yeah. Will that smart kid be there? Or
yeah, let's talk to him.
Bring him in.
He could contend for the win. I don't know that anybody wants to race him.
Yeah, have him jump he'd be the wild card. But so tickets are available on PulpMX.com, and $30. All the money goes to the privateers. I think we had 140 grand marks, 114. What do I keep?
Yeah, it was 140.
140 grand for the racers last year for 22 racers. So pretty cool deal. And Yamaha supports that with a bike, so you can win a bike for that. Awesome. That would have been
excellent.
Well, no, you were too good for this race back in the day. So this is I take the fifth in the LCQ, gets 25 points, like you won the damn thing. And then I count all the points from all 16 LCQs during the year. So I want to reward the riders who go to the races and don't make mains. Those are the heroes, right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to make too many mains, otherwise you don't get into points. So you were too good for this thing because, I don't know how many mains you missed in your life, but not many.
Not many.
You're right. So,
but I had a few.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was third back in my day because I only took two.
Only took two, right. So we're keeping track of points all year long, and I think Tristan Lane is leading it now.
Wow.
And, Kay Clayson's in the mix. Grant Harlan's in the mix. Grant hasn't had the year he wanted. So, these guys are up for
Are we doing anything different?
Yeah, we're doing two races. I cleared it with Feld. So we're gonna drop the gate, 5-minute race plus a lap, weigh the checkers. 22nd place in the first moto goes to the front of the line for a staggered start. Drop the flag now. Another 5-minute race.
Another 5-minute race.
Two combined motos, Olympic scoring.
Wow.
So I think the
like
winner,
the old Mickey Thompson, where you'd sandbag your qualifier, so you got the front.
I don't
for the
know.
main.
Like I don't know. You think guys will be sandbagging because
No.
you kind of want to go like.
Well, no, because if it's a combined moto score, no, you're not going to get
Right.
sandbaggers. Yeah.
But like the winner, I feel is going to go like 3-8 or something. You know what I mean? Like that'll be the winner of that race. Like you know, so we're going to switch it up a little bit.
Be a lot of math going on in there.
Be a lot of math. I've been told
that white flag going. Okay,
Yeah.
3, carry the 1.
I've been told the scoring will handle the math, so let's really hope so.
Imagine
Well, maybe remind them. Maybe you should go out and have a little riders presentation and say, okay, guys, let's keep the math to the guys in the booth there.
Yeah, because Marks, I'm not quite good at math, as you know.
Yeah, you would think with it being in your name, but
Yeah, I know.
I
It's
love
not my
that.
strong suit.
not your forte.
We've decided that 450 LCQ is not exciting enough. Let's add
Yeah,
Andy.
exactly. It's only the best
Andy,
race of the
but
night,
I
but
love
yeah,
it.
whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. So thank you again. For
I don't know that
support.
I'd want to win that first moto. Having it come through the pack,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
Yeah, I mean,
gnarly.
especially like a staggered start, the length of the start straight.
Oh,
and
my
like, yeah,
God.
so I don't know.
Oh, you're going to see, guys. Maybe I should go put on a little start clinic because I used to have to start those Mickey Thompson things way in the back. There's a few tricks there.
Did you ever like? I feel like so. At some point, they told Holly like, "Hey, man, like your Supercross, motocross, we want you to go to Ultracross, right?" And he won a couple of those and did really well. They never did that to you, did they? They never sent you. They sent you to Canada, but like, yeah.
I went on my own
you did?
will to Canada.
Oh,
yeah,
that wasn't
was
a-
just
oh, I thought
was
that
a
wasn't a
Dave
Yamaha
Gallen thing. No, that was
Oh.
Dave Gallen begged me for.
Oh, I thought Yamaha USA's like, "Hey, we got this bike, go up there."
No.
Okay.
That was all Dave Gallen. You know, I said no. Well, say 5 times and not the 6th time. But
okay.
yeah, so I ended up there.
But
But again,
Ultra-
I think it was my wife
Yeah.
wanted to see Canada. So
But Ultracrosses, you never really did that.
I did some of those.
Yeah, but never
yeah,
a series, right? You never.
Yeah,
followed
no,
the
I
series.
never did the whole series, but I remember that was the first good bike I ever got to race in '88 at LA Coliseum. John R. and all them, because I was, the guy that at Yamaha that worked both sides of the hallway, testing and racing, and so I was helping with development of the bike, and so I got to race basically like Brock's practice bike at one of those Ultracrosses.
And you were like, "Oh, it's pretty good."
Yeah, it's a pretty good bike.
Oh, that's fun. MTX braking, by the way. Speaking of mountain bikes, Dr. D had MTX braking pads in his bikes.
Didn't get to use
I
those.
just want to know what kind of tires I have.
He was screwed up because Doug runs the front brake on the right on his mountain
As
bikes.
every moto guy does, Mathis.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No.
I find this out as we're leaving.
Yeah. I didn't quite tell him. I'm like,
Yeah, kept that to himself. So we're already in the car, bikes in the back, going to this ride place.
You run it Euro style.
Well, it's just like a dirt bike style. But I'm like, yeah, Doug, no. I just don't touch that. I just run like the way it comes stock. So anyways, MTX brake pads, PulpMX is the code to save. They got red compound and gold compound. The red is for e-bikes or heavier riders like myself. Make your mountain bikes better, more power, better modulation. MTXbraking.com. You have a mountain bike, right?
I got a couple, yep.
I have a spare. I have some of these pads to give you.
That's you know what? It's funny the amount of times I've left here. Every time I'm on your show, whether it's OGO, I think Art of Sport back in the day.
Yeah.
I always go and freaking use the pulp coats when I leave your show.
Yeah. Let me get you some MTX brake pads.
Hey Doug, I don't know why I'm just the guy that buys shit, and so I'm sure I could call Steve like, hey man, can you give me someone's
need
email?
this,
But no,
some of that.
I'm just gonna go to the dealership and buy a damn
Sometimes
OGO
that's
bag.
easier.
That's what I always say.
Well, I get my neighbors, in the old days. Hey, can I have some tear-offs? I'm like, buddy, here's $20.
Yeah,
go buy his pack of tear-offs.
The bro deal, sometimes I'm like, I don't want to wait 3 months for this shit. I text him, it's a
I'm
week
the same
later,
way.
then I get it's like, I'd rather just go and buy the shit that I want. And I
Or
don't
you
gotta
you could
talk
be
to
like
no one.
Mr. Sod and just get screwed over, get free shit and get screwed over. By Mike.
the elitist.
By the Mike's gonna get me one of those shirts though. I'm getting one of those, 100%. I want that shirt.
It is a good shirt.
It's not. He's still going to be an elitist. You know that, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear.
Hey, speaking of testing, Doug Dubach's tested a few things. Factory chassis parts, the engine mounts, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel, used by Phoenix, Honda, Starling, and more. CNC parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium, easy to install. Drastic improvements right away. PulpMX chassis. It is crazy, Doug, that engine mounts make such a difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like you wouldn't. We tested them at Yamaha, right, with our riders, and the factory chassis parts guys know that. So it's nuts.
I've helped. Yeah, develop some of that stuff, and I have it on some of my bikes. So yeah.
It's crazy that just an engine mount. You get on the bike, you're like, oh, it's different.
Yeah, but I mean, if you saw the behind the scenes in our production testing, I mean, all that stuff each year. You get thinner steel or thicker aluminum or a combination thereof, or two plates that are, just the reaction of two plates are the same thickness as one solid plate. Yeah, completely different.
Completely
feel.
different. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
It's just because the whole chassis and engine, it's just that's part of the suspension. It's got to all work together.
I just found out parts that I now need for my new bike.
There you go. See, there you go. Yep.
By the way, how does Dr. D pipe for 2024?
Absolutely, best pipe on the market.
800 horsepower to my bike.
At least.
Sick.
800 horsepower. You make the call.
Yeah.
Jennifer, how do you decide, like for Doug or RV or Bradshaw, how do you decide where you want them to go and what they're going to do? Like, obviously there's contracts involved, right, and events and all that, but is it hard to do that? Is it hard to line up these guys?
It's been fairly easy, and I was talking to Damon actually today about this, and for some reason everything that we've wanted him to do this year, it just kind of worked. Try to play on their strengths a little bit in the audience.
Right. Doug's got the older,
I had mini bike kids this past weekend.
Yeah.
But man, they actually are awesome together. Yeah. You have those guys together last year at the Invitationals with Bradshaw and Villo.
Yeah.
You got, kind of the older guys that were like, Bradshaw's awesome, younger guys at Villo, but then the dads were geeked out when that Bradshaw was on the track with their kids.
Yeah.
They're like, man, this is awesome. Do you know who this is? So it was so cool.
At the last Invitational last year, RV told me he would just jump out into any moto.
He
was just like, I'm like, what'd you race? He's like, I just jumped out there.
Yeah, I remember he was just jumping out in like any race.
65s, 85s. Kid looked up and there's like
he only
Damon or
knocked a
Villo
few
next
kids
to him.
down. It was all good.
Yeah. He was like, I just jumped out there, bro. Anytime I wanted to go, I went. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know it was.
It's like I could take these guys.
But I mean, I guess I jumped out in 250C class and
20 laps, bro.
And 51 4 to 6.
And 51 4 to 6. Yeah.
On a 450.
Right.
Is that fair?
What?
Do you have the rule book with you?
He still didn't get the whole shot.
Okay.
What's the next thing for you? Do you know what you're doing next? What do you?
Yeah. We have the first of the 3 invitationals.
Oh, okay, so you'll be there?
Yeah, Glen Helen next
Yep.
month.
Okay.
And we're doing a Friday ride school. It's already full, so I don't rush into the computer. But Washougal in June.
Oh, okay, so you're doing all the invitations.
And we're
doing
doing
Buds?
Yeah, we're
doing
doing
Buds.
Yeah,
I'm
going to Buds, and we're doing a Friday ride school for all of those. So you got to get in early.
Yeah, Dubach's getting on a plane here.
Yeah. I'm not a foreigner to airplanes.
Yeah.
I've had the European vacation these last couple of years. But get signed up early because, like I said, our Glen Helen already sold out a while ago.
Oh,
so we're just limiting it to 30 riders because, it's just you get too big of a group. It's always hard to manage that.
What's the date of the Glen Helen one?
Jennifer?
What's the date of the
May 17th and 19th.
Is it the weekend of Paula? I think it's the weekend of Paula.
It's the weekend.
That'd be in between.
In between.
Yeah, it's the weekend off.
Oh, maybe I'll
before
go.
Paula.
Maybe I can go.
Come on
Can
down.
I just jump in any race that I want to? Like
not
Villo?
the school. You can race, but not the school.
Please come to the school.
I do need help at the school.
We'll talk about a lot
We'll
of
make
stuff.
an exception.
I know
We'll
you used
open
to be
up
a
a
mechanic, but there'll be a little technical portion to it as
thank
well.
you. Yeah, I try not to be a mechanic anymore, as you can tell. No, I might go. That's kind of fun. Yeah, because I've been riding more than ever. Like I told you, Gary at Mesquite's been letting me go, and I've been having so much fun riding my dirt bike. Like
I've seen you at Glen Helen
cool.
recently. You know your way around that place.
Well, you inspired Kiefer and myself for our video plan. So last time I was at Glen Helen with you, you rolled up on an 85.
Big wheel.
I'm like, what? I said to Kiefer, what the fuck is Dubach doing? He's doing some endurance stuff. So Doug's on an big wheel 85.
Seeing if he could blow it up.
I don't know. I'm just like,
that was the job. I failed, but that was my job.
I'm like, this fucking guy will ride anything for Yamaha, apparently. I knew he would, but I didn't realize
that was confirmation
so,
right there.
Like stock suspension or what?
Bone stock motorcycle.
No.
Well, so it was the power up kit.
Okay.
And so, the YZ testing department, we have to approve all this stuff. And, it's quite involved where you've got to do the durability side of it.
Okay.
And then, get the right fuel. We got to have a setting for pump fuel. We got to have a setting for the good fuel. So, we do a lot of work there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's
part of
there.
that was, I did, I think that day I did 3 30-minute motos on that.
How bad did your back hurt?
I'm a little guy. It wasn't so bad.
So you inspired me because I don't know, just seeing you thought in my mind. So the next video that Kiefer and I are doing, and Mike's helping with this.
I heard something about this.
So I'm on my 450, and I'm gonna see again. I've been riding. I feel pretty good on a bike and everything. Kiefer's gonna ride a modern YZ 125, so 2024 YZ 125. He's going to ride my 1990 YZ125 I have in the garage.
Really?
That he rode that day, and he couldn't believe how slow it was. And then he's going to ride the big wheel because I saw you on it, and I thought about it. And can Kiefer beat me on all 3 bikes? That's going to be the video. So 3 laps, 4 laps. We haven't quite decided. It'll be 3 or 4 laps. We haven't quite decided the track yet. We're working on some track options. But the video is going to be...
I think the 89 125 will be the only challenge.
So
I can get him some good parts, though.
Yeah. So I think
Can I take that home with me tonight?
No. I thought I would beat him on the 85 and the old 125, but not the new one. The new 125, he's got me covered.
This combined moto score. So if he goes 1-1-2, he still wins the overall?
I think so.
Okay.
So you inspired the video, Doug.
Money.
But seeing you on the 80 was like, I wonder, because I was thinking, like, how fast is Doug? Because Glen Helen, first of all. So Doug and Glen Helen, pretty good. I was thinking, I wonder how fast Doug would be.
How was he going up the hill?
On the 85,
Yeah.
you know? So
a little challenge. But
so you made me think of that. So then we decided this video. So Mike signed out Kiefer for a big wheel 85.
Perfect.
And we are doing this
and
video.
Does he get the power up kit? Because that makes a big
I don't
difference.
know if he does, Mike. Make sure he doesn't have the power up kit. No power up.
Oh, so you're trying to help
Kiefer's
Mathis.
pretty damn
Okay,
fast,
I get it.
Well, so I thought I had him covered on the old 125 and the 85, but then I started thinking, maybe 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I was at Mesquite, and Vincent Way was there, and he went right by me. Now, he's a top 80 rider in the country. Kiefer's not, but he went right by me and dropped me.
Let's keep in mind that Kiefer, as much as he does ride a lot of different bikes, he's not a two-stroke specialist.
No, yeah.
So keep that in mind. I'm going to have to weigh all this out.
Yeah, so stay tuned, everybody, for this video dropping at some point. And if he beats me on all 3, I just might hang it up. I'll be calling.
Come on, you got to have thicker skin than that. You can handle it.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm with him, though. The slow bike up the hills, like the 85 is going to rip up the hills better than the
Well, the
90.
biggest challenge on the 85 is keeping the front end down because you can't get far enough forward on it. But that 125, he'll be off the back fender.
Yeah. Well, and then when he rode the 125 at Glen Helen for our video, Racer X video, he was like, I can't believe how bad this is. I'm like, just think Bradshaw beat Honda with this. I mean, Bradshaw was beating factory Honda on this bike. You know what I mean? And we talked about that this morning a little bit. Yeah.
Have you guys watched the Carson versus RV videos
I
that
have
we
not
did?
watched it yet.
Oh, it's good.
How was it?
It's really good.
Is it good?
But it's funny. It was a 93
Yeah.
YZ, and RV was like, dude, this thing is so slow.
Yeah. Well, the
you
90
can hear it on the
the 90 is
Sounds
slower
like he's
than
standing
that.
on his
Yeah.
Right? The 90 is slower than 93.
You would think so.
I think they redid the motor.
Doug
that
didn't
year.
do a very good job testing in 3 years if it's not.
Yeah.
Just a test ride. I didn't design it.
So Blue Crew Invitational, May 17th, Glen Helen, June 21st, Washougal, July 12th, Buds. So Friday schools for Dr. D.
Friday schools at
And
all
then-
3 events.
yeah.
And then, like I said, what a great opportunity for these young riders to get a all expenses trip paid
Yeah,
to
donations.
Matterley and
Yeah.
the donations and experience all that, race in front of all those people. And that's a great track. You've been there before.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're doing Fox Hill and Farley again?
Yeah, and that's why I think I might miss the Colorado ride day.
No, it's
'Cause
the
I think
weekend
I'll
after. Oh, you'll be still over there.
Yeah, because
Yes.
I'm doing Fox Hills weekend off, and I'm
Yeah.
doing Farley this year,
Right.
so I'll still be over there.
Okay, well, I'm bringing Team Canada to Fox Hill, so watch out.
Bring it on, buddy.
Ryan
I'm the team
Gauld,
manager.
Ryan Gauld, Ryan
And I'm
Lockhart.
racing, so I get to see the track.
Oh, that's
I got
true.
the inside
Yeah.
scoop. You better sign up. Are you the manager?
I'm the manager.
All right. You
I'm
better
supposed to
sign
race.
up.
I'm supposed to ride. Wobbs is supposed to get me a bike.
Okay, there
So,
you go. No excuses.
Tyler Medaglia, Ryan Gauld, Ryan Lockhart.
We had a little discussion about this. You going to be fair this time? Because I remember Pit Bike of Nations, Redbud.
You have to take that up with Ryan Gauld, and that was not me. That was not the manager, but
You guys are all pussies.
Yeah, that's Ryan Gauld.
Exactly, right
Yeah,
there.
right. So, all right, let's do the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Shall we? Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
All right, motorsport.com. Great guys. OEM parts for your Yamaha, aftermarket parts for your Yamaha, all available at motorsport.com. Free shipping on everything over $79, and dedicated team of gearheads there, except for, are you dedicated, gearhead?
I worked 6 to 3:30 and then left my house at like 3:45 to come here, so I'd say it's pretty dedicated.
He's a gearhead for motorsport. So he sits
I
at
buy
home.
stuff off Motorsport.
Do you?
Yeah.
Go through the banner on PulpMX.com to help us out.
Or Verb.
Okay.
Or whichever you want.
Okay.
Love the
I'll get
motorsport
both
guys.
of those discount codes
Wasn't
before I leave.
motorsport at your race? Didn't it have something to do with your race?
Yeah.
I saw banners and stuff. Yeah, motorsport did the World Mini.
Okay.
We got a lot of cohesion.
Highest
so
bidder.
let's-
Come on, let's go, guys.
No, that's what Chase brought up. I think there's something. There's
So
something
do I
he-
need to talk to Chase
There's
then
something
about
here.
this? All right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
He's
let's move on.
He's passed out. So
move
these
on.
questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and we got a bunch of good questions for myself, Jennifer, Doug, and Wes. And let's do this.
Is this one timed?
No.
I don't think it matters if it's timed. You guys don't follow the rules anyway.
Said who?
The guy that took 42 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, from the voice of the drunken people, Doug, we'll start with you. You paid $20 billion to switch to another brand from either Yamaha or O'Neill. Which one do you ditch?
$20 billion.
$20 billion.
Okay.
Both.
Doug's like, Yamaha,
Yeah.
woo?
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
force him to do it.
Jim who?
And take $1 billion. Just
Did you ever wear different gear in MXA? Like, Jim never did. Jim wore O'Neill for dirt bike every time, right? So, like, did MXA
If
ever
I
have...
ever did anything, it was incognito. Like I was on the original YZ400 poster
Okay.
in all Fox gear.
Oh, okay,
But
yeah.
I was the mystery
Yeah,
rider.
yeah,
but I was
yeah.
the only guy that rode that bike, so
Yeah.
I was the only one allowed on it.
Right.
Wow.
So I told that story. I had on the 20th anniversary of that bike. I still have a T-shirt in the package, and it's me in the Fox gear. Yeah. So I told that story and said, "Don't tell Jim" in parentheses.
When people run into you, like at the invitational races or at the Washougal or whatever, what do they want to talk to you about? What comes up? Like all the shit you've done, all the things you Supercross win, YZ400. I mean,
San Jose Supercross.
oh, that's number one. Okay.
How many laps I've done in my lifetime? No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Michael Craig came to me. This was 7, 8 more years ago.
Yeah.
And he was serious as a heart attack. How many laps do you think you've done? He pins me in my van at Glen Helen one day, and I'm like, I don't know, a lot, more than the average guy. But
you asked him the other day how many races he thought he'd been to.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh,
yeah. I mean,
a lot. We'll just say that.
So that's the two. Nothing but the 400. The 400 comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit,
Well,
yeah.
everyone's still angry that it was hard to start,
Yeah, yeah.
but you just had to know how to start it.
Yeah.
Remember the little video we shot in Vietnam?
Yeah.
That was. Okay, it was the bamboo in the back of Cyprus,
Right,
but
right.
everyone was accusing me of, aren't you going to
Vietnam.
shoot this in Vietnam?
We used to roll up our bikes over there till we got yelled at all the time. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Speaking of dedicated employees, we have Verb editor Casey, who just hit the hour mark on hold.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
shit.
my
Okay.
God.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
on
my
you,
God.
All right,
Mathis.
okay, Casey, what's up, man? How are you?
Shit.
I'm well. First time viewer and first time caller.
Thank you.
I just need a question answered or like understanding. Why and when did they take out the R in motocross? Like, is it like an ego thing because dudes don't want to be associated with motorcycle guys, or is it English hard?
Doug would probably be there in the time when they took motocross and took the R off.
Exactly. I was there from the beginning. So, well, funny story. Delmont, Steel City.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the big sign going in there? Still said motocross.
Did it really? I don't remember that. Okay.
And Mike Jones was affiliated with that track. I think he was married to the owner's daughter or something, so we used to pick on him. But that's a good question. I don't have Google in front of me. I'd get in trouble if I had my phone out.
It did start with motocross in the 60s
way
and
back.
70s,
But I think the Americans did that. They wanted to be.
Right.
Yeah. So, I don't have a good answer for you.
Didn't the Americans change whoop-de-choos into whoop-de-doos?
I thought whoop-de-choos was a MXA thing. I
Was
thought that
that
was
it?
like a
Okay.
Jimmy Mack thing or
Okay.
something.
All right.
That was really an hour to ask that question.
Yeah,
Casey,
that's your Verb
Casey,
guy.
what else you got?
He's
Come on,
our non-moto editor. We brought him in from the outside world because we wanted a non-moto dude that knew how to edit.
Oh,
and
really?
work.
Okay, well, that was a
So
good question. Do you have one more?
He met him. You met him
Yeah,
this
I
weekend.
did.
Okay, let's go.
Casey, also props to you for getting the Bottom Line show online. Thank you for your help.
Oh, yeah, that was
we did get to watch that.
beautiful.
We haven't even.
Did Casey edit it?
Yes, Casey was the editor.
Because I felt like, Casey, this is a compliment. I watched it on a commercial break. It looked like the old shows, the way it was cut, the music, Like obviously the music you grabbed from another one, but the way it was cut was like the old show. So how did Casey know to cut it like the old shows?
Because we watched some, and then me and Casey
Really?
talked about it, and we
Yeah,
said, hey, you should do it this way. And he watched
It
one
was-
or two, and he said, I feel like it
really
emulates
reminded
the
me
old
of the
ones.
old ones.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So good
yeah,
job,
the
Casey.
music choice on Mathis going down the track was beautiful.
Well, I didn't like
It's
that one so much, but yeah.
No, it's like watching grass
Did you
grow.
have? Did you have any shots of me riding okay? Like did
No,
you have
those were the shots.
Fuck, I walked into that one.
You set yourself up.
Did you have anywhere like I looked all right, where like I was ripping?
You
Okay.
made that table
For like a
nice.
second.
Kept the bike straight into those ruts.
Or did Chase give you the direction and pick out the slowest shots possible? Did Chase give you that direction?
No, that was just me trying to be funny.
Okay, all right. Well,
It was.
Casey. Can you make a B-roll of me
Mission
like looking all
accomplished.
right on the bike? You know?
Can we get that one up now?
Would you like one shot that's like 3 seconds? I can do that.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'll take it.
Yeah,
because then I'll
burn.
because
And
then
can
I'll
you
slow
roll
it-
the speed up just
no,
a little?
Then I'll slow it down and add some Van Halen, and there we go. Like it's a ripper.
Oh my gosh.
So, but thanks, Casey. Yeah, appreciate you doing the work.
You're welcome. Anything for you.
Oh, thank you. All right. Anything else, buddy?
That is great.
Why are e-bikes way better than two-stroke?
E-bikes.
Oh, come on.
E-bikes like
Stark?
Sauron,
No,
or
he's talking
e-bikes
about-
like a Stark?
Tallon or like a Gringer, you know?
Then a two-stroke, Casey?
Well, I don't like the smell. It hurts my nostrils.
This is a non-moto
okay,
guy.
can you hang up on
yeah,
him?
just hang on.
Where's the red
Yeah,
dot
Steve,
button? Let's-
we can't
You're
let.
fucking kidding me.
Casey doesn't work for us anymore. Can we
Okay.
hang
All
up?
right. All right. See you,
Goodbye,
Casey.
So we're
All right,
having
see
a
you
bad
later.
connection.
All right.
Casey's first and last time on the
Doesn't
show.
like that smell.
Who doesn't like that? Get him back on the line and let's get a little bit more description on this.
All right. Next question.
Blenzol and some race gas.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Jake Barton photo for Wes. Who is your favorite Excite Bike character, and why is it Jumpin' Jim Rivers? Hashtag Sarah Suckass Hill.
There's a lot to
Yeah,
unpack
that's
there.
a real inside.
Do you guys
real
know
insight.
Sidebike 64? Did you guys play that?
I've seen a little clip of it. My kids used to play the original Excite Bike like crazy.
I pretty much was a Nintendo 64 fanatic, and I never moved on. PlayStation, like I might have played MX Reflex or Unleashed and all that stuff, but I just play Excite Bike 64 now, and yeah, Sarah Sugar Hill is the only way to go. She has excellent cornering and jumping abilities. She just doesn't have a lot of boost. Jumping Jim Rivers, mediocre across the
got
damn
boost.
board. No, mediocre across the board. Who wants to be mediocre across the board?
Yeah. Not me.
No one.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I
Sarah
couldn't
Sugar
agree
Hill's
more.
the best.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
See, Doug agrees.
Yeah.
Doug played Pong on Atari 2600. That's what Doug played.
That's what I started
And you know what?
on,
Sarah
yeah.
Sugar Hill would have beat him. Jumping Jim Rivers would have lost.
Okay, I'll take it.
That's right.
Chandler 341 wants to know: is there a succession plan for PC once Mitch retires?
That's a
Family,
good one.
ex-rider, investors. I ask because Rick Hendrick in NASCAR tragically doesn't have family to take over his team, and Jeff Gordon is the successor right now.
Yeah, Mitch doesn't. I thought he was going to sell a few years back, or someone was saying
That was, but I think the way I heard the story is they had to take everything. Like, he didn't want to sell, like the retail side or the, all the parts side, and then still run the race team. He's, it's got to be lock, stock, and barrel so he can go the other way. So hasn't found someone to do that yet. So,
But now he's lining up with 2 titles.
Yeah,
How was your
might
relationship?
be rethinking it. Right?
How was your relationship with Mitch over the years? Like, especially as a competitor at some point, right? But like as a racer, like I don't feel like there's certain racers. Brooks was a PC guy, and there's always certain people that were PC guys. I didn't feel that way for you.
Well, so yeah, I mean, I was a PC guy for a very long time.
Okay.
I was the guy that would stay at the track late, with Bones doing suspension or helping Mitch test pipes. And yeah, I was a PC guy forever. I mean, on the factory bikes, we had PC exhaust and that, and he built my first DRD exhaust.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was a period of time, and if Mitch is listening to the story, he will have to agree that we weren't friends.
Okay.
And so,
Yeah.
and he'd had enough. And he told me early on that it wouldn't be a long relationship. And I think when I was selling more YZ250F pipes than he was in my first year of business, but, I mean, it's understandable. I'm like the Yamaha guy
you're
or
the
whatever.
Yamaha guy, right?
But, Yeah, so we weren't friends there for a while, but it was
now?
a great thing because it forced me to go and buy all the equipment, my own tube bender, everything.
Yeah,
I spent a lot of money in a short amount of time, but did it myself for 20 years.
Are you friends now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you go back now?
It took
Yeah.
Loretta's maybe 8 or 10 years ago, just walk through the pits. You know how he's always out in front, and he's like, gives me a little nod, hey, what's up? And so I just stopped, and so we're good now.
Good.
We're all good now. But yeah, I mean, my first vet title, first of 327, I was a PC guy.
Okay.
He actually convinced me to race it because he threw some money at me. He goes, if you can win all with a PC sticker on the front fender, I'll pay you whatever.
Okay, yeah,
$12. I don't know what it was. $12 is a lot of money in 1940. You know?
Yeah.
I was thinking that earlier when you said you got $1,000 check for. I was like thinking what year that would have been. I was like, that would have been a lot of money.
Gear Racewear, I think that was 84.
All right.
LL Cool James 425 for the panel. How does El Chupacabra stack up outdoors against the current field?
You guys got to stop.
Yeah.
You got to stop. The dude shows up riding a bike.
Has a little fun at Tallon, and now he's
just fucking, oh my God, watch out, Jet. Like, calm down. I mean, how many years he's been gone? Like 4 years?
It would take years to recover.
Yeah.
4 years? I don't even know. But
a little longer than that, I think.
Dude, maybe. Yeah, like calm down.
It has been longer than that.
Yeah, because it's... Yeah, I'd say 6 years he's been gone.
19.
Yeah, 18 or 19.
Here's my...
And he wasn't winning in those years.
Yeah. Listen, I like Blake, and I like his dad. They're nice people. Here's my thing, though. So, if you're Blake Baggett fan back in the day, and there are some. He sold merch. He had Chupacabra. Like, he was a race winner. Like,
12 and 13.
He had fans.
That guy was unreal.
This guy splits the sport, okay? Leaves. Now, he's entitled to do whatever he wants. It doesn't matter. But he didn't do one interview. And there were plenty of people trying to talk to him. And so if he didn't like me or this guy or Verb, we all tried to talk to him or go through his dad. We know there was some stuff going on with his team. He didn't need to talk about that. But Blake, all these people that sold your merchandise, all these people that leaned over the fence and waved their hat at you, all these people that supported you for Nations, can you tell them why you quit? Nothing. Now, totally entitled to do that. But guess what? When you're coming back, I don't give a shit. Okay? Like, if he comes back and race, okay, I'll deal with it then. But I didn't like the way he left the sport for his fans. Again, he's entitled to do that. But I'm entitled to not give a shit that he's back on a bike. That's where I'm kind of at. Like, I feel like Adam tonight, you don't have to do it with me. You can do it with anybody. I'm not saying this from a point of view of me being, talk to whoever friendly media guy you want. But you owe fans at least a fucking interview about why you walked away. Just something. We all cheered for you. We all purchased your merch. We all got invested in you. And Blake Baggett and Tom Baggett went ghost.
Race Tech is getting double dipping tonight.
So it just bugs me the way they left because I feel like they owed fans something. These are fans that are like,
I've never even thought about this, but you're right.
Dude, there are fans that are like, I love Blake Baggett so much. I'm sure they're out there. I mean,
there's plenty of them.
Right. And their hero, their guy, fucking splits and never talks again. I don't like it. I don't like it. So
I get it.
That's cool to see he had fun on a bike, but yeah, calm down. And if he races a national, I'll care then.
If he did come back though, if he went to 250 class, I think that'd be fun.
I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those were his best years. I mean, not that he didn't have some good ones, going around Tomac at his home race. And there's some highlights, but
dude,
him on a 250 was pretty good to see.
That summer that he won his 250 nationals, the last 10 minutes of the motos, the lap times he was putting down were incredible.
The Texas 12-pack.
Yep. But again, like, man, you want to leave the sport, that's cool, but I don't give a shit if you don't give a shit. So he didn't give a shit, so I don't give a shit. So you don't give a shit, so we don't give any shits.
Are you saying you care or don't care?
Yeah, exactly. That's my
don't sugarcoat it.
But listen, I would tell Blake and Tom to their face, if I saw them tomorrow, I would say that to them. I feel like you owed, I get that you're bitter, and I get that you're angry the way you left, but a year and a half down the road, when Wygant hits you up for an interview, and you laugh at him. That's what they did. They laughed at Wygant, but he wanted an interview. All right, cool. I laugh at you guys then. Beat it.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been bitter at
No,
the
no,
fans and
no,
the people
exactly.
in the media. They
Yeah.
were bitter at someone else.
Dude, absolutely. You owe your fans, hey, man, I got tired of the politics. Hey, man, I got tired of racing. Hey,
You literally said anything.
I had a kid. I didn't feel like the ground. I mean, whatever. Something to get some closure for the people that supported you and bought your merch. That's my race tech rant.
There you go.
Part 2.
It's just like finding Stu. Like finding baggage.
Yeah, and
I was wondering when you were actually going to do one.
And I said the same thing about James.
Yeah,
I said the same thing about James.
100%.
I'm like, I cannot believe James just disappeared.
Vanished.
Like,
Yeah.
dude, I don't get these guys, man. There's people that loved you. Just give them a hi. Give them a what's up, like something. Are you alive? Are you dead? What like something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Dubach, we can't get rid of him.
Like that fungus, right?
Oh, you have that too?
So,
yeah.
So anyway, but again, like I don't think Blake's coming back.
No.
I calmed down.
It would be so much work.
He wanted to get on a bike and ride. That's cool. Ramsey helped him out a little bit. The Factory Husky team helped him out. Cool.
That's great.
Right.
Dumbass race fan. Did Troy get lost again on his way to the studio, or did his invite get lost on his way to him?
That's your guy.
Troy stole 100,000 Sky Miles from me last time, so we didn't invite him because I knew without me there's no way he would have been able to facilitate getting through an airport, getting here on his own.
It sounded
so
like
I invited Chase
It
instead.
sounded like you made that story up, like about. I know you didn't. But
I didn't.
Yeah. But that's
and it still dumbfounds me.
Yeah.
To this day that I was with him and he in the airport's 8 minutes from his house, and I remember him being like, "Which way do I go?" And I was like, "You live 8 minutes from the airport and you don't know whether to go right or left." And he's like late for his flight, and I'm having to look up how to go to the airport. And I'm like, "How do you live your life?"
Listen, this is Kiefer too. I mean, when we went to the race, Kiefer packed a 9800 for 2 days. He checked a 9800 gear bag for 2 days. He was gone 2 days.
Fashion over function, right there.
I'm like, Chris.
Gotta have options.
Are you? And then Heather
spoken from a
Heather checks him in. He still he was in St. Louis last race, and he got a text from Heather. I checked you in for your flight. Like, oh my God.
Those are great. We got some of those.
Like,
Chris, does she put your socks on in the morning as well?
Yeah, you like that?
But going back to that, Chase and I almost did it today. We thought we were going to be done at like noon, packing at Mesquite.
Yeah.
It's 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I'm like, shit, we better hit the road. I made sure they're in Uber, $100, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, well, it shows up. We must be all right. So we get this kid to drop us off at Starbucks from the track. Thanks. His name was Carson.
Mm-hmm.
He drops us off, and me and Chase sitting there, and I'm like, no one's accepting this ride. I'm like, do we have a backup plan?
How did you get to Mesquite? Don't you like?
We shouldn't even get into that. Chase and I drove down. Crane drove up. Other people flew in. We knew we were coming here. Once we had multiple people fly out the past few days. All the rental cars were spoken for. My truck was going north. Chase and I were rideless.
I mean, you really could have rented a one-way rental.
Steve,
okay.
Steve, you don't think I tried?
Okay, all right.
The only thing I didn't know is there are shuttles on the hour every hour from.
There is to St. George. I see them all the time. You're right.
So maybe I could have hitched a ride. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyways,
speaking of hitching a ride,
this dude picked us up though.
Yeah.
And he clicked the button or whatever. And he goes, "Oh shit, you guys are going to Vegas? Get out." And
you already told this story on the show.
No, I didn't. I told it to you.
No, this was downstairs. Pre-show.
Yeah, it was off air.
So, anyways, I said, "Sir, that's not an option." As Chase is like getting out, and I was like, "Sir, this is not an option. How much
You
money
can't
do you
accept
need?"
the ride as an Uber driver and then tell people to get out of your car.
Maybe that's I don't, maybe either way. I said,
It's a new rule.
Chase, how much money do you have in your pocket? He busts out $100 bill. I don't know how you had $100 in your pocket, but I was like, "Sweet.
Yeah,
What do you
he's a
think about
deadbeat.
$100?" He's like, and I was like, "What about a steak dinner for your wife too?" So I think all in we're $260 to get us here today.
Nice.
So we should have just. Long story short, we should have rented an extra car.
Yeah.
For the whole week for $120.
For the amount of money Yamaha paid you, I mean, you could have done that.
Probably should have, man.
By
Penny
the way,
pinching.
speaking of I don't know.
Either way, we made it. The
Michelin.
point of all that
Michelin.
is
I want to talk about Michelin.
we made it. Troy
Okay.
didn't.
Randy Richardson, Michelin. Thanks to Randy, great guy. Michelin.
Everyone
sponsored-
loves Randy. It's like
Michelin
everyone loves
sponsored
Raymond, but
the
you know.
Verb World Mini. Michelin was there.
Yep.
Well, Michelin, man, he took some abuse in that win.
Two of them.
Oh yeah.
It was
The guy over by the start,
Yeah,
he is
he was bang.
No, dude, he was just waving to everybody.
Is that what that was? He was twerking?
We saw the Starcross 6 on display at the.
You
the
stole
seat,
one,
so
actually. If you
I
watch
took
the
one.
bottom line show, I'm one tire
took
down
one.
Michelin. If we might need a replacement.
We had tire on one arm and all the free T-shirts under the other.
Yeah. All right, next question.
TGIMX. In my opinion, the Doctor is one of the coolest and most underrated nicknames in SX history.
It is.
What are some of the other best underrated nicknames from the history of the
back
sport?
in the day, like all you guys had nicknames. That was
I know,
so cool.
Chicken,
Bomber,
the Beast, Bomber. Yeah,
it was so cool. Osho,
Yeah.
Wardy, like yeah.
Did
Whole
nicknames
shot
get played out?
Hansen. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody had a nickname.
Yeah, now it's just like
virtually
initials.
Yeah, it was a cooler time in moto with the nickname.
Yeah, well,
on
we
the
had
back.
this discussion on our mountain bike ride today.
Because I was wondering, like, Dr. D has always been a cool name, right?
Yeah.
The doctor on the back of his pants, and I just thought, like, I was asking you, like, how did that happen? I just figured it was like a nice little rhyming almost thing, and you said no because you went to the doctor all the time because you got hurt.
Well, that's how it started.
Yeah.
O'Neill was sending me pants with like the surgeon and the doctor and all that.
Yeah.
And then when Julius Irving, Dr. J, retired from basketball, one of the O'Neill guys just sort of, let's just put Dr. D on, and I got a few pairs of pants like that, and then that just stuck from there.
Forever, yeah.
Yeah, so it kind of started as just a little
joke,
playoff.
yeah.
I mean, I got hurt a couple times in one of the early years I rode for O'Neill, but then it kind of the whole
Yeah.
Dr. J thing, and then here we are.
Yeah, Dr. D. It's like
100 years later.
and now like people at the race are just like Dr. D, like
Yeah.
just like
Yeah,
everybody.
that's,
right?
that's what everyone. You walk through, try and go and watch a Supercross. And,
Yeah.
you go 30 feet. Dr. D.
It's because custom
But it's
painted
great.
helmets aren't a thing anymore either. Like I feel
Yeah.
like you used to have a nickname on the back of your helmet, and now that's like not a thing anymore. Why aren't custom painted helmets a thing?
It's funny. I don't know if because Troy is now a competitor to everyone.
Yeah, maybe
Because
right?
Troy did
Yeah.
99% of everyone's helmets back then.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at that story earlier about that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's yeah.
Yeah, no, I miss nicknames. I do miss nicknames. for
Let's
sure.
bring them back. We'll
Yeah.
petition right now.
Yeah, let's
Well,
go. That'll be your next little
Okay.
pulp challenge.
Or are we
Alright.
just not creative enough anymore? Is that it too? We're complacent in creativity.
Yeah, the initials and the number, like, no.
Or like Reedy. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man. That one. Oh man.
We did bust on J-Mac though. We all laughed at that one. Remember, Fox tried to make J-Mac happen for a little bit for Stu, and we're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" So, all right,
Stu, another clever one.
yeah.
Brop Crew, for the Verb Crew, what is a bucket list project or location you have always wanted to film?
Damn, that's hard. I'm kind of like you when you've raced everywhere, and I've filmed a lot of places, so it's hard to say. I don't know.
That Red Bull Imagination must be pretty cool.
I mean it was. That is super badass.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's McAlpine is doing a Gypsy. One of your good friends. He's doing a Yamaha project, I think, with RV and someone over in New Zealand. I think is it Bradshaw and RV? They're supposed to all fly over to New Zealand and do something, and I'm like,
good luck with that.
That actually sounded really fun.
I don't know if that's gonna happen.
I don't disagree. I know that was on his project list, and he's like, dude, what do you think
Hey,
about coming over and
RV,
helping?
jump on this plane in New Zealand for
16
18
hours.
hours. Yeah.
I don't know that. I've never been there, so that would be fun to
Yeah,
do.
I'd like to go there, too.
But I've pretty much been everywhere. So,
Do you see
Stu on a 125? If I could call it right now, even
Yeah.
though I've had my my moments with going to Stu's house and him not showing up. If I could be guaranteed that he'd show up, Stu 2001 KX 125.
How many
No,
days?
you just
it's-
get a time machine and you go back to Redbud. Or not Redbud, Bud's Creek.
Bud's Creek, yeah.
Bud's
03.
Creek that day.
Yeah,
How many days in front of Stu's house waiting for him to show up?
it was enough for me to drink a few bottles of liquor.
Just waiting for him to show up. James is coming.
Thank God he didn't.
Yeah, by
We
that
were a
point,
little
you were
drunk.
ready for him. Yeah, that wouldn't have
We,
been
we,
good.
we went on an impromptu spring break there in Florida. I think every day we're like, is he coming?
You just leave all the beer cans in
is
front
that-
of his driveway.
Is that a real comment on YouTube?
I literally replied and said, "Is that a real question?" And he said, "Yes."
Somebody on YouTube said, Doug is the guy sitting in the middle, right? If so, what did he do in the moto world?
Sorry, Moto fan.
Oh, no.
I think they're being
Hey, that's-
facetious.
I don't know.
Yeah, you could take that
It-
either
it-
way, but
If he is,
Got a lot of
no
great
harm, no
starts.
foul.
Well
Yeah, I
played.
mean, I got a few
Dude.
good starts.
Few.
McGrath and I have 73 wins together.
Was
right?
he on your
I
best
mean,
starters list, Chase, you did last week? Was he? Was it on Troy's list? Was he on Troy's list?
No, I wasn't. And I think the first comment was, "Where's Doug
Dr.
Dubach?"
Yeah.
I remember
mean,
seeing
honestly,
that.
Whole Shot Hansen got his name, but Donnie was a good starter, but he didn't do it long enough to really be Whole Shot Hansen. You know what I mean? Like yourself, Michael Lessie. I would say
Andrew Short there for like a year.
Yeah, his third gear starts.
Yeah, his third gear starts.
Jeremy was a great starter. Jeremy was a really great starter.
He was a smart starter.
Yeah.
He was rarely the first guy in the first turn, but he was often the first guy leaving the first turn.
By the way, I wanted to ask you this question earlier. Drive to Survive really helped the F1 guys. You did Supercross Spy, of course, for a number of years. That was a Red Bull thing. You guys have been a part of a lot of that stuff. There's rumors that Feld wants to do a Drive to Survive on Netflix of our series with everybody, all the energy drinks. That would be awesome, and I think that would really expose our sport to some great exposure.
Well, look what it did for F1.
Right. Do you see that happening?
I'm curious if that would have the same parlay into our sport.
I don't think it would, but it would definitely help.
Yeah, getting on Netflix would be huge.
Because people like the golf. People like the tennis one.
To so many.
People like the tennis one. They like the golf one. They like the
yeah, you're right. I've watched a handful of them.
Yeah. Do you see it happening?
If you find the right stories and you do it the right way.
I know they're trying, right?
I think it just comes down to money. Someone's got to put up the freaking loot, and it's a lot. And
okay, so wait. You put up the loot, but you sell to Netflix, right? Or don't you have a guaranteed deal with Netflix, and then Netflix is paying? Like, why would you put up loot if Netflix is like, yes, we want this?
Because someone's probably trying to double dip, try to make sure that they could spend X amount of maybe the Netflix
with
money,
the guarantee,
the Netflix money on the production and getting Feld to put in the X amount of money that you actually be like, that's ours.
That's ours. Okay.
Something like that. Because I guess because especially for something like that, who knows? Netflix might say, we'll accept it if you do it. Say it's box
That's
to
what
box.
I mean, yeah.
Netflix might accept it, but they might not give you money. They might say, we'll accept it if you do it, but you got to go find the
Netflix
production
ain't
money
paying.
too. You never know.
Yeah.
I think for Drive to Survive, yes.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
I think they're
but
probably,
I bet you maybe the first year of Drive to Survive they didn't pay.
Probably not.
Right.
Probably not, and that's a gamble on the production company. So I think there's probably another production company in line that's willing to put up the money, but at that point in time, it's like just hoping that someone buys it.
Is the only way to get all the riders and teams involved is if Feld does it? Like, hey, this is a Feld thing, and you have to wear this mic.
I don't think so.
No.
Like, dude, I bet you Jeremy Coker, Yamaha, they'd be all about it.
Well, guys like that for sure would, because they can see the upside.
Yeah,
to
there's
it.
plenty of people that would get it. I think all it takes is the right making. You gotta have the camera guys. They gotta trust. All the Red Bull dudes trust me. They know that I can record whatever.
Don't trust
the amount of blackmail that I could probably ruin a lot of careers, including myself. Weeges, like the shit I have on tape.
Yeah.
They have to trust you to that degree that you'll never ever do anything with that. And so a lot of times it's just breaking those guards down, the barriers, and making hey, I can roll this mic and I can be in the places you don't want me being.
But Monster's going to say we don't want Wes Williams.
Built that trust. Yeah,
Monster's going to say we don't want Wes Williams though.
Maybe so. Well, cool. Then there could be another. I agree. That's how it would have to work. You'd have to have like a production lead for this group of people and this group of people. But like, dude, I'm a professional. I'd probably never told any of the stories that happen here to here.
Yeah.
There's plenty of things. Like even for what we do, the shit I could put on VurbMoto and get tons of clickbait.
Yeah.
All day, every day. Never once have done it.
Do you think it happens?
Scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
I think it would take Feld putting in money, and I think it would mean I just don't see Feld
putting in money. Right. Well, I can vouch for that. Told you the story at dinner.
Yep.
All right, next question.
Tim Cup 23 for Doug. I remember seeing a speed bag mounted on your box van in the Supercross pits. Did you do this to scare dirty riders from messing with you or to warm up before your race?
What was it?
Speed bag.
Speed bag.
Oh, speed bag. No. I used to punch the speed bag quite a bit. I just thought it was good shoulder strength, just like Adam said.
But it was on your box van?
It was on the back door of the box van.
Maybe he should take notes. Another note.
Well, yeah, I mean, Adam had a good point, and I was a little ahead of the game. Yeah, I used to punch that thing all the time. I was pretty good.
So, Steve, instead of practice next year.
So instead of a spin bike, you'd be beating the shit out of the punch bag and then go and jump on the bike?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Again, take notes.
Okay.
So, yeah, all of the above, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
From Not Alexander 13, Steve, how did it feel to almost go full Oldenburg on the first lap at Mesquite?
Full Oldenburg? Which is that one? I don't know. I don't know what a full Oldenburg is, and I don't know what I did first lap.
A nosedive?
Oh.
Oh, it's right. Oldenburg.
Remember, Kiefer was saying you looked like you did a little Haney brake tap. The Haney brake tap.
Yeah. See,
Oldenburg. Oh, on the AC accident.
Yeah.
Oh,
when Oldenburg did a nose pick right
I don't even
there
remember
under
doing that. I don't even remember doing that.
So
like he's such a natural.
Exactly. Haney doesn't even realize he does it.
No.
Haney just clicks the back brake and just.
Dude.
But no, this is sounding like I was out of control. I didn't click the back brake.
Oh.
This is sounding like I was.
But to further explain the Kiefer, how did he say it? The Haney dip? Or
the Haney dip.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
Yeah. First time I saw that, just at Paris Raceway, just sitting there with my kid in between a moto, and I'm like, yo, about freaking heart came out of my. I thought his bike locked up. I thought, oh, he is dead. Not a millisecond after he takes off that big table.
Yeah, in the back. Yeah.
Whoa, and then just dunk. And it is bad.
Yeah.
But the landing was about that steep, but it was just like.
Yeah.
And I went,
it's his whip
my
glitch,
God.
dude. Real life whip glitch.
Yeah. It's crazy. Okay. So now you know.
Yep.
So basically, you got style points, dude. He wasn't out of control. Steve has style points.
Well,
you didn't take out AC, so
I honestly think that
up.
It wasn't on purpose. Maybe I did look like I was going to crash. I don't remember. Yeah. So
style points.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, long name 51. What is the best way for a fan to get involved in the industry besides working in the media?
Well, look, you can be from West Texas with a ponytail and get in the media. It ain't hard.
A short-lived ponytail. A short-lived ponytail.
Yeah.
No, just anywhere. We could all take it, but I know a lot of people got into the industry just through working at a bike shop.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
That's what I was going to say.
There you go. You just get your foot in the door. There's a lot of, you'll work for peanuts for the first few years. Steve Butler. I love to remind him that I got him his job at Yamaha, but he now practically runs the place, and he was a starving he was a starving Australian motocrosser that was going to make his money here in racing. And then those hopes quickly dashed, and then he said, hey, anyone need a mechanic? And that was me. And
he was a great mechanic.
Yeah.
Great.
Back 88, driving a blue Econoline 150 around, he and I. And
how'd you meet him?
Through another guy, Dave Hammond, who was my mechanic the year before, another Australian. But then Jim Castillo offered him a job that was much better than the $70 a week I was paying him. So then he's the one, because they were like 10 of them living in a place up off Paris Boulevard there, and it was just kind of, hey, this guy needs a rider, blah, blah, blah. He came to Glen Helen and worked for me the first time for Golden State.
Oh, cool.
Worked for me for 4 years until he just abandoned me and went to work for Jeff Emmett.
Yeah, look, exactly like Doug said, we've all been there, like making no money, working so hard. I slept in a race shop on an air mattress for a while. I was getting paid. My first job was $300 a week, including
that's
$1
million.
Right. Like, you just, if you want to get in the industry bad enough, and even Mr. Side, as much shit as we give him, he deserves a lot of credit for getting where he is and working hard. And, you don't make a lot of money. And you certainly, start low.
You got to start somewhere and you got to put in the time.
Yeah.
Look at me. I was just a punk kid around the local racetrack, and I got an opportunity to go test riding for Yamaha.
Yeah, but you were fast, so.
Well, I was fast, but my family didn't have two nickels.
Right,
I cleaned pools, I changed brakes on the local neighbors' cars, I changed oil, mowed lawns, I did everything.
Yeah.
Got a little help from my brother's friend, really, and got my first bike, and but what I had along that whole time was just hard work, determination, honesty, good character, just showed up when you said you were going to. That goes a long ways today.
Work ethic means everything.
Absolutely.
I don't care about talent. You can teach talent. If someone can be the most talented people, there's so many more people in my world that are way more talented than I ever was.
Mm-hmm.
They had no work ethic or couldn't hit deadlines.
Yeah.
And you know what? I have beat out all of them because I've learned talent. But no one could surpass the work ethic that I have. So, not or very few anyways. So like you just said, work ethic is everything. So grind it out and you'll get somewhere if you got that.
Doors will open.
Yep.
Jennifer, you want to second that?
I do. I second that. I started in the warehouse at Yamaha 26 years ago and built the passion for the sport from there. And it is. I put more hours in than some of the higher ups. And
you still do.
You just work your ass off and you'll get to where you
and it never ends.
Get.
It never ends.
Yeah, it doesn't end.
But we love it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do anything else.
That's what helps
have the passion.
fill in the deep dark spots. Is you're doing it for what you love, not for any other reason.
I can remember, making $300 a week and being like, I can't fucking believe I get paid to be a mechanic on a sitting on the main event starting line. Like, there's McGrath, and you know what I mean? Like, it was the coolest thing. I would have paid to do. I just couldn't believe I never made it as a pro and couldn't do that. So the next best thing to me was being a mechanic, and I was so stoked. Like. Mm-hmm. This is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I got a t-shirt. I got a team shirt. I got a polo. Wow.
Did you wear it to lunch?
Yeah. No, see, I didn't. Yeah.
All right, last one for Dub for MotoFan92. What's some of the most annoying things that moto photographers, videographers post?
Well, I mean, we've all probably been on both sides of that coin, but when certain things happen, whether it's within your, control or not, and then the things that's a little out of your control, and then someone gets a photo of it and posts it like, oh, well, this guy did something, bad choice on his part or whatever, and it was purely out of your control kind of a situation. Mm-hmm. Those are the most frustrating things.
John Anderson has that too with wheels, right? So someone will post a photo of a broken wheel and be like, oh, my wheel broke. Well, are the sprocket bolts loose? Did you ever check the spokes? How much time is on that thing? Mm. But, yeah, you're going to burn me. You're going to burn the wheel guy when there's so many more things that could have happened to that, right? Yeah. So, but the question was for you, Dub, but, yeah.
I didn't know that was his nickname. I just jumped right in there. I'm very sorry.
You thought it said Doug. Doug.
Yeah, I thought it was just a cute little name for me.
Mathis started Dub for me quite a few years ago. I'm gonna just say the guys that just nothing but insta-bangers. Like, learn a different craft. It's just annoying to see all these talented ass kids that are very good at what they do, but a back to work ethic. All they want to do are these 60-second clips that, like, what's the end goal here? There's a million more kids that have, like, infiltrated our sport on the media side, and it's almost made my job easier because all these guys want to do is learn how to do 60-second clips. If you want to learn how to make real money, learn how to make a TV show, a 60-second TV show.
A bottom line show.
Anything over 60 seconds. And you could have a career.
Yeah.
So it's annoying in one degree, but at the same time, all it has done is bring me more work because even Yamaha, I'm sure, I know how hard it is to find shooters and editors that can actually deliver on what the hell they say. I try to hire them all the time. Hey, I don't want to go to Mammoth or Loretta's or Minios. I want someone that can do shit. But, like, some kid gives me some obnoxious rate, and I say yes to it, and they never can deliver. Yeah. They give me 60 seconds worth of shit, and I'm like, what am I paying for? That's annoying.
It's a Race Tech Rant from Wes Williams.
There you go.
If there's any kid out there that could just learn how to deliver more than some 60 seconds worth of bullshit,
jeez, wow,
then that's annoying to me.
Okay.
And Chase hears me every damn day.
This is home. I'm picturing me home.
But hey, that's honestly,
right now.
Yamaha edit contest.
Back away.
The main reason I wanted to do Yamaha edit contest is I want to see how many people could follow directions.
Yeah.
Do a damn good job and show me a 3-minute edit.
Yeah.
A 3-minute edit, not a 60-second edit.
And how did that go?
Honestly, I think we're announcing the winners in 2 days.
Okay.
But there's some phenomenal freaking edits, and the end goal of that was for me to find a handful of more people that I can rely on, right. And I'm very excited to say there's going to be a lot of people getting work from that.
Clever.
Awesome. And then what? Also, too, you got a big Yamaha Verb sweepstakes, right?
Oh yeah, we're giving away a Yamaha RMAX 2 1000 Sport, 2 TTR 110s, and $20,000 in cash.
Nice.
Heading to shoppulp.com, shopverb.com.
Shop Pulp, that's good too.
Buy some Verb merch for every dollar you spend. You get a dollar or one entry.
When are you announcing that?
It's March 8th through June 18th, I believe. So
cool.
we're having a Washougal event on June 15th, 16th, and we'll be ending the sweepstakes after that week. So basically, if you buy at any point during that time, you are entered to win.
Awesome. Cool.
So thanks for the plug.
Yeah.
And thanks to Yamaha for contributing that stuff to us.
Real big Yamaha show tonight.
It really is.
Yeah.
Hey,
remember,
they deserve it.
Buy the polo, zip up, be like Dark.
Well said.
Is that it?
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon segment. I want to thank Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Renthal, Race Tech, Acherbys, Firepower, Maxima, OGO, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, official neck brace of the Chiz, Guts Racing, FMF, Pro Filter, Works Connection, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, WUSA, Get Data, Intense Cycles, Yamaha, Weisco Pistons, LiftedTrucksForSale.com, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, and Troll Training, all on board with us. Fun show. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Lots to talk about. Thanks to Adam Cianciarulo, of course, Jason Thomas for calling in as well. Jennifer, thank you for your time. Thank you for the support.
Appreciate it.
Check out the Blue Crew Invitational, Washougal, Glen Helen, Budds Creek. Friday schools by Doug Dubach. So, Doug, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Love
you're
having
welcome.
you in here.
Thanks for having me. It's always a good time.
I more to talk to you about, but we ran out of time. I could talk to you.
Another opportunity for next time.
Yeah. Thanks for all you've given Re-Raceables, Racer X podcasts, this show. Thank you. You've given me always time. Yeah.
You never have to ask twice. You know me. Whoa.
Whoa. What are we doing?
I think he's saying you got a little springy over there.
Yeah.
He mentioned Dr. D's name again.
Yeah, keep your hands above the desk there, Steve.
Okay. But thank you. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
I mean, we could talk for days, and it's always a good time.
Wes, thank you. VurbMoto.com.
You said we were going to run short tonight, and we didn't. We apparently amateurs for 5 hours, many words too.
We're cutting it 30 minutes short, which I told Mark's 9 o'clock.
24 minutes short to be exact.
You're still closer to 10 than you are 9, so I consider that a fail, sir.
Yeah.
Good effort, though.
Either way, people love amateurs. That's all it means. Steve, look at you.
Yeah.
That's
the takeaway.
That's the takeaway. Thanks for being a changed man.
You 250C bastards.
Give him a slow clap.
Yeah. Listen, the 250C class in 2025.
On a 450.
Watch out. Watch out.
I want to do this with you.
What?
250C class 2025.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Thanks to Mike Ulrich, also from Yamaha, for coming in and ruining Darkside's wardrobe. Thank you. Chase Stallo as well from VurbMoto. Marks,
don't
thank you.
You're welcome.
Tallon, thank you.
Thanks, Tallon.
Thanks to Roto.
Marks.
Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to you guys for listening. Jennifer Davie, Doug Dubach, Wes Williams. I'm Steve Mathis. Next week, Kellen Brower and Lewis Phillips in studio, and we'll be talking Boston, Supercross, and more. So, again, thank you for watching. Use the codes. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
I just want to hear the motocross stuff.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.